Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. If you enjoy these stories and you enjoy this channel, make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Only about half of you that watch my videos are subscribed right now. So, if everyone would subscribe, that would be absolutely amazing and would truly help out the channel so much. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. He wasn't alone in his house. It was late 2010 when an anonymous 4chan user, let's call him Kevin, started noticing something off about his apartment. At first, it was little things. A cabinet door left open that he swore he had closed. A cup moved slightly out of place. Food from his fridge just barely lower than he remembered. But Kevin chalked it up to forgetfulness. We all do that, right? You leave your keys somewhere, spend 30 minutes looking for them only to find them in your other pocket. Just normal everyday life. But over time, these little oddities started becoming harder to ignore. Things started moving more frequently. His TV remote wouldn't be where he left it. His shoes, which he always lined up perfectly by the door, would be slightly shifted just enough to be noticeable. And then came the smell. A faint, musty, almost decaying odor seeping into his living space. Kevin, now thoroughly creeped out, convinced himself that it had to be something rational. Maybe there was a dead animal in the walls, or maybe his mind was just playing tricks on him. That's what he told himself. Until he woke up one night to the sound of shuffling. Not from his neighbors, not from outside. Inside. Coming from the ceiling. Kevin shot up in bed, heart pounding. He sat there, frozen, listening. The sound stopped. Silence. Then something even worse happened. The hatch to his attic was slightly ajar. Now, most people would immediately leave their apartment, call a friend, maybe even get the police involved. But Kevin decided that he needed proof. So he did what any rational 4chan user would do. He set up a camera. The next night, Kevin borrowed a cheap webcam from his friend and set it up in his living room, aimed directly at the attic hatch. Then he did his best to pretend nothing was wrong. Hours passed. He forced himself to sleep. And the next morning, with a deep breath, he checked the footage. At first, there was nothing. Hours of stillness. Then, at 3:17 a.m., the hatch slowly slid open, and a pale, thin, human-like hand emerged. The fingers curled around the edge. Then, a face appeared. It was gaunt, hollow eyes, greasy, stringy hair, and it was looking directly at the camera. Then, in a movement that defied all logic, the thing, this person, slithered down without making a single sound. Kevin's stomach dropped. He watched in horror as this figure moved silently through his apartment, creeping toward his bedroom. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished back up into the attic. The footage ended. Kevin sat there shaking. Someone had been living in his ceiling, watching him, moving through his space while he slept. Without wasting another second, Kevin grabbed his phone, dialed 911, and ran out of his apartment. The aftermath. When the police arrived, they found exactly what Kevin feared. In his attic was a filthy sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, and a rusted old knife. But there was no person. Whoever, or whatever had been living there was gone. They never caught him. And to this day, Kevin has no idea how long that person had been watching him, lurking above him, waiting. But let me ask you this. How often do you check your attic? The smiling man was real. It was around 2:30 a.m. when another 4chan user, let's call him Mark, was walking home from a friend's house. Now, Mark wasn't the type to get scared easily. He had lived in this city for years, knew the streets well, and always made sure to stay aware of his surroundings. But tonight, something felt off. The streets were too quiet. No cars, no people, just the soft hum of distant streetlights buzzing in the cold air. Then he saw him. At first, it was just a figure, standing completely still under a flickering streetlight about a block away. A tall, thin man, wearing a suit. His back was turned, and he seemed to be swaying ever so slightly. Mark slowed his pace. Something about the man made his stomach twist, but he wasn't about to cross the street like some paranoid idiot, so he kept walking. And then, the man started moving. Not walking, dancing. His body moved in exaggerated, jerky twirls, his legs kicking out unnaturally, arms swaying like a marionette on invisible strings. Mark had seen drunk people before, but this wasn't drunk. It was deliberate, like he wanted to be seen. Mark quickly glanced around. Still no one. Just him and this man. And then the man stopped dancing. He turned, and that's when Mark saw his face. A wide, stretched out grin. Not normal, not forced. Too wide, too still. Like his face had been stuck that way for years. And then, without breaking eye contact, the smiling man took a step toward him. Then another. Then he sprinted. The chase. Mark didn't wait to see what would happen next. His survival instincts kicked in and he bolted. Now, Mark wasn't out of shape, but the smiling man, he was fast. And worse, he was silent. No panting, no footsteps, just the sound of Mark's own heart pounding in his ears. Mark cut a sharp corner, nearly slipping as he sprinted down a side street. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The smiling man was gaining on him, his body still moving in that unnatural, exaggerated way, as if his limbs were bending just a little too far. Mark saw a 24-hour convenience store up ahead, the only sign of life on the street. He didn't think. He just ran inside, slamming the door behind him. The cashier, a bored-looking guy in his 20s, barely glanced up as Mark stumbled inside, gasping for breath. "Dude, you okay?" Mark turned towards the glass door, but the smiling man was gone. Not walking away, not hiding, just gone. Mark stood there, shaking, staring out into the empty street. The cashier was still looking at him confused. "You saw that guy, right?" Mark gasped. "What guy?" The aftermath. Mark waited in that convenience store for 30 minutes, too afraid to step back outside. Eventually, he forced himself to leave, sprinting the last few blocks home. He locked every door, every window, closed every curtain, and for the next few weeks, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. But he never saw the smiling man again. Years later, Mark posted his experience on 4chan's paranormal board, expecting to be called a liar. But then, something terrifying happened. Other users started sharing their own encounters. Different cities, different times, but the same description. The tall man, the suit, the dancing, the grin. Some even claimed that they had seen him before Mark's encounter, and some claimed that they had seen him afterwards. So I have to ask you, the next time you're walking home alone at night and you see someone standing just a little too still under a streetlight, what would you do if they started dancing? The Lake City Quiet Pills mystery. It all started with a death notice. On July 17, 2009, a longtime Reddit and 4chan user named Religion of Peace, a cranky, no-nonsense guy who often bragged about his military past, suddenly stopped posting. At first, no one thought much of it. Internet users disappear all the time. But then, a new post appeared on Reddit from someone using a different account. The message read, "I'm sorry to break the news, but Religion of Peace has passed away. He died of natural causes. Rest in peace, old friend." The post was signed by someone named Angel26. Now, most people would have just moved on, but this is the internet, where nothing goes unnoticed. And some users, especially those from 4chan, found something weird. Because who was Angel26? And more importantly, why did they post this message on an obscure website that had nothing to do with Religion of Peace? The strange website. People started digging, and that's when they made a chilling discovery. Religion of Peace's profile had a link in his bio. It led to a shady-looking website called LakeCityQuietPills.com. The link looked primitive, just a blank white page with an image of a pill bottle and the phrase, "dispensing Lake City Quiet Pills to deserving people since 1968. Now, for those who don't know, Lake City Quiet Pills is a military slang for bullets, specifically bullets manufactured at the Lake City Armory ammunition plant. This wasn't just some random joke. This sounded like a hitman site. The hidden messages. At first glance, there was nothing else on the site, but someone decided to check the source code, the hidden text behind every web page. And that is when things got terrifying. Buried inside the code were hidden job postings, and these weren't normal jobs. They read like mercenary assignments. Here are some of the actual messages that were found. Need 3 guys. Must be fluent in Farsi. No KDDs. Seeking assets for overseas assignment. 8 positions. Flawless record required. Need an expert in wet work. Quick turnaround. Note, wet work is a term for assassination. This wasn't a joke. This wasn't a game. This sounded like an actual Black Ops recruitment board. And the deeper people dug, the more disturbing it got. The connection to a real assassination. One of the last messages hidden on the site read, "We have fulfilled the commission. The client is happy." That message was posted right around the same time of a high-profile assassination. On January 19, 2010, Mahmoud el-Mabou, a top commander of Hamas, was mysteriously killed in Dubai. Surveillance footage showed a group of highly trained operatives following him into a hotel room, where they silently took him out. Then, they disappeared. The hit was so professional, authorities believed it was done by an intelligence agency like Mossad. But now, some people think that it might have been a job posted on the Lake City Quiet Pills site. And remember, this was discovered by an accident. The disappearance. Once the internet caught wind of this, the website mysteriously went offline. Every trace of Lake City Quiet Pills was erased. The hidden messages, gone. And just like that, so were the people behind it. No one ever found out who Religion of Peace really was. No one ever found out who Angel26 was. And no one ever found out who was actually posting those job listings. But the scariest part? This wasn't a creepypasta. This wasn't fiction. It was real. And to this day, no one knows how deep the rabbit hole really goes. So now I have to ask you, if you ever come across an old website full of strange decoded messages, do you keep digging? Or do you walk away before you learn too much? The 4chan serial killer. If you've spent any time on the darker corners of the internet, you know that 4chan isn't just memes and trolling. Sometimes it's something far more disturbing. Because what if I told you that over the years, multiple posts have appeared on 4chan that seem to suggest something terrifying, that there might be a real serial killer lurking on the site, and worse, that he might have been telling us what he was doing that whole time. I can't stop. On April 27, 2015, a chilling post appeared on 4chan's X board, the board dedicated to the paranormal. The post simply read, "I can't stop myself anymore. I like killing people." Below that was a series of details about multiple unsolved murders. At first, people thought it was just a troll post, but then someone started fact-checking, and that's when things got really creepy. Because some of the details, like the locations, the weapons, even the descriptions of the bodies, were never released to the public. There's no way that a random 4chan user should have known these things, unless he was actually there. The photo of a dead woman. This wasn't the first time something like this happened. In 2013, a post appeared on 4chan's infamous B board, one of the most chaotic and lawless places on the internet. The post contained a photo of a woman lying face down on a bed. She was partially naked, her body twisted unnaturally, and she wasn't moving. The caption? Turns out, it's way harder to strangle someone than it looks in the movies. At first, people assumed it was fake, just another edgy troll. But then, someone reverse searched the image, and their stomach dropped. Because the woman in the picture, she was real. Her name was Amber Lynn Coplin, and at that exact time that post was made, she had been reported murdered in her apartment in Washington State. The person who posted it, her boyfriend, David Kalak. And just minutes before posting the photo, he stole her car and led police on a high-speed chase. He was arrested soon after, which means that for a brief moment, 4chan had a literal murderer in its threads, posting evidence of his crime in real time. And even worse, this wasn't the last time something like this happened. The cryptic confessions. Over the years, several 4chan users have posted disturbing cryptic messages hinting at murders they may have committed. One of the most infamous examples came in 2017 when a user posted, "If someone kills a person and no one is around to see, did it really happen?" When someone replied jokingly asking if they were confessing to something, the original poster responded, "I've done it 4 times. You'll never find them." The thread was quickly deleted, but not before people noticed something disturbing. 4 missing person cases had been reported in that exact area over the last year. Coincidence? Or something much darker? The 4chan missing persons connection. And here's where things get even stranger. On multiple occasions, missing person reports have been leaked on 4chan before the media even reported them. In 2015, a user posted a blurry, low-resolution photo of a woman tied up in a basement. The message attached simply read, "She won't be missed." People thought it was another sick joke, until days later, a missing person report surfaced for a woman matching her exact description. The thread? Deleted. The user who posted it? Never seen again. And to this day, no one knows if the woman in the photo was ever found. Is there a serial killer on 4chan? Now, could some of these be elaborate hoaxes? Absolutely. But the sheer number of times real crimes have been linked back to 4chan is what makes this terrifying. Murder confessions, crime scene photos, information that shouldn't be public knowledge. And the most chilling part, the people behind these posts were never caught, which means they could still be out there, lurking, watching, maybe even listening to this video right now. The Wyoming incident. The broadcast that wasn't supposed to happen. It was a quiet night in 2006 when residents of several small towns in Wyoming sat down to watch their local evening news. But what they saw was not the news. Instead, their TVs flickered, the screen distorted, and then, without warning, the broadcast changed. A strange, grainy black and white video appeared. It showed distorted faces, pale, unnatural looking, their heads twisted at impossible angles, their eyes wide, blank, soulless, seemed to stare directly at whoever was watching. And then the messages appeared. You are ill. We see you. You will lose everything. Each message flashed on the screen for only a few seconds before glitching away. And then came the sounds. A low, pulsing hum. A droning noise that made people's skin crawl. Some claimed they heard whispers, but no one could make out what was being said. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the broadcast cut back to regular programming. No explanation, no acknowledgement, as if it had never happened. Was it a broadcast hijacking? Now, at first, people assumed it was some kind of technical error. Maybe the station got hacked, or the signal got crossed with another feed. But here's where things get really creepy. The local TV station denied anything unusual had happened. They claimed no records of an interruption, no strange footage, nothing. As far as they were concerned, it never existed. But people had seen it. And not just one or two viewers. Dozens of people from different towns who didn't know each other described the exact same thing. The faces, the messages, the feeling of something watching them. The mysterious website. After the story started making rounds online, someone discovered a weird website connected to the Wyoming incident. It was filled with more disturbing imagery, warped faces, cryptic symbols, and messages that made no sense. But one message stood out. It read, "They are waiting for you." Waiting? For what? No one knew. And when people tried to track down the site owner, the site disappeared. Gone. Like it had never been there in the first place. The physical effects, and here's where things get even weirder. Some people who watched the broadcast reported intense physical reactions, splitting headaches, nausea, a feeling of paranoia that wouldn't go away. One man even claimed that every time he closed his eyes, he could still see the faces. But the strangest case? A woman from Wyoming allegedly suffered a severe seizure shortly after watching. She had no history of epilepsy, and her family swore that before the broadcast she had seemed perfectly fine. But after that night, she was never the same again. Was it a government experiment? Some theorists believe that the Wyoming incident wasn't a hack at all. They think that it was something much darker. A test. Possibly a government mind control experiment, similar to the infamous MKUltra program, where the CIA experimented with subliminal messaging and psychological warfare. Some even claimed that the faces weren't just random. They were real people, victims of something. And the messages? Warnings. The footage resurfaces. For years, there was no proof that the Wyoming incident had ever happened. Then, out of nowhere, a video surfaced online. A short clip showing exactly what people had described. The faces, the messages, the eerie droning sound. It looked identical to what had been reported. But there was just one problem. No one could verify if it was real footage from the original broadcast, or just someone recreating the event. And the person who uploaded the video deleted their account. Never seen again. So I have to ask you, what if the Wyoming incident wasn't just a hoax? What if it was a test? A glimpse into something we weren't meant to see? And if that's true, who was really behind it? The Deep Web Red Room, a place you should never go. It was late 2011 when a young 4chan user, let's call him Ethan, stumbled into a part of the internet he could never leave. He didn't mean to, it was just curiosity. Like many others, Ethan had heard the rumors of red rooms, mysterious sites on the deep web where horrific things allegedly took place. Live-stream torture and murder for pay. Things no one should ever witness, much less be a part of. But like the forbidden fruit, Ethan's curiosity was irresistible. He wanted to see for himself. Finding the link. It all started with an innocuous post on the deep web. Ethan had spent months dabbling in encrypted forums, learning about the world of darknet markets, hidden sites, and rumors about underground activity. He'd seen it all. Drugs, weapons, stolen data. But something about this thread caught his eye. A single line. Looking for a serious viewer for a live broadcast tonight. No fakes. No time wasters. The post was followed by a URL. One that was short and oddly specific. A link to a website he'd never seen before. Ethan, shaking with a mix of excitement and dread, clicked the link and found himself staring at a plain black page. In the center, there was a countdown timer. T-minus 14 hours. The words on the page were simple yet chilling. Live stream in 14 hours. Pay for access. No refunds. Ethan had no idea what to expect, but his curiosity won out. He followed the instructions, set up the necessary cryptocurrency payment, and waited. The live stream. The next day, Ethan was back at his computer, sitting in front of the screen. His heart was pounding in his chest. The counter counted down, and when it finally hit 0, the screen flickered and came to life. At first, it was just a black room. The camera slowly zoomed in on a single chair in the center of the room. The air was thick with tension. Ethan couldn't look away. Then, the figure appeared. A man. He was dressed in tattered clothes, his face obscured by a hood, but Ethan could tell something was wrong. The man moved stiffly, like he was drugged or paralyzed. A streak of blood ran down his arm as if he had been there for a while. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A woman entered. Her movements were confident, controlled. She didn't speak, but there was almost something surgical in her demeanor. Ethan's stomach tightened. He didn't know what he was witnessing. He thought maybe it was some kind of disturbing performance art, but it didn't feel like that. It felt real. The woman reached the man and strapped him to the chair, strapping his arms and legs tightly. She stepped back, then looked directly into the camera. She smiled, a smile that froze Ethan's blood. The woman didn't speak, but a text appeared on the screen in bold letters. "Would you like to make a donation to keep the fun going?" And then, in chilling silence, the camera zoomed in on the man's face. The man's eyes were wide with terror. Ethan felt his pulse racing, his hands shaking as he stared at the screen. He didn't want to watch, but something in him couldn't look away. The horrific turn. The stream continued. The woman began torturing the man, slowly, methodically. First with a knife, cutting small slices of his skin, teasing the blade over his body. She didn't seem to be in a hurry. She was enjoying this. And then, the room went dark. Ethan's screen flickered again, and when the lights came back on, the man was gone. The woman, now alone in the room, was facing the camera. She stood still for a moment, then slowly began typing into a nearby terminal. And then, on the screen, the following words appeared. "This was your last warning." Ethan's heart skipped a beat. The message wasn't just chilling. It felt like a direct threat. The aftermath. The next day, Ethan could hardly believe what he had seen. He checked the website again, but it was gone. Completely wiped off the deep web. The link didn't exist anymore. The payment he'd made? Untraceable. He told a few friends about it, but most of them dismissed it as just some disturbing online prank or a well-crafted performance. But Ethan knew what he had seen was real, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized something else. He had been watched. Because after the stream ended, Ethan found something unsettling in his browser history. A single, cryptic message. "We've been watching you too." It was just a simple line, but the fact that it was in his browser history, that it came from a source he hadn't visited, sent an icy chill through him. What really happens in red rooms? To this day, the Red Room incident remains unexplained. No one has ever traced the site. No one knows if it was a one-time performance or something much darker. Some people believe Red Rooms are an elaborate hoax, staged with actors and makeup. But others, they believe that there are real Red Rooms out there, hidden deep in the dark web, where you can watch real-life horror unfold, if you're willing to pay for it. Some say the victims are just paid actors. Others think it's worse, that the people on the screen are real. And here's the worst part. No one knows who's behind these rooms. Who are the people behind these streams? Who owns these sites? And what happens to the people who watch? Grave robbing for fun and profit. It all began with a simple post on 4chan's X-board, the one dedicated to the paranormal, the dark, and the bizarre. The thread started innocuously enough, with someone asking for advice on a disturbing hobby they were considering. At first, it seemed like another dark joke, but as the thread progressed, it became clear that the poster, a user named Skeptical Wanderer, wasn't joking. The post detailed a step-by-step guide on how to dig up graves, retrieve bones, and sell them on the black market. Skeptical Wanderer's tone was nonchalant, as though he was explaining something mundane. But the more he wrote, the more unsettling the details became. His instructions weren't just a list of actions. They were methodical, almost clinical, as if he had done this before. The idea of grave robbing wasn't new, of course. It's a topic that's appeared on various dark web corners and gothic subcultures. But what made this post different was the level of detail. The guide, step by step. Skeptical Wanderer began by explaining how to identify the right grave, one that was old, abandoned, and legally untouched. According to him, the trick was to avoid freshly dug graves, since those would be under strict surveillance. He recommended focusing on century-old tombs, ones that had been forgotten by most. Next, he went into the tools required. Basic digging equipment, a few bags to store the bones, and most importantly, a small shovel to avoid detection. The finer details, like the best time of day to do the deed and how to make sure no one could hear you, made the whole process sound routine. But it was the next part of the guide that turned stomachs. The details of the robbery. He described the act of digging up a body as a delicate process. It wasn't just about getting to the bones. It was about ensuring that nothing was damaged. No evidence of what had been done. Be gentle, he wrote. You're looking for bones, not valuables. The human body is fragile, but bones are strong. If you're after the skull, remove it first. It's the easiest to sell. The detailed descriptions of how to extract certain bones from the body sounded clinical, but the eerie lack of emotion in the writing made it all the more unsettling. He explained how to carefully clean the bones once they were removed, the best ways to preserve them for resale. The skull's the best one. Clean it well, and people will pay good money for a skull. But it's the bones that'll make you the most profit. Fingers, toes, ribs, any bone really. People want them for all sorts of reasons. Jewelry, medicine, spiritual practices. You just need to find the right buyer. The unsettling replies. What made the thread even more disturbing wasn't just the guide, it was the responses. Several other users chimed in asking for more details, offering suggestions and even sharing their own experiences with grave robbing. One user named Dark Artisan claimed to have been digging up graves for years, but only for artistic purposes. He would create intricate sculptures using human bones. Another user named Bone Collector 44 mentioned selling bones to private collectors, and even a few medicine men who apparently used human remains in ancient rituals. Some of these posts sounded like sick jokes, but others felt different. There was an authenticity to their words, as if they had truly been involved in this world. One particularly chilling response came from a user named Old Gravedigger, who warned others to be careful. Don't get too comfortable. The smell gets to you after a while, and sooner or later, you'll start thinking about who's missing from the graves. The FBI involvement. It wasn't long before the thread was flagged by 4chan's moderators, who promptly deleted it. But before it vanished, screenshots of the guide had already been spread across the internet. The chilling part? 1 month later, FBI agents arrived at a small town in Ohio after a tip-off that connected back to the exact methods described in the thread. Authorities found several unmarked graves on an old property, and among them, human bones that were disturbingly well preserved. The exact kind Skeptical Wanderer had detailed. But what sent shivers down the spine of those involved in the investigation was the absence of a clear suspect. No one could figure out who had been robbing these graves. A connection to real-life murders. The investigation into the graves led to an even darker discovery. Several of the bodies from the graves had been linked to unsolved disappearances that had occurred in the area years earlier. The bones weren't just from forgotten graves. They were from people who had been buried without their families knowing they were missing. The police had no evidence to tie it to the online post, but the investigators couldn't shake the feeling that the two were connected. The details of the guide on 4chan had seemed so real, so specific, that it felt as if someone had been following these exact instructions, down to the very last step. And the fact that the bone sales fit into the pattern of the unsolved disappearances only deepened the suspicion. Some believed that the posts weren't just from a lone grave robber, but possibly a network of individuals operating across the country. The final warning. As for the original post by Skeptical Wanderer, it vanished, as did most of the users involved. Some people think they were tracked down by authorities after the thread gained attention. Others believe they simply stopped posting, disappearing into the shadows where the internet couldn't reach them. But the most unsettling part of the entire event was the final comment that Skeptical Wanderer left. Before the post was deleted, he wrote, "It's all for profit, you see. People will pay for anything, even bones." And after that, He simply typed, "But remember, the bones never lie." The Brandon Swanson case and the 4chan connection. Brandon Swanson was a 19-year-old college student from Marshall, Minnesota, who vanished without a trace in May of 2008. His disappearance remains one of the most haunting unsolved cases in the area. The details surrounding his last known moments are chilling. He had been driving home late one night, and after calling his parents to let them know, he had run off the road and was stranded in a rural area. He mysteriously disappeared. The disappearance. On the night of May 14, 2008, Brandon was driving home from a friend's house. Somewhere along the way, he swerved off the road and got his car stuck in a ditch. He called his parents to let them know about the situation, and they tried to guide him home. They stayed on the phone as he walked through a dark, isolated stretch of road near a deserted highway. At some point during the conversation, Brandon's voice grew panicked. He claimed to be near a farm, but couldn't see anything familiar. His parents asked him to stay put while they called the police for help. But before they could, the call suddenly cut off. Brandon's phone signal was lost, and he never returned home. The search for Brandon began immediately, but despite an exhaustive effort, no trace of him was found. Not his body, not his car, not any sight of him, or even any sight that he had ever walked into the woods near where his parents thought he might be. It was as though he vanished into thin air. The strange 4chan connection. The case went cold for years, and though it had sparked a lot of discussion on local news and forums, it wasn't until 2011 that the case gained a chilling new layer of mystery. A post appeared on 4chan's X board, the paranormal section. It was a long thread discussing theories about Brandon's disappearance. But it wasn't just speculation. One user, whose identity was never revealed, seemed to know disturbing details about the case. Details that had never been made public. The poster, who went by the name Watcher92, wrote that they had come across a strange cryptic message while searching through old online threads. They claimed to have found coordinates hidden in a forum dedicated to missing persons cases. These coordinates, they said, led to a remote location near Brandon Swanson's last known call. The poster then claimed they had found an obscure encrypted audio file hidden deep within the web. The file, once decoded, allegedly contained Brandon's last words. According to Watcher92, Brandon's last words were not to his parents, but to someone else. Someone following him. The audio file was never made public, but the claim stirred up enough interest to set off a wave of digging and investigation, not just in the real world, but in the darkest corners of the internet. The disturbing clues left behind. What made this post even more terrifying was the way Watcher92 described the circumstances surrounding Brandon's disappearance. According to them, Brandon hadn't just wandered off the road. He had been lured into the woods by someone who had been watching him. They described the person as someone who had been tracking Brandon since he made the phone call to his parents. Someone who had been following him without leaving any trace. The post also claimed that the authorities had been covering something up. According to the mysterious poster, there were witnesses who had seen someone near Brandon's location at the time of his disappearance, but the police had never followed up on their testimonies. And the most chilling part of the post? They know where he is, but they're not telling us. The silence and the vanishing. As quickly as Watcher92 had appeared, they disappeared, leaving no further trace of their involvement in the case. The thread was eventually deleted, and all evidence of the post was wiped from 4chan's servers. However, people started to dig deeper into the mysterious coordinates, and a few claimed to have found a spot close to the area where Brandon had been last seen. But the most disturbing part of this entire story? Brandon's body was never found. No remains, no car, no clues. It's as if he's simply vanished. And those who followed the trail of Watcher 92 and their cryptic messages couldn't shake the feeling that someone knew more than they were letting on. Theories and unanswered questions. Over the years, a number of theories have been proposed, ranging from accidental death to a deliberate abduction. But the connection to 4chan? That remains the most unsettling part. Some believe that Watcher 92 may have been a sick prankster looking for attention, while others think they were involved in the case in some way, perhaps even someone with knowledge of a secret involved in the case that the public was never meant to know. What makes this case even more horrifying is that despite the public interest, no one ever found Brandon's remains. Not a trace of him ever resurfaced. And to this day, his disappearance is still classified as unsolved. The broken phone incident. A particularly eerie story was shared by a user who described receiving anonymous phone calls that lasted for hours. The strange part? Every time they picked up the phone, they heard a distorted voice repeating their name, sometimes in a calm, whispering tone, sometimes in a frantic, panicked scream. The user tried everything, changing their phone number, getting a new phone, blocking the calls. But no matter what they did, the calls would always come. The voice on the other end seemed to be getting more desperate with each passing day, pleading the user to stop investigating. Then came the moment that would haunt the user forever. One night the phone rang again. The voice on the other end simply said, "I see you." The user quickly hung up, but the phone immediately rang again. When they answered, there was no voice this time. Instead, they heard heavy breathing, as if someone was standing right behind them. Frightened, the user got up to check but found no one there. They returned to their phone, only to see it had been destroyed, completely shattered, even though they know they hadn't dropped it. The call ceased after that, but the user was never able to get rid of the feeling that someone had been watching them from the other side of the phone. The creepy neighbor. A user posted about an experience with a neighbor who at first seemed like a normal person. The neighbor would sometimes help with groceries or wave hello in passing, but over time, the user began to notice increasingly odd behavior. The neighbors started showing up at their door uninvited, offering strange gifts, old newspapers, broken trinkets, and homemade food. When the user politely declined, the neighbor began staring through the windows, always standing just far enough away that it was hard to make out their expression. But the real horror began when the user found a collection of photographs on their doorstep, pictures of themselves, taken from inside their own home while they slept. The photos had been taken from different angles, some even showing them through the window, standing right outside. One day the neighbor was seen digging in the yard with what looked like a shovel. But when the user confronted them, the neighbor simply said, "I'm just making sure you're safe." The user immediately called the police, but by the time they arrived, the neighbor had disappeared, leaving behind only an empty house. The user moved away shortly afterward, but to this day, they can't help but wondering if they were just the last victims in a long line of unsettling encounters. The Grim Reminder Thread. In a series of chilling posts on the B-board, a user recounted a strange experience after they woke up in a different place. They couldn't remember how they got there, only that they were lying on the floor of a strange, unfamiliar room. The room was plain with white walls and no windows, but the air felt cold, suffocating. As they tried to stand, they realized something was wrong. Their hands were bound by something tight and unbreakable, like thick ropes that didn't seem to exist in the physical world. They could feel them, but when they tried to touch them, their hands would pass through the ropes as if they were just an illusion. In the corner of the room, there was a single note pinned on the wall with what appeared to be a bloody knife. The note simply said, "You're still here, aren't you? You never left." When the user tried to call for help, their voice couldn't leave their throat. They couldn't even make a sound. As they continued to struggle, they felt as though they were becoming trapped, not just in the room, but in some sort of space between worlds. After several days of posting, the user stopped responding. Their account was never seen again, and the thread was eventually locked, leaving behind only their terrifying account of a place that defiled both time and space. The mannequin in the woods. A user posted about a strange experience while hiking in a remote part of the Pacific Northwest. After walking through a dense patch of woods, they stumbled upon what appeared to be a realistic mannequin standing by a tree. It looked human, but something about it felt wrong. It didn't have a face, and its limbs were stiff, but its posture suggested it was waiting for something. Curious, the user decided to get closer, but just as they did, they heard a soft rustling in the trees behind them. They turned around to see a man with no face, just skin stretched across a featureless head. Terrified, the user ran back the way they came, looking over their shoulder to see the mannequin moving slowly, following them at a distance. They ran for what felt like hours before finally making it to a clearing and looking back. There was nothing there. The next day, the user returned to the spot, but the mannequin and the faceless figure were gone, as if they never existed. The Unstoppable Stalker. A chilling post appeared on B one night, in which a user described being followed for weeks by a man that they had never met. At first, the user dismissed it as paranoia, just someone who happened to be in the same place at the same time. But after a while, the coincidences started to feel too frequent to ignore. They would notice this man at random times and places, waiting at the bus stop, walking down the street, sitting at the same coffee shop. When the user tried to confront him, the man would either ignore them or smile, a cold, unsettling smile that sent a shiver down their spine. Things escalated when the user received a letter, written in their own handwriting, but without any memory of writing it. The letter contained personal details about their life that only someone who had been following them would know. They reported it to the police, but by the time authorities investigated, the stalker had vanished. The last post on 4chan described the user being at home, hearing a knock on the door, only to find no one there, but a single rose left on the doorstep, with a note that said, "I'll be back tomorrow." I was driving home when I realized a truck had been following behind me for miles. Just to be precautious, I made an abrupt last-second U-turn. He did too. It was there that I realized he was following me. While on the phone with 911, I made sharp turns and ran red lights to try and lose him. He wouldn't stop, literally almost hitting my car a couple of times as he sped up trying to catch up. The 911 operator instructed me to go to a local grocery store and wait for the police. I parked right in front of the store's entrance, where there were surveillance cameras, and waited. He decided to park his car at a distance and waited for me to get out of my car. All of a sudden, I heard a hard knock at my window. I freaked out, and it turned out to be the grocery store manager, letting me know 911 just notified him of the situation. He asked if I wanted to go inside the store, and he would protect me until the cops arrived. I honestly feared the worst and told him no. I was shaking, but I thought this maniac might have a gun. He could shoot me and everyone in there. Cops arrived and luckily cornered him in the back of the parking structure. I was shaking as they came to my car, my hand gripping the wheel very tightly. They arrested him soon after for a third DUI, and the police filed a report. I didn't know who he was. Apparently, he lived a couple of miles away from me. Unfortunately, 2 months later, I received a letter to notify me that I may be subpoenaed. I called the DMV who issued the letter, and they notify me that not only is he free again, but that my information, including my address, were on the police report that was provided to him and his attorney. Thanks, LAPD. I now live in fear that he may come any day and hurt me. I've never posted this subreddit before, but after working with authorities, I feel safe enough to share my story. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female, and I started an OnlyFans account over the summer to support myself through school, and things were great until I posted my Amazon wish list. Amazon doesn't release your address to people who gift you items, but third-party sellers can, and that's where I went wrong. By the way, not trying to promote it here, this is a very frightening story and I feel like it should be shared. In late July, I got a puppy. One night at around 2 a.m., I took him outside to go to the bathroom. While he was doing his business, I noticed a car parked outside my family home. I saw a figure in the car and could tell that they were looking at me, but I couldn't make out their face because it was pitch black outside. Feeling a bit uneasy, I picked up my puppy to take him back inside, and when I started to move, the car parked in my driveway. I sprinted back inside and locked the door, but they never approached my house. The next morning, I went to check the mail. There was an envelope addressed to my OnlyFans name with $20 in it, but no note. I was currently still at home with my parents who had no idea about my OnlyFans account, so I didn't mention it to them. A week later, I moved back to my college town to get ready to start school. At this time, I had stopped posting for the time being until I could figure out how they got my address. I've watched enough crime shows to know there's a possibility I could be in danger. I live in a duplex with a gated parking lot for reference. One morning, I was planning on vlogging my trip to Target because I was planning on starting a YouTube channel in the near future since my OF felt unsafe. When I got to my car, it had been ransacked and my vlogging camera was missing. I know, it's my fault for leaving it in my car, but I was using it the night before, and since I lived in a gated area, I didn't think it would be unsafe. It wasn't in plain sight either. I had hidden it in my glove box. I used that camera to film my content, and the SD card was in there, and it had all of my unreleased photos and videos. I know they stole it just for the SD card. Anyways, this is where the story gets weird. There are cameras outside in the parking lot, so we were able to watch this person break into my car and find the camera, and they didn't touch any of the other 7 cars on the lot. They knew which car was mine, which suggests that they had been watching me for a bit. After they got the camera, they walked around the duplex until stopping near my window. My bedroom faces an outside street, and my blinds are broken, so it's very easy to see in. I have a curtain, but it doesn't cover my window all the way. This person watched me sleep for an hour or so. I have no idea why they didn't try to break in, but thank God they didn't. This person then sold the camera to a pawn shop, and since I knew the serial number, the police were able to find it. However, my SD card was missing. I believe the police are still trying to track him down, but I have broken my lease and moved to a new place, so hopefully that'll keep me safe. Hey, guy who terrorized me at my phone and apartment and stole my camera. Let's not meet again. I'm in my 20s now, and unfortunately for me, I've had a ton of creepy encounters. Possibly the worst is this guy from high school who developed a crush on me. I'll call him Mark and use different names for other people. Tons of people in my town know this story, and I'm going to try to avoid giving away a lot of hints because honestly, he still creeps me out, and the whole situation still makes me uneasy. Mark was the same age as me, and had been held back a year, so I met him when I was a sophomore and he was a freshman. I wanted to start out by saying that Mark wasn't a bad-looking guy. He wasn't even socially awkward, and was a talented singer and musician. Despite him not having your typical something's off vibe, something was definitely off. I was pretty popular, and had some anger issues back in the day, so I brushed Mark off without even a thought about him. That everyone was uneasy around him. This included teachers and parents of other students. I had to deal with Mark because we both took theater. For sake of length, I'll skip the endless strange things he did and focus on what really put me off. He started telling everyone, myself included, that he had a crush on me barely a day after knowing me. He used to try to hang out with my friends and I constantly. He started doing weird things like asking people where I was when I was absent, or not at rehearsal because my role didn't require it. If you're in a show, you can go to all the rehearsals even if you're not rehearsing on stage that day, and he started going to every rehearsal. He would just stare at me, and soon he got to the point of staying after much longer than required. Perhaps that would have been less strange if, when he turned 16, he had a truck. He didn't turn it in a parking lot facing the theater exit and wait for me to come out. Always offering rides. By my junior year, the amount of times he would approach me and other people about how great I was getting less annoying and more disturbing. Being as I had a reputation of being tough, I basically just cursed him out and became exceptionally rude, which really only made him try more. Something to note about me is I'm a very picky eater, and people who have known me for years can't keep up with what I do eat and what I hate. But Mark started buying me food and giving it to me, and it would always be these particular things that there was no way he should have known, unless he just watched me constantly. He started trying to give me money too, and I always told him to get away from me and would threaten him in one way or the other. I noticed at rehearsals that money ended up in my backpack, the same amount that he always was trying to give me, so obviously it was him. Winter started to roll around and I was just creeped out. Everyone basically said he was the creepiest dude ever, and how I hadn't been completely freaking out before now was beyond them. I was very close with 3 guys. 2 were brothers, Jason and Mike, and my best friend Toby. Jason and Mike went to church twice a week and announced to myself and some mutual friends that Mark had been kicked out of the youth group for inappropriate advances on girls there, apparently of all ages. It was around this time Mark just started following me, sitting across from me in rooms, at lunch, in the theater. Being rude hadn't worked. Being neutral hadn't worked. So I was just acting like he didn't exist at this point. It was hard considering he had started following us to dinner after shows and sitting at other tables next to us in restaurants. Here's where it gets bad, and I didn't even realize this was as potentially bad as it could have been until I was an adult. After rehearsal, Jason and Mike headed home in Jason's car, and I got in Toby's car. They all lived in the same community, and there was a park and a lake there, and we decided to go walk around. Apparently, Mark decided following us wasn't out of the question, and as we got to the parking lot, he did too. Night security told him flat out they knew he didn't live there and to leave, knowing me because I was friends with many people who lived there. Only later did Mark tell us that the night security asked him to leave, and he said he was with us. Jason, Mike, Toby, and I just walked around throwing rocks into the lake and talking, and Mark followed us. Being that it was cold, he literally took it upon himself to try to put his coat on me, and he insisted as I refused, and finally I just gave in. Mistake. Jason and Mike got into Jason's car because they were over Mark being creepy and said we needed to get out of there. Mark tried to leave his coat with me, but I didn't want anything to do with anything of his. Toby insisted he take the jacket back and tell him to get lost, as everyone knew we were best friends and he was over 6'4". I said I could take care of it. Second mistake. I took it off and handed it to him through the window of his truck, and he said dead serious, "I'm gonna put this in my shrine to you." I remember I huffed angrily, but didn't say anything, and as I went back to walk to my friends, his eyes went dead, and he says so blankly, "You know, you're the type of girl that makes guys like me bring guns to school." That was it for me. I excused myself as nicely as I could without being too nice, and got into Toby's car. He could tell something happened and asked what. When I repeated what I had been told, he instantly waves Jason back to his car, who had gotten out to come ask why we weren't following them to his house. Once Jason was back in his car, Toby called him and told him what happened, and said not to go anywhere until Mark left. After about 5 minutes, he did. We all went to Jason's house, and the three of them, including Jason and Mike's parents, said this had gone on long enough, and that was a threat and that I needed to tell someone. But I refused, saying he was just trying to scare me. Luckily for me, Jason and Mike's mom knew my mom very well, and after Toby and I left, so he could drive me home, she called my mom and told her what happened. Toby decided to spill the beans the second he saw my parents, saying if I wouldn't tell them, he would. My mother just heard the same story of this dude mentioning bringing a gun to school over me from 2 different people. She called her friend who was a cop, and she went to the school the next day. What exactly happened to Mark, I don't know. All my mother, our cop friend, and the administration at our school did say was that it was taken care of, and that he was no longer allowed to be within 100 feet of me. After this, my senior year was filled with him staring at me, but never coming up to me. But throughout this year, an entire year after his comment to me, people I barely knew would approach me saying Mark said weird stuff like wanting to marry me, and even creepier that he had a shrine to me. I like to believe that there was never a shrine, and he was just being weird, but everyone in my life swears that they believe this shrine existed. I hate to think what would have happened had I not been with Toby, Jason, and Mike. If Jason and Mike's mom didn't tell my mom, and Toby also didn't tell her. I was originally mad that they were going to adults about it, but now I realize that there is a chance that comment was more of a threat. Every now and then, I wonder what would have happened if no one told. If I hadn't obviously looked scared and Toby picked up on it. Could this guy have shot up our school? Killed me, my friends, and innocent people? I like to think that it was just a bunch of talk from a weird guy. But so often, people do end up acting on their insane ramblings. Toby and I are still best friends, and I can never stop thanking him for involving Jason and Mike's parents, as well as my parents. This happened like 6 or 7 years ago now. Feel free to ask any questions. Your questions might help me jog my memory and I'll answer more details. I played soccer for 1 year in community college after high school. I knew this guy because he worked for the athletics department. He was another student. Tuesdays and Thursdays I had a 1-hour gap between classes. This guy noticed me in the library, asked what I was doing there. I told him I had an hour-long gap, and he started coming regularly to hang out. I didn't mind because he seemed like a normal guy. He wasn't waiting for anything, but he just wanted to hang out. He brought me little gifts a few times, like chocolate and stuff. He was being a little too sweet for someone I barely knew. I didn't think about red flags. With the gifts, I remember he always downplayed it. He'd be like, "They had extra Kit Kat bars today in the office. Do you want some?" He never said that he purposely bought Kit Kat for me. I know a lot more about boys now than I knew back then. I think he knew that buying me gifts would be too much, but he still wanted to do it without doing it. The soccer season for us ended before Thanksgiving. The only teams that kept playing after that were going to the playoffs, not us. After Thanksgiving, we had finals. In the brief period after the soccer season and before Thanksgiving, he asked me about my classes for second semester. To be honest, I hadn't been super organized with course registration, and I honestly didn't know. Also, the other counselors were completely clueless. I didn't tell him that, but I remember saying I didn't have another gap hour like this because it wasted so much time. I don't think he was happy to hear that. He also asked if I would play another season, and I said no to that. I needed to manage my time better, and playing soccer every day was not helping. I think my mistake was that I just said too much and unfiltered. I used to do that a lot back then, saying too much without thinking about how it can affect other people's feelings. That was on the last Thursday before Thanksgiving, so no more hour gaps to hang out anymore. We had Thanksgiving break. We took finals, and we had winter break. Everything was great. Winter break was when the real problems started. In the mornings, this guy literally showed up outside my house while sitting in his car. The first time, I didn't believe it was actually him. The second time, I checked and it was. By then, it was really clear that we both knew what was going on. He was stalking me. And that wasn't all. I posted on my Instagram stories sometimes about places that I was. This guy literally showed up there several times, like girly stores at the mall where he had zero business being. He did lots of things like that. He also started pointing his phone at me like he was taking pictures. That was even weirder. I basically stopped using social media over this. After winter break, this continued. When my parents were at work, this guy came during the afternoon too. I called the cops a few times. They went and tried to talk to him. He basically told them that he wasn't going to talk, and that was it. I think the cops wanted to help, but they could never do anything about it because he was careful to not break the law. Like, he didn't trespass. He didn't make threats. He didn't show weapons, etc. I have no idea what he's doing now. My guess is that he gave up. Maybe his little obsession kind of became old, and he found other things to pay more attention to. At least, I hope so. But if he still comes by, I have no idea. I think the most challenging thing is that I couldn't tell my parents, since I knew that they would completely freak out. Six years ago, I was a new mom, learning to balance my job, family, and health. My social life primarily existed on the internet at this time, and Facebook and Instagram were the main ways I kept in contact with others. I received a friend request from Steven, an old friend from high school. I accepted, and everything was normal for a while. After a couple of months, Steven sent a DM asking how I was. The conversation was fine, but it didn't take too long for me to realize that this wasn't the Steven I knew. They had the same first and common last name. His profile picture was not a picture of himself, so I never realized this was a different person. Either way, we had several mutual friends and he didn't do anything especially creepy, so I left him on my friends list. He would occasionally message and chat, and he seemed like someone that was a bit socially awkward but harmless. I would respond, but kept the conversations brief. One day I got a text from him, which surprised me because I never gave him my number. I asked how he got my number and he said from my website, which was fair. I'm an artist and had email and phone contact info on my art site. He began texting several times a day, and I would give short responses followed with something like, "At work, talk to you later," or "Dinner with the fam, have a good evening." He started talking about his new boyfriend, saying that he was one of the gay conservatives and things were going well. I told him I'm glad that he has a partner that aligns with him and wished him well. He then began talking about a lot of conservative politics and was aggressive about it, and I told him I was liberal, so it was probably best that we didn't have those conversations. His messages began turning sexual, where he would ask if I wanted to hear about the sex parties that him and his boyfriend threw. I told him no. I didn't really know him and it was inappropriate. One day, I was busy with work and returned to my phone to see dozens of messages from him, angry that I wasn't responding, and he went on and on sharing very graphic sexual stories. I responded and told him I had been polite to him because he seemed like he didn't have many friends, but this was too much and I was blocking him. I told him that I didn't believe that he was gay, and he was just saying it in an attempt to make me think that he's harmless. I proceeded to block him on social media, and I blocked his phone number. A couple of days later, I started getting lots of friend requests from accounts that I didn't have mutual friends with, and no friends. I knew they were probably fake pages that he was creating. I would block them and move on. Then I began getting phone calls and texts from fake phone numbers. Same thing, I would block them and move on. I messaged our mutuals to ask what they knew about him, and none of them knew him. He had just requested them and they accepted. He began sending friend requests to my friends, family, and other women in my dance troupe. I let everyone know that they needed to block him. For months, not a day passed that I didn't get a weird phone call or friend request or DM. It would range from a normal "how are you" to vague threats of "I could make you talk to me if I really wanted to." He lived several hours away, so I wasn't particularly concerned. Things got quieter until one evening my notifications started going off like crazy, and my phone was ringing with unknown numbers. It was on my art page. Probably 15 different accounts had posted porn on my page, or things like "OP is a whore" or "OP is a thief." I knew it was him because he also accidentally posted from his real account. I didn't realize that I never blocked him from that page. He also sent a message to my art page, saying sorry for that, and that he missed his friend, and he was just trying to get my attention. I didn't respond, blocked him and called the police. Since stalking and harassment laws are awful, they didn't do anything. Later that night, I woke up around 2 a.m., for no reason other than that I was having trouble sleeping. I was up for a while playing on my phone when I started hearing a strange sound coming from the living room. It was back and forth between quiet cracking and scratching. At the time, we lived in a large ranch house, and the living room was at the other end of a long hall. I got up, thinking that my cats were into something or maybe after a mouse. I flipped on the living room light and the sound stopped. I scanned around looking for my cats when I noticed an open window. Our windows are large from floor to ceiling, and opened by pulling them down from the top. The top of the window still had pry marks and the lock was broken. Thankfully, this house was old and the windows did not open easily, and we had only been able to open it about 8 inches. I woke my husband up, got my son out of his room, and called the police. I knew it was Steven. It was too big of a coincidence that he blew up that day, and then someone tries to break into my house in the middle of the night. We couldn't prove it was him. There was no evidence other than what had happened that day that pointed to him. The police spoke to him, and I believe that it scared him enough to leave me alone. I was obviously horrified at the time, and I began looking up anything I could about him. I wound up finding his YouTube channel, which solidified my fears even more. He posted Rush Limbaugh-style rants when he would get angrier and angrier until he was red-faced and nearly spitting. He frequently talked about violence and would show off his gun collection. This led me to finding his real last name. I googled his name and found that he had been arrested 2 years prior for holding a woman against her will in a hotel and attempting to assault her. Thankfully, she was able to escape with only a bloody lip. We moved not long after. I wanted neighbors and off the farm. I removed my phone number from my site and I locked down all of my social media. I still sleep with a baby monitor in my son's room because I'm so scared of someone coming in at night. His YouTube channel was shut down after a bit, and I haven't heard from him since. So, Steven, I hope you wound up in jail, and let's not meet. One night, I, an 18-year-old male, was at the gym around 10 p.m. because I worked all day and my gym stays open all night. I was casually working out as I always have. Out of nowhere, this very short Hispanic guy comes out of nowhere and asks me what I'm doing later. Thinking this is very odd, I decided to ignore him and act like I couldn't hear him because of my headphones. He kept asking me, but eventually left. When I finished my workout, I went into the locker room to get my keys and check myself out in the mirror. As I entered the locker room, the guy was sitting on the bench staring at me, like watching my every move. So I skipped looking myself in the mirror and grabbed my keys to go out to the bathroom real quick. I can see that he starts to follow me as I head to the urinal, so I quickly resort to a stall. When I left the stall, he is still staring from the urinal. I ignore him and start leaving the gym, but he still follows me. Once again, he asks me what I'm doing tonight and what my name is, but this time I couldn't pretend to not hear him, so I just said, "Sorry man, I'm not interested," and quickly got to my car and drove away. A week later, I had work again this day, so I was at the gym around 10 p.m. and everything was normal. I was working out. I saw some friends and then I see the same guy from a week ago staring at me, whilst laying against an empty wall. I try to ignore him, but every machine or workout I do, he starts to follow me. I stayed by some friends so that he would hopefully not come near me. When those friends left, so did he, so I thought I was safe. I get my stuff together and head out around 11:30. At this point, my phone had died. I was a little worried, but then I started to freak out because when I approached my car, there was a rose in my truck's handle on the driver's side. I actually started to run and went back in to get assistance from someone working because I didn't feel like dying that day. After removing it, I sped home as fast as I could. A few days later, I had a normal workout. Didn't see him till I went to my truck. He was parked right next to me, standing in front of his car. When I got in, I could see him watching me the whole time. Now, every time I go late at night, he's waiting for me and asking me weird questions. I talked to the workers about this, and they said that he's not from here and is just trying to be nice. But I can't help but wonder, why doesn't he get the hint when I tell him no all the time? I wake up hours early in the morning to go to the gym now, but when I go late, he's still there watching me every time. What should I do? Another time there was a rose on my windshield and a phone wire wrapped around my handle. I posted a picture. Then, more recently, he added me on Snapchat. I don't know how he knows my name or how he knew what car was mine in the first place. But regardless, it's really freaky. For some context, I'm a 32-year-old female. This happened to me when I was about 25 or 26. I work full-time as a researcher at a university, which is where these encounters took place. I'm not a professor or anything, and because of my age at the time, I could have easily been mistaken for just another student wandering around campus. On some days when the weather was nice, I would prefer to spend my lunch hour strolling around the university grounds outside, or sitting underneath a shady tree on a bench, enjoying the time I was not sitting in a cramped corner of a lab. On one of these days, I was sitting on a bench enjoying the fresh air, and a male student walking by asked if he could sit next to me. I'm a pretty shy and awkward kind of person, so even though I really would have preferred sitting alone, I said sure. He initiated simple conversation, to which I obliged, but being careful not to be too forthcoming. He mentioned he had seen which departmental building I had came and went from, which slightly alarmed me, given I had never seen this person before in my life. but I pushed the thought from my mind. After all, the weather had been decent lately, and I had spent nearly all of my lunch hours for the past week outside. He asked if I was studying within the mentioned department, to which I told him that I was not a student, but I rather worked there. He told me that he was an engineering student, and then followed up, asking me out to coffee sometime. I apologized and told him that I had a boyfriend and would have to decline. We parted ways after that, and I assumed I probably wouldn't see him around again. About a week or two went by, and I was spending another lunch hour outside on campus, sitting on a different bench somewhere else. Seemingly out of nowhere, the same man from before asked if he could sit next to me again. Admittedly, I don't remember what he started talking to me about at first. My mind was reeling, and I was rather uncomfortable having to potentially turn this guy down a second time. Sure enough, he asked me again if we could go out for coffee sometime. I apologized and reminded him that I had a boyfriend and would not be meeting him for coffee. And again, he left after that. I was feeling rather anxious now, but it still hadn't reached a level where I felt that I had to be concerned. A few days later, I had finished work and was leaving the building to walk to where I had parked my car. The university charges a fortune for parking passes, even if you're employed by them. So I had always opted for free street parking about a 10-minute walk away from the campus. My walking route would take me down several quiet residential streets with minimal car traffic. Even pedestrian traffic was super sparse on the busiest of days. It wasn't until I was about halfway to my car, down one of these quiet back streets, that I noticed someone walking directly across the street from me, but keeping a few paces behind. I noticed him from my peripheral vision and didn't want to flat turn around to stare at him. It wasn't uncommon to see someone else by any means. I was just always trying to be aware of my surroundings when walking the streets alone. I had to make a few turns coming up anyways, and the chance that they would be going the same way as me was pretty slim. But he did. He made all the turns I did, still walking on the sidewalk across from me, a few steps behind. I still did not want to look at whoever this was. I didn't want him to know that I was aware of what I thought he was doing. I quickened my pace to a speedy walk. I was approaching the first of two busier streets before I would reach my car. His pace quickened to keep up with me. That was the moment I panicked. The moment I was sure that he was indeed following me. After that, I started a full-out jog to cross the first of the busier streets. He ran to keep up behind me, and was now on the same side of the street that I was. I was now nearly at my car. I had to cross the last busy street and get about 100 meters and I would be there. But it was crossing the street that worried me. I often had to stop and wait a good minute or so before it was clear enough to do so. If this were the case, he would catch up with me. But as if the stars aligned, as soon as I made it running to the busy street, I had a gap to cross. I booked it as fast as I could, finally turning around once I had made it, to look and yell at the man who had been pursuing me. It was him. I could have suspected, but now it was confirmed. It was the engineering student whom I had turned down for coffee. "Stop following me," I yelled at him from across the busy street. "Can I just talk to you?" he yelled back. I didn't even answer him. I mean, the answer should have been obvious from the start, and I was certainly never going to have my time to someone who had just followed and then chased me for about a kilometer. I kept moving quickly to my car, so determined to get the heck out of there that I didn't even care if he saw which car was mine. He had given up following me and never tried to cross the road too, to my relief. I got home and broke down. I mean, worse things had happened to other people, no doubt, and I was not harmed, fortunately. But I was shook. I had some anxieties walking to and from work after that. It wasn't long before a coworker and I would walk most of the distance back to our cars together after work. I even changed where I started parking for a time. A few weeks had passed since the incident, and I had not seen him around campus at all. I had started spending my lunches in the lab instead of outside, but occasionally I would go to the student center to buy lunch instead. This one particular day, the food court in the student center was packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. I was standing in line at a burger stall, and I heard a guy try and get someone's attention through the crowd. I look up and it's him again, waving to me and trying to make his way through the people. I panicked, and even though I'm terribly shy, I started a scene and yelled to him to leave me the heck alone. His face dropped instantly as people stared at us, and he slinked back into the sea of students. My heart was pounding, and I was shaking. I don't even remember if I ended up getting food after that. I went back to work, and from then on was even more focused on my surroundings than I ever was before. It's been 5 or 6 years since then now, and I still work at the university. I am so relieved to say that I never saw him again after the food court, and haven't had any other harrowing accounts on campus. I am still diligent about being aware of my surroundings, especially when I have to walk to and from campus alone. I never asked the guy his name, so I couldn't even report an incident to campus police or anything. All in all, I'm just glad that I never saw him again, and I can only hope that he never did this to any other girl before or after me. Meet Jane. I don't know much about Jane except that she's from a small town, and she moved here with her friends and boyfriend for university. When I first met Jane at the pub, I thought she hated my guts. She always gave me nasty looks, and when my friends tried to approach her friends, she'd be rude to me. Jane is pretty. Like, very, very pretty. Like every guy in town has a thing for her. But Jane's boyfriend is insane to say the least. They're regulars at the pub, and I've seen them break up around 3 to 4 times. And the waiter working at the pub, a guy in my friend group, says he's noticed them break up a dozen more, but they always come back together. A couple of months back, I had just finished with the gym, and I had just showered when my mom called and asked about this pub and how's the food there. I told her the food's to die for, and she said that she and my stepdad were on their way there. I told them that I would meet them too, because I was dying for some hot wings and a burger. We sat down, and me and my dad just start drinking beer after beer, and in no time, I had downed around 5 half-liter pints of beer. I was getting a little bit tipsy, but I kept pushing through. My dear friend, let's call her Tina, called and asked if I was down for a drink. I told her to come to the pub as I was already there. She's gonna meet my folks, and they planned on leaving soon, so she and I could continue. That's how it happened. My parents left, and Tina and I continued drinking on our own. The pub was closing, so Tina decided to go to the bathroom, and I walked with her inside to see if I could get another pint. We stumble upon Jane. Jane starts talking to Tina, and they realize they know each other. We all sat down to comfort her as she was a crying mess. Her boyfriend and she were done for good, and she revealed that he used to really abuse her, mentally and physically. I felt bad for her, so when she rested on my shoulder, I just let her. The next night, I get a DM from her, and she's apologizing about the trauma dumping. I tell her it's no biggie as we all need to vent sometimes. Albeit, I do that to my therapist, not strangers, but whatever. The therapist is a stranger I pay, I guess. We continue chatting, and she constantly goes between I can't text you, and then texting me again. Don't text me, and text me first when I don't. Keep in mind, this is like 2 days since that interaction. One drunken night, she texted me to meet her. It was around 2 a.m., and I had my little cousin come over. That whole night we watched movies and had just fallen asleep, so I declined her offer. Also, I feel it a bit weird for me to hang out with her completely sober while she can barely see. I don't know, just weird to me. The next day she sobered up, and I agreed to meet her for a hangout. We hung out for a while and she was fun to hang out with. I did like her and worry about her and her ex. Soon enough, her leech of an ex left town, as he was never really interested in uni, just being close to her. On one of our dates, she revealed to me that she realized that she had feelings for me, and that's when she broke up with her ex, resulting in him physically attacking her. One day we had a date at her place, a little study date. After we finished studying, we relaxed on the couch and ended up making out. I went home and we continued talking about it, even exchanging photos, and then we hooked up. Now, I'm a person who likes alone time, so sometimes I just want to chill at my house and not really be with anyone, and she did not like this idea. She started spamming me with calls, saying how she could come over and we can chill. She'll be silent and I'd be alone. In my opinion, this kind of defeats the idea of being alone, as I'm not really alone in that situation. She threatened me that if I didn't pick up the phone that she would never talk to me again. This is where I snapped and told her that her lukewarm, at best manipulation tactics would not work on me and to not contact me again. She flipped out and came to my part of town, hanging out and waiting for me to come out. I told her, I begged her 1,000,000 times to not come to my house, but she simply said, "Nah, I'll pass," and came anyway. I literally felt so disrespected because all of a sudden I hold no value in life. When she texted me, "Come out, I'm here," I texted her, "Nah, I'll pass," and stayed home. Now she's following me everywhere I go. It's been months, and I'm dating the girl of my dreams, but that's not stopped her from being in my shadow. She learned my routine, when I go to the gym, when I'm at practice, etc., and she never fails to show up or drive past where I'm at. My stepbrother reviewed the security footage from our house, and we counted her car driving past my house at least 14 times in a day. I still get texts from her on the daily, even though she's blocked. She gets wasted and spams me with messages on WhatsApp, and then she deletes them. My girlfriend is absolutely livid with this chick, and said that she would not leave me the heck alone. I don't fear for my life, but I have warned my friends that if I die, it would not be an accident or a self-unaliving. She's in my shadow. I constantly have to check my 6 to see if she's behind me. This next post is actually an update to our last post. So a lot of stuff happened 2 days ago, and I couldn't update right away as I really needed to shut off as I had a huge exam today. But now, I can finally let myself process it without it causing any distractions. We met again, at my house. 2 days ago, I went to the pub with my friend Stan. He's a new friend of mine as he's a close friend of one of my best friends. My neighbor best friend Jake was in Durban to visit an aunt. And me and Stan went to the pub as his friend and my other best friend Liam was having the closing shift at the pub. So we went and visited him and had a few drinks. She was there, and everyone was giving me these weird stares like I had murdered their whole family. Finally, the shift manager whom I'm close with came to me, and she laughingly told me that Jane got extremely drunk and talked about a man the whole night at the pub while sobbing. She then showed them a picture of me, and according to some other waiters, she was throwing an entire tantrum because she loved me, and she left her boyfriend because of me. Regardless, I brushed it off, and had to fight off the player accusation, because I'm not one. Anyway, Liam finished his shift. We got into my car and we drove to my house where my girlfriend had already arrived. My mom and her were in the kitchen making dinner, and my stepbrother, younger brother, and stepdad were in the living room just talking, so I joined them with my friends. At one point, I was in the kitchen with my mom, girlfriend, and stepbrother, and my mom asked who made the kitchen into a mess this morning, and my stepbrother said someone else, referring to me and my younger brother. We burst out laughing, so I didn't hear the doorbell. My stepdad did, and he went to open the door. Jane was at the door. She had let herself in and she was standing in the living room yelling after me. We came out of the kitchen and we were just staring at each other. She begged me to talk to her, and I had just stared at her and told her that we already covered everything, but she continued begging me. My girlfriend pulled me aside and told me to just talk with her. Maybe it'll give her closure and she'll finally leave me alone. I took her to my backyard. She started apologizing for hurting me. She said I'm sorry like 15 times. I told her that she has nothing to apologize for, and that I sadly cannot forgive manipulations that easy, and that she should give up. She started blaming the alcohol on it, and how she was drunk that night. And I told her that she's been drunk every day for 9 months now since she's arrived in this town, and she only knows me for 6 of those 9 months. She tells me how she used to drink herself crazy back then because of me too. Here's where I snapped, and I told her, I just caught her in another one of her lies, and she smirked, gave me this creepy look and said, I love lying to you. The look she gave me sent shivers down my spine. My yard was dark, and her eyes just seemed demonic for a moment. She was continually getting closer to me, and I froze. I couldn't step back. Not that she'd hurt me as if I'm 6'2" with 250 pounds, but a knife would do some damage. But Jane had another idea. She launched herself at me, locking her lips with mine. I pushed her off, yelling for her to stop, yelling no, no, no. I walked inside. I was mad. My girlfriend looked like she was about to beat her up. I looked at my stepdad and begged him to drive her home. They got her out of my house as she was kicking and screaming. But then she refused my stepdad's car ride and decided to walk. In the middle of the night, and whoever lives in South Africa knows how stupid that idea is. Anyway, she got home safe, as I woke up to texts from her on WhatsApp that she had deleted, from a phone number she had me blocked from. So I pray that she's actually done with me this time, because this is just too much to handle. I worked as a flight attendant for a few years when I decided to take an extended sabbatical from college. There were a handful of let's not meet situations that I encountered, but one in particular still makes my skin crawl more than any other. I was born and raised in Texas, but I had moved to New York when I was 21. So when I found out at the beginning of a week-long trip that I'd have a couple of overnights in Austin, I was super excited to go to my home state for a few days. My brother lived just north of the city, and we planned to hang out and go to dinner the night we arrived when he got off of work. And the following days, we were going to meet up with our dad who lived about an hour away. So I get to the hotel downtown. The crew and I check in, and then we each head off to our respective rooms. Short elevator ride and I get to mine, where not even 5 minutes later there's a loud hard knock on the door. It was only around 1 or 2 p.m., and I hadn't called either my dad or brother to let them know that I was in town yet, so they would not know what room. I assumed it was maybe one of my crewmates, so I headed to that door. Before even making it to the door, however, a loud male voice on the other side boomed. The front desk sent me about the bathroom problem you called in. Before trying to open the door, unlock the door and open up, miss. I need in now. I froze in my tracks. I hadn't even been in the bathroom yet, let alone called anything to the front desk. I'm a petite chick, and while I don't take anything from anyone despite my size, I still err on the side of caution. Slowly inching toward the door to look out the peephole, all I could tell was that the man on the other side was at least 6 foot tall, and easily over double my weight. No way in heck was I going to unlock the door. I responded to the guy, telling him that he must have had the wrong room. He continued pounding on the door while constantly turning the handle, telling me no, he needed in and was getting in the room one way or another. I panicked, but thankfully had the sense to grab the phone and call the front desk. The concierge confirmed that they had neither sent anyone up to the room, nor had they received a call about the bathroom. The entire time, this guy was still determined to get into my room, pounding and yelling. Luckily for me, the front desk had dispatched security to my floor. When the security officers step off the elevator a few seconds later, I can hear them in the hall approach and ask the guy who he was, what he was doing, and telling him that he needed to leave the hotel. He immediately gets hostile and aggressive towards them, and the front desk clerk I'm still on the phone with tells me that police have been called and are on their way. In the meantime, I'm trapped in my room, scared to death. Long story short, the cops show up pretty quickly and manage to arrest the guy for trespassing and criminal menacing or something like that. I later found out that the guy was also wanted in connection to a string of break-ins and violent assaults in Austin. He had seen and stalked me from the minute that I entered the hotel lobby. Apparently, I was exactly his type of victim. Nothing else happened after that. But it still rattled the crap out of me for the rest of my stay in that hotel. Back in 2018, I was 17 around that time, living in foster care. The group home was situated on a busy street. Despite living in the city, we had a backyard, basketball court, picnic table, and at the very back some grass. The whole backyard was surrounded by 2-meter-tall chain-link fences. There were houses to the right and left of ours. At the very back of the yard, on the other side of the fence, there was a public walking and biking path that stretched at least a dozen kilometers. This path would take you through this huge park along the water, to the beach, etc. It's a very popular area for people to visit. I was a regular cannabis smoker, although I was always very well put together for a teenager. The group home workers agreed to turn a blind eye on me as long as I didn't make it obvious. So on weekend mornings, I'd go for a walk to the park behind the house. I'd roll up on a park bench and smoke. One day, everything changed. It was a weekend morning as usual at 7 a.m. I made my way to my favorite park bench. I'm sitting there with my joint in my hands. It was quite windy and it kept lighting out. Facing the water, about 100 meters of field between the waterfront and I notice a man stomping through the field heading straight for me. He hadn't seemed like he was on a leisurely walk at all. I remember thinking to myself, 1, why is he not using the paved path? 2, why does it seem like he's walking straight towards me? 3, what is he holding? And 4, is anybody else around? Panic ensued. He was holding something chunky in one of his hands. I looked around for someone. Noticed an elderly woman walking from the direction of the group home. She was about 20 meters away from me. I sped walk towards the woman. By the time I got to her, the man had made it to the bench I was sitting on. The woman kept walking towards the bench, and I in the opposite direction. For a moment, I looked back to make sure the man wasn't following me, or worse. I see the man lay his brick down on a pile of rocks behind the bench. The woman stopped walking. I'm guessing she had processed something peculiar. Thankfully, the man kept moving straight towards the boulevard, and not to be seen in the park. The woman then turns around, and she looks at me with this shocked stare in her eyes. I remember feeling reassured. We both continued on with our days without saying a single word. That same day, at around 9 p.m., people aren't allowed to smoke within 10 meters of an entry to an establishment, and there was only one light in the backyard. It was above the entry to the establishment. So this girl in my group home goes out for a smoke in the backyard. No lights. Like 3 minutes later, she's banging on the door yelling. I let her in. She's freaking out. We're trying to get answers out of her. Then she explains that there was a man. He stood there on the path. She watched and stared, taking pulls of her cigarette. The man then starts walking towards her and starts climbing the fence. That's when I shared my story from that same morning. To be honest, I thought I was being paranoid at first, but when someone tried to hop the fence, I believe it was the same man. The workers on shift that night called the police, and the police started patrolling the path at night. The group home added some garden lights in the back, and I hope that this person never lays hands on anyone. So I have a good story about something that happened to my ex-partner and I back in 2014. So my partner and I decided that she was going to go on birth control and made an appointment with the OBGYN at our university's student health services. I take her in. She goes to her appointment and I wait in the waiting room. She comes back out and I leave. While in there, I noticed the man at the front desk kept looking at me and darting away when I made eye contact. Fast forward to the next evening. My partner and I are having dinner at about 8 p.m. when her phone rings. She answers, and it's the guy from the front desk at the Student Health Services office. He introduces himself as such. He goes on to tell her that the STD test came back clean. They do this before you go on birth control, which is odd, because they usually put that info online in a secure portal. Then he starts asking about her sexual history and how many partners she's had. Although she was uncomfortable with answering this, she did, thinking that the front desk guy was asking for information from the doctor. Then he asks if the person she was with was her husband, and she said, "No, it's my boyfriend." Then he says something along the lines of, "Well, I think you're beautiful and clean, and I'll treat you better than him. I want you to come over to my apartment." Startled and confused, she said, "Wait, excuse me? That's inappropriate. Please let me talk to the doctor." He responded, "I'm not at the office. It's closed. I'm calling you from my cell phone." She asks, "Well, how did you get my number? I didn't give it to you." He said, "Oh, I know. It was in your file. I thought you were beautiful, so I added it to my phone after you had no STDs. I also saw your address was near mine, so I'd like to come over. Don't worry about your boyfriend. I can take care of him. I can come over now if you'd like." So she hung up the phone immediately and we called the police and filed a report. I spent the night looking at the front door with a baseball bat. The next day, we ended up starting a case with the school because it was Student Health Services. They tried apologizing at first and saying he was new, but we said, "Oh no, this is not ignorance." We called the dean of the health department and told them what happened and that we were going to file a lawsuit. Needless to say, he was immediately fired and expelled from the school. As he was an international student, he also had to leave the country. Because we didn't want to cost our school money, and they acted swiftly, we didn't pursue any further legal actions. But I still can't get over it sometimes. Update 1. A few of you are mentioning litigation. While I'm sure that we could have, it wasn't something that we were interested in. It's our alma mater, and that money would be coming out of resources, scholarships, and opportunities for other students. Once we went to someone, they not only believed us, but acted swiftly and decisively, and that's all we wanted. Update 2. He wasn't deported, but he was on a student visa and expelled, and the university made sure that he was on his way home very soon. Back in 2013, I was living with my ex at the time who lived near a nice country village, and as I was in between jobs at the time, I picked up a job at a local garden center. It was casual retail work, fairly decent pay, and easygoing enough that I could take coffee breaks frequently and wear basically whatever I liked as long as I wore my work polo shirt. It was walking distance from my ex's house, and full of people of all ages who were the most lovely people I ever met. Most of the regular customers who came to the garden center were usually sweet old people who would visit the cafe because we had free teas and discounted lunches for OAPs if they had a store card. So you often got to know all of them, and some of them we gave nicknames. Most of them sweet, like Pink Hair Lady, who wore a tasseled leather jacket and bright pink hair. Then there was Camper Van Couple, who used to drive a really cool camper van with bright orange flowers painted on it. You get the idea. With Creepy Artist Man, though, he gave most of the young girls weird vibes. He wore a straw hat, had round gold-rimmed glasses, and would wear strange graphic shirts with naked women on them. He always wore ripped jeans where his knees were always hanging out of them, which were always dirty with paint or mud or something. He had this weird half smile that would never leave his face, and a kind of leer that made people feel uncomfortable. He would take off his glasses and clean them constantly, which kind of made you feel like he was trying to get a better look at the girls who worked there, especially the younger ones, 16-plus school leavers usually. Anyway, it was a roasting hot summer's day, and I had gratefully accepted the job of watering the hanging baskets outside, where I could avoid the humid, sweaty heat of the greenhouses. I was wearing black shorts and my red polo, and my tool belt to prune and dead head plants as I went. With the hose in my hand and sunglasses on my face, I was busy but enjoying the solitary job at the quietest part of the garden center. Well, hello there. Out of practically nowhere, he slipped out behind some wooden trellises and looked me up and down, smiling with his weird, too small teeth. His eyes lingered on me for what felt like an uncomfortable few seconds, and I turned off my hose and asked him if he needed anything. He shook his head and kind of shrugged, still smirking at my legs. I'll call him Cag for ease. Me. Okay, sir, have a nice day. Let me know if you need anything. I turned to continue. Cag. I've never seen you here before, you're a new one. Me. Huh? Me? Well, I've been here for 8 months now. Cag. I must have missed the memo that a beauty like you started. You have a nice tan. You look young. Me. Thanks, I'm 23. Anyways, I have to get back to work. Cag. Nice to meet you. I suddenly remember my name badge and get slightly irritated that he now knew my full name. I make a beeline for the smoking area, where the tool shed was, with an excuse to grab some smaller gardening gloves, and by the time I returned to the floor, he had left. As the weeks went by, he would come into the store regularly, usually mid-afternoon, coincidentally, or so I thought, around the time I started my shift. Most of the time I was the only cashier, so I would have to serve him. He would buy the most smallest, pointless things, like floristry wire, or a tiny bag of birdseed. It seemed like he would purposely make a purchase with the intention of interacting with me. He would make comments about my appearance, statements mostly like, "You have your hair different today. Yesterday you had it down. You have new glasses," or "That's a different lip color to yesterday." He would always announce my name loudly and deliberately during every interaction. I felt uncomfortable, but I was 23 and just politely shrugged it off. Around Christmas time, I was decorating the artificial trees, and he cornered me in the forest of them at the back of the store. He jumped out from behind one and made me jump, to which I was kind of angry about him doing, because I dropped a glass ornament and it had smashed. He bent down also and tried to help, grabbing my wrist and telling me not to touch the glass. His grip was scarily tight and forceful, and his hands were clammy and gross. I slipped my hand out of his grip and asked if I could help him with anything. That's when it got weird. He pulled out a leaflet from his back pocket and told me he was an artist and had a Christmas art show happening in the local church hall, and he wanted me to go with him. He told me that he was a painter, and he thought I would like his work. I had never indicated I was interested in art, to him or anyone else for that matter, which is why I thought it was strange. I asked him if he wanted me to pin the leaflet to the local event board, and he reached out and touched my arm and said, "No, the invitation is specifically for you." He pointed his finger and jabbed it into my breast and he said, "You." So I'm standing there in a dark corner obscured from view by artificial Christmas trees, just kind of cornered by this guy who was touching me. I cringed away and said, "I was busy with my boyfriend that day, sorry," and kind of scampered off. I remember feeling really strange after that. The fact he grabbed my wrist and jabbed his finger into my chest that way. I told a few of my colleagues about it, and they all told me they would warn me next time he was in the store, so I could maybe hang out at the storeroom until he was gone. Well, that memo must have missed a few of the temp Christmas staff, because one day I get told by one, "Your friend is asking for you at the tills." It wasn't unusual for my friends to stop by, as it was fairly popular for gifts, etc. So thinking it was maybe my ex's mom or something, I head to the till, and there he is. He's holding a piece of paper. I cringe, but he had seen me now, so I walk over and ask what he needed from me. He passed the paper over and asked me to open it. Folded up was a drawing of me, with exaggerated breasts and cartoon-like eyes watering the hanging baskets in a sexual kind of position. I kind of stood there and said thank you, but I couldn't keep it, as I thought it was inappropriate to take gifts from customers. I handed it back to him, and he kind of looked at me with this angry stare. He turned around and walked out without another word. By this point, I had had enough. I knocked on my manager's door and told him about the whole scenario that just happened, and all the previous interactions I had had with him over the past year. He watched the CCTV, and agreed that it was so strange the way he gave me this gross picture, and told me he would talk to him if he came back. He praised me for my reaction to his advances, and said I was doing the right thing, and he would try and see him off next time. The next day was a Sunday, and I was not due into work. My boss calls me and tells me he just received a call from HQ stating that an anonymous caller had called in to report a staff member inappropriately coming on to a customer. The staff member they had described and named was me. The caller had said that I had been inappropriate towards him at work, offered to have sex with him, had led him on and obviously promiscuous, and that I had been pursuing him for over a year. The jerk even described a fictitious relationship we had had and ranted loudly about how I had been cheating on my boyfriend before hanging up. HQ luckily didn't believe a word, as my manager had already mentioned the guy to one of the higher-ups, but they thought it was wise to let me know about this crazy guy and suggest I report it to the police. The next day, I did just that. The officer I spoke to said that he matched the description of a man, somebody who often harasses young girls in the local area. He was also known to stalk girls in his car and had attempted to abduct a young girl 4 years ago. The police officers assured me they would file the report and talk to him officially, and that he was not allowed in the garden center or anywhere near me again. And if he did, I was to call the police and he would be arrested. Unfortunately, though, it never stopped him sending a ranting letter to my workplace, addressed to me saying he would kill himself if I didn't take him back and receive his gift he drew of me. Fortunately, the police saw this as unsolicited contact and he was thankfully arrested. So, creepy artist guy, let's not meet again. This happened to me years ago, but still affects me to this day. I apologize for the length ahead in advance, but I feel like I have to tell the whole story. The summer after I graduated high school, I was still living at home. I was up late one night and was packing for a camping trip with my friends. It was unbelievably hot, and had the window open as I sat and folded clothes. It was around 2 a.m, and the next thing I knew, there was a hand coming through the gap in the screen of my window. I screamed, and the hand flew back out. I was stunned, but there was a part of me that wondered if it was my younger brother pranking me. I got up and looked out the window, and just saw the figure of a man staring back at me. I ran into my brother's room, and he was there playing video games. We called the police, who came and searched the area. They found nothing, warned me and my parents to lock the windows and doors, and left. We were all still shaken up, and my mom had a feeling that he would come back. It turns out that my mother's intuition was right. She went outside and waited on our back porch. After 20 minutes or so, she saw a man dressed in black slink into our backyard along the tree line. There wasn't a fence on that side, unfortunately. He hid behind a tree for a few seconds, and then ran to another tree and hid there, slowly working his way towards my window. My mother yelled something to him and he took off running. The police came back out and again found no trace of him. I never opened that window again, not even the curtains. My parents installed some motion detecting lights and that seemed to be the end of that. About 6 months later, my friend and I got an apartment downtown together. We were really excited as this was our first place on our own. The apartment wasn't exactly the best quality, but it was so fun to be living in the city. The downside was that it was street parking only. After a few weeks, my car was broken into. Nothing was taken, but a single rose sat on the passenger seat. It was creepy, but I vowed to be vigilant and safe. I always tried to park close to the entrance near the lights, but often it was difficult to get those spots, and I would often have to park further away on darker streets. Things quickly began escalating at this point. My car was broken into at least once a week. Most of the time, a flower was left, which I always threw on the ground. But once, a pair of man's underwear was left, and even more creepily, once a bag of Tootsie Rolls, as they were my favorite candy. This made me wonder if the person knew me personally, and I started to become suspicious of everyone. There was a laundry in the basement of the apartment, and one day I went down to get a load that finished drying. As I started to fold, I realized that all of my undergarments were gone. Another week, I had a male friend over from school, and his tires got slashed during the visit. By the time the first letter arrived, I had already started making plans to move elsewhere. The letter described a love for me that had been going on for years. He noted things that proved that he had been watching me closely. I was able to arrange for another friend to take over my lease, and I moved in with another friend on the other side of the city. It was a secured building and had an underground parking garage that was only accessible to tenants. I felt much more secure, and the extra money spent was well worth the peace of mind. Things were quiet for a few months, and then my roommate got a boyfriend. Most of us were wary of Ashley's new boyfriend from the beginning. For one, they met on MySpace after he reached out to her. Another reason was that new boyfriend, Matt, was extremely good looking. And while Ashley was a wonderful person, she wasn't the type that you would typically expect someone like him to date. Ashley was thrilled. She had never had a boyfriend and really felt like this was her Prince Charming. I thought that he was weird and creepy from the beginning. Matt was on the quiet side and always seemed to be sporting and uncomfortable. Leery smile. It was difficult to carry on any sort of conversation with him because he would always make it weird with some random facts that were completely unrelated to what we were talking about. I had deleted my MySpace when the initial stalking began, but I created a dummy account to learn more about Matt. It didn't look like he really knew any of his friends in real life. There were only pictures of himself and the rest of the information was vague. My friends and I gently tried to discourage her from seeing Matt. He technically hadn't done anything wrong, but he was just so strange. She would immediately get defensive and would shut the conversation down. Matt started to spend more time at the apartment, and I found myself finding any excuse I could to avoid coming home. One day I came home from work and found Matt on my couch, alone drinking a beer. Ashley had been called into work, and she told him that he could just hang out. I was furious because I didn't want to spend any time with him, so I grabbed a beer and a snack and headed off to my room and shut the door. About 30 minutes or so later, he knocked on my door and suggested that we watch some TV and to get to know each other better because we both loved Ashley. I didn't want to, but decided that maybe I needed to give it a try. He put on a movie and I tried to just focus on the movie because I didn't want to talk. At one point, I glanced over to Matt and he was staring at me with a smile on his face. I snapped a what at him, and he just continued smiling and said, "I just can't believe it." "Believe what?" I asked. He said nothing, and we went back to watching the movie. He was still smiling. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the interaction had every hair standing up on my body. I excused myself and locked the door to my room. Another month or so went on, and I had managed to avoid being home for much anything beyond sleep and showering. Matt practically lived there, and had even brought a bunch of his friends into Ashley's room. I really didn't want to move again, but I was beginning to look for other options. On their 6-month anniversary, I saw a huge bouquet of flowers on the table and an already open card propped up next to it. I rolled my eyes and was about to leave when I decided to see what the weirdo wrote to her. When I opened the card, my heart started beating through my chest. Without even reading the words he wrote, I was shaking. The handwriting was exactly the same as the one my stalker had sent. I had kept them as evidence and dug them out of my desk for comparison. The handwriting was unique and identical. Matt was the stalker. I called the police first. As they were on the way, I called Ashley and asked her to come over. She was at work, but said she would be there when she could. I was terrified to tell her because I knew that she would be shattered. The police took a statement from me and actually went to Ashley's work to get more information from her, and they ended up breaking the news. Apparently, Ashley called Matt and left a furious message, even though the cops told her not to say anything and he completely disappeared after that. There was no Matt or anyone matching his resemblance at the place that he said he worked. Ashley had never been to his apartment because he said that he had been staying with friends while trying to save money for a trip to Europe. His family lived out of state, and she had never had a friend of his because he said that they had been falling out because he was choosing to spend so much time with Ashley. It was all lies, and in the end, she was dating a stranger. We don't even know if Matt was his real name. The cherry on the top of this whole thing was that we went through Matt's things. He had left everything when he disappeared, and Ashley and I decided to go through everything. There was a duffel bag that was full of gym clothes, but in one of the compartments, there were about 10 pictures of me. All were taken from far away with the exception of one of me sleeping. The sheets were current, so I knew that it had to have been at the current apartment before I started locking my bedroom door. A few pictures dated back to before the incident at my parents' house, which made us think that that was him as well. 2 pairs of my missing underwear were there, and I shudder to think of what he did with the rest. A Starbucks lid with my red lipstick marks. A necklace I hadn't even noticed missing. A few other random sick souvenirs. The police never tracked him down. I decided to accept an opportunity overseas that I had been considering and got the heck out of there. Unfortunately, Ashley and I quickly drifted apart. She had a really hard time accepting that her first love was a complete psycho. I think I had some underlying anger, maybe misplaced, for believing all of his lies and letting him into our lives. I don't know what his endgame was. Would he have tried to hurt me? Or was he simply content with being in my world? I'll never know. Being stalked changes you. Even when I lived across the world, I looked over my shoulder everywhere I went. I still have no social media accounts attached to my real name. I am married with children and know that he moved on to torment some other poor woman. But every time I visit my hometown, I am tense and keep a low profile. Part of me will always worry that Matt will resurface again. I live in a small, sleepy town, mostly populated by elderly people or people looking to raise their kids in a quiet, tight-knit area. The highest form of crime that goes on here is domestic abuse or someone trying to rob the gas stations, which usually fails since the only gas stations in town are neighboring the police department. I've always been a paranoid kid, my mother having taught me to be afraid of the world. Now I have schizoaffective disorder. I hallucinate often, and sometimes it's hard to tell real people from hallucinations. Tonight was a night where I was 100% sure that this man was real. The night began with me and my buddy deciding to hang out around late 8 p.m. We were planning on going to the local grocery store with a combined $25 to get snacks. but by the time we got in the general vicinity, we realized the store had closed 10 minutes ago at 9. So we decided to go to the gas station instead. Second best option, right? We turned, and I noticed a man who seemed to be in his 20s sitting near the courthouse, with his phone and body facing towards us. Please note that me and my buddy are both unconventional looking. My buddy wearing punkish clothing, while I was wearing green harem pants and a button-up. Fashion stars, I know. We both laughed it off and assumed it was just a guy about to post us onto Snapchat about how ridiculous we looked. A common trend among younger people here. So we brushed it off. We walked around the courthouse to avoid the guy in case he was going to try to confront us, and went on our way to the gas station. We ended up walking by the same side of the courtyard that he was on, and I checked to make sure that he was still there. He indeed was. I made a note of it and we went into the gas station. We both have had pictures taken of us before and people laughing at us, so we just assumed it was another case of this. The more I thought about it though, the more unsettled I felt. Alarm bells kept going off in my head, telling me that something about this situation was not safe. We bought snacks and left, walking by the laundromat back in the direction of the courthouse, as we both lived in that direction. I saw a guy in the laundromat that looked eerily similar to one from just 10 minutes before, but I didn't say anything. We kept walking, and right before we walked in front of the large window of the laundromat, I noticed the guy was holding his phone against the glass, right where we were about to walk in front of it. I panicked, grabbed my buddy's arm, and darted off in the opposite direction. I'm not sure what this guy's infatuation was with recording us, but I was done. I speed walked back to the gas station. Meanwhile, my buddy was telling me that it wasn't a big deal and that it was fine. I told the manager of the station, and he recommended we go to the police. I'm not a fan of the police, and my buddy has a fear of them. But we had no weapons, no way of defending ourselves other than our hands. And who knows what this guy had on him. I walked to the police station next door, despite my friend protesting, and convinced him to come with me, because I didn't trust him outside on his own. Besides, the guy was now sitting outside the laundromat for some reason. After a small wait, we got our names taken, birthdays, and 2 officers came and spoke with us. We described the guy, and they mentioned that they had already gotten a call involving the laundromat and were on their way over there anyways. I described the situation and how he had his phone literally against the glass on the window, right as we were walking past it. And they both agreed that it was creepy, and they were glad that we came instead of going home. We sat outside the station to wait so that we could get fresh air. Eventually, they went to check it out, and were given the okay to go home. We went a very out-of-the-way direction though, just to be safe. I work at a grocery store here in town, and I hope that I never see this guy again. So back when I was 13, the summer before 8th grade, I went on a trip for a month to Venezuela and Puerto Rico with my then best friend. My first creeper encounter was when we went to Playa Agua. I think that's the name, it's a beach. First of all, it was beautiful. It looked like a postcard. And while this isn't really relevant, everyone wore really revealing bathing suits. Everyone. Though I guess it's somewhat relevant considering that I and my friend were the only ones wearing normal bathing suits. So you wouldn't think that we wouldn't gather any attention. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Well, once we had our towel and stuff set up, we were going to go ahead and get in the water, so we took our shirts off. We were wearing our swimsuits underneath, when we noticed a 40-something-year-old man staring at us. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't a local, but another tourist like us. We didn't even look mature for our age. If anything, we could have probably passed for 11-year-olds. And it was weird that he was staring at us given there was an abundance of girls our age who were wearing other, more revealing bikinis. In that same vein, neither of us were particularly attractive. Maybe he liked us because we were obviously American. We glared at him and he kept on staring. We figured screw it and took off our shorts and hauled butt into the water. Stupid, I know, but we were 13. Anyways, by the time we went back, he was gone. The second encounter was on the return trip back. We were waiting in the Miami airport for our connection back home when I wanted to get a drink. As I was waiting in line, some guy I'd say about in his 20s comes up behind me and whispers, "I really like you." I just turned and gave him a what the heck look until he eventually shifted away. I decided to not get any drinks by myself after that. But anyways, those were my stories. I hope you enjoyed. Okay, so I went on vacation with my mom and sister to Florida a few years back during spring break. The area where we stayed is a nice neighborhood, a neighborhood full of people's summer homes and getaway houses. We were staying in my mom's best friend's beach house, and the three of us were walking home from the house where my aunts and cousins were staying. Now mind you, these streets are pretty dark. There are a few streetlights on the corners, but otherwise when it's dark, it's dark. So my mom, sister, and I are walking down the road back to our beach house. My mom is walking ahead of my sister and I. We're walking side by side. And we cross an intersection and see a man in what appears to be a white button-up top and nice black slacks with an undone tie resting on his shoulders. He's a good few yards away, but he starts talking to us. "Hey, pretty ladies, do you guys have any jumper cables? My car just broke down back there and I could use some help," he said. Looking past him, there was no car. There was a streetlight near him, and we could see that he was alone. "No, sorry, we don't have our car here," I replied, taking my sister's arm and walking faster. The creepier part is that he starts following us at a distance. I periodically look over my shoulder and can still see him walking slowly behind us. Eventually, we think we lose him, but there's still a feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach. So my sister, mom, and I make it back to the beach house, and my sister and I quickly lock the screen door, turn the front porch lights off, and close the blinds inside the house, keeping a careful eye to the outside from the windows. My mom thinks that we're being ridiculous and the guy genuinely just needed some help. But I know my gut and I wouldn't be feeling uneasy if I didn't think it was suspicious. A few minutes later, guess who was walking down the street? The man in the white button-up stands and stares straight at my sister and I through the window from the street. I guess we weren't being that subtle. And then keeps walking, disappearing into the night. I have never been so terrified in my entire life. I recently turned 28, and I've had a crazy year. Started a new business with all that entails, and in the beginning of July, I felt absolutely exhausted. I had finally reached the point where my small business didn't need constant maintaining, and I saw my chance to escape and have a mini vacation. I sat down with my laptop and started looking for a suitable place to rent, and saw a photo of this adorable old-fashioned cottage in Gotland, an island in Scandinavia. I read up on the area and felt very drawn to the old history and culture surrounding the place, and soon I had made the arrangements to go there. The cottage belonged to an elderly couple who lived in a larger house further down the road, but other than that, there were no neighbors. The sea was only a short walk away with a private beach. It was heaven. I spent my days outdoors, swimming, hiking, renting a bike, and just enjoying the fairy tale inspiring nature. Maybe my happy mindset and the fact that I was determined to relax and rest caused me to ignore the slightly alarming details that kept adding up. Every evening as I got home to the cottage, some tiny little thing would have changed. The flower pot outside the door would be turned the other way. The thermostat would be turned up. and my passport that I could have sworn that I had left on the kitchen table would be moved to the counter. One day, I woke up feeling strangely sick, in a diffuse sort of way. So instead of leaving the house right after breakfast, I went back to bed. Less than an hour later, I can hear a key turning and the front door opening. Slow steps walking around the living room and kitchen area outside the bedroom. Since I had clearly heard the key turning in the lock, I felt that it must be the landlord, and opened the door to the living room without hesitation. The man standing in the middle of the room looked absolutely stunned to see me, and it wasn't the landlord. "Who are you?" I asked, since it wasn't the elderly house owner but a younger bloke. "Sorry, I thought you were out," he smiled. "I'm Tommy. I look after the place for my parents. I stopped by just to make sure that your fire alarm is working. I hope I didn't scare you." "No, I don't scare easily," I replied, and informed him that there's no fire alarm in the cottage. In fact, I had already looked for that. "Oh, I'll buy one and come by with it later then," he said as he left in a hurry. The rest of that day I had a lingering feeling of uneasiness, but I pushed it to the back of my mind, and come morning I had successfully moved on from the incident. It wasn't until my last evening before going back home that it happened. I was packing my bags, loud music playing, cleaning up a bit and just getting ready to leave early the following morning. It was dark outside now, and I suddenly realized that I couldn't locate my new sunglasses. I thought maybe I had left them outside when sunbathing, and I switched on the outdoor lighting just to see if I could spot them on the grass. And I was shocked to see a large figure standing pressed against the French window. I could only see the shape of him, but I knew instinctively that it was him. I switched off the lights inside the cottage to make it harder for him to see me, and ran around, checking that all the windows were locked. The next time I looked his way, he was gone. I felt so shaken and uncomfortable with his experience that I decided to leave and spend the night at the airport awaiting my flight. Only problem was I had to walk across the dark garden to my car, and he could be lurking anywhere. I didn't know what he wanted or why. Was he just a perv or actually dangerous? I even considered phoning the police, but thought of how ridiculous my story would sound. So instead, I took my backpack, selected a large and intimidating looking knife from the kitchen, opened the door, and ran for dear life to my car. I can't be sure that it wasn't my imagination, but I felt certain that I heard movement among the thick brushes as I ran past him, and I shouted, "I got a knife, stay away from me." I spent the night at the airport and went back home the following day. Not as rested or relaxed as I had hoped, but it did take my mind off of my business for a while. I'm unsure of the intentions my parents had, as in if they were going to kidnap me or anything. Reading these stories made me remember a potential creeper story, so I'll post it here. I was around 7 or 8 and on vacation with my mom and her best friend in the Dominican Republic. Punta Cana, I think. So I was swimming around and I met this girl. From what I remember, she seemed to be about my age, but I don't remember her name at all. Maybe it was Sarah, so I'll call her that. We would swim around and splash each other and all that good stuff. One day we were sitting at the pool bar drinking some chocolate shakes when she nervously tells me that her parents got a watch stolen from them by a maid. She didn't know much about it, and we quickly went back to playing. Thinking back now, the nervousness was odd. The following day, I was setting out with my mom and her best friend when Sarah and her parents come up to me and ask if I want to go with them to their room to find the watch by myself. I remember them looking kind of unkempt, and their presence was a little strange. I asked for permission to go, but was told no. Of course, I was pretty bummed, but thank God for my mom's A-plus parenting. I just asked her about it, and the reason she said no was because there was no reason for me to be going with them. Not that she thought I would be kidnapped. But looking back on it now, it does seem just a little bit creepy. I can't think of any other encounters I've had, but if I do, I'll be sure to post. I don't know where else to go with this, and it still bothers me. So, sorry if this isn't exactly fitting for this subreddit. This was maybe 6 to 7 years ago. I have photos on my camera still, but I think I haven't charged it in ages. Gave up on photography. You know how it is. So I hope that y'all will just trust me. So we've been going on these trips as a family for a really long time now. Probably 17 years if I had to guess. I won't say where it is that we go, but it's the Australian bush just to give y'all an idea of the setting. Anyway, we've had a few creepy experiences there, but nothing inexplicable. But this event still weirds me out, and I can't really think of anything that explains it. The year of this, my sister, cousin, dad, and myself all drove up together, and were the first to arrive at the house. We had to wait for my grandma to arrive with the key, so my dad sat on the deck with a beer, and my cousin and I went on a little journey. The three of us made our way to a little creek not far from the house that we nicknamed Bride to Terabithia, because of a tree that had fallen and acted like a bridge for us to use to cross the creek. This creek never had water in it though, and was not deep or wide, so we could easily walk through it, but the tree was fun. Anyways, my cousin makes an off-the-cuff comment as we walk across the tree, asking sort of sarcastically, "Is there something dead around here?" because of how many flies that were there. Lo and behold, we get to the other side, and there was something dead. We were greeted with a dead kangaroo. Nothing too jarring. I had seen plenty on the side of the road, but this one was cut clean in half. And when I say clean, I mean clean. Like it was a perfect half. There wasn't an ounce of blood on the fur, no blood on the ground, and the top half was nowhere to be found. I happened to have my camera on me and took some photos of it. Then my cousin poked it with a stick, and literally hundreds of flies came out. My cousin and sister kept poking at it, trying to move it into the creek, but a fully grown kangaroo, even half of one, isn't exactly light. Their sticks broke, so I grabbed it by the tail and pulled it into the creek so that we could bury it, but we really just covered it with sticks and flowers. We looked around up top everywhere for the second half, or a trace of what might have happened to it, but we couldn't find anything. We ended up going back down into the creek and walking through it looking for something, and what we found only made it even more confusing. We found, if I'm remembering it correctly, 4 dead rabbits, but only their bottom halves, all lined up neatly along the floor of the creek until it reached thick brush that we couldn't walk through. Same thing with these rabbits though. No top halves to be found, no blood anywhere, and cut clean in half. Sorry if this was way longer than intended, but I hope that y'all will read through it and maybe give me some ideas to explain what this was. P.S. We still go to this area every year, and have never seen anything like this again. To start this story, I'm a male, and I was maybe 9 years old when this happened. My family and I were in the middle of a great family road trip in the American Southwest. While we were driving through Colorado, we all needed to go to the bathroom and stretch our legs, so we decided to stop at the nearest gas station. We had just visited the Grand Canyon, so this tiny gas station we stopped at shortly afterwards was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. At this point, neither my parents nor my 2 brothers were in any hurry to get back into the car for another day of driving through the desert. So, after we had done our business, my parents stayed inside the gas station to look at food and enjoy the free air conditioning, leaving my brothers and I to walk around the parking lot and stretch our legs. As I said before, this gas station was in the middle of nowhere, so I had assumed that we were the only ones there. But boy was I wrong. I came to discover that we were not alone after wandering away from the storefront to the side of the building, where I saw a blue sedan parked but still running in the farthest spot away from me. I gave it a passing glance, and assumed the car was owned by tourists like me. I kicked rocks against the wall of the building for a while, not really paying attention to the car, until I eventually heard the sound of feet running towards me. I looked up to see a wild-haired man who kind of looked like Andrew WK making a beeline from the car to me, all while making eye contact with me the entire time. I'll never forget the wild look in his eyes, or the way his stare caused me to completely freeze up and grip the wall of the building, as if the world had flipped upside down and I was at risk of falling off. I was only a little kid, and I didn't really understand what was going on, but I knew that this man could hurt me, and he was coming right at me. I experienced a weird sensation where everything happened so fast, but at the same time, I felt as though everything was moving at half speed. As I stood there frozen to the wall of the gas station, the wild-eyed man took what seemed like an eternity to finally reach me. As soon as he was within reaching distance from me, my heartbeat quickened as I braced myself for whatever was about to happen. It was at the climax of that movement when I felt a hand grab my shoulder from behind, breaking me out of the trance that I was under. It was my brother, grabbing me from behind to tell me that our parents were done browsing the snacks at the gas station, and that we were about to pack the car up again and leave. It was at that moment when my brother rounded the corner that caused the man to change his route at the last minute and run right past us. The man ran a lap around the parking lot and then hauled himself back to the car that he came from and peeled out of the parking lot as fast as he could. It seemed as if no one in my family, not even my brother who had grabbed me, had noticed the man or the car at all. As his blue sedan drove into the desert, I shrugged it off and piled back into the minivan, and we went on our way as if nothing had happened. I was so young that I didn't even think to mention it to my family. Hi, I've been a lurker for quite some time now, and all these stories made me think about some creepy encounters of my own. I decided I would tell this story first, because this one is that, even though it's a long time ago, I remember it quite well. My mom and I went on vacation to Italy a few times. This time we could stay in the house that's owned by the uncle of my mom. It was a nice house with a gate on top of a hill. My mom spent a lot of time there as a kid and as a teenager. When she was 14, she started dating an Italian boy who lived pretty close to where the Vatican home is. When we went there on vacation, she thought that it was a really nice idea to visit his parents who still lived in the area. She had stayed there a few times when she would go alone to visit her Italian boyfriend, so she was really curious about how things were going with his parents. We picked a day and headed out to buy bus tickets and went on our way. The bus was quite full and very hot. I was so happy to finally get out of there after about 2 hours. I won't get into too many details about the time that we spent visiting the parents of the Italian guy that she had dated, but we stayed there all day, so now it was dark out, and thankfully less hot. So that could only be a good thing when we had to go back to the bus again. Or so I thought. A bus pulled up to the side where we were waiting. The bus didn't look like anything like the bus we took when we went there. This bus was like the one that you would take if you went on vacation with a bus. Now that I think of it, it was really stupid for us to not look at the logo or even get in, but we just went in even though we thought it was strange. The whole bus was completely empty, so we took the first seats right next to the driver. He wasn't that creepy looking, just normal, I guess. Not all creepers look creepy, but still, there was something off. We had tickets for the bus, and since there was no ticket machine in this bus, my mom asked what she needed to do with them. He looked at them and just ripped something off and said it was okay. His English was not very good either, or he might have just pretended, so, he can pretend not to understand something we said. We got to an intersection where one was to our area, and the other one went somewhere else, and the driver took the wrong one. My mom and I got worried, so my mom asked him why he was going the wrong way, and he said that it was the right way. I could feel myself getting anxious, but at the same time I was young, so I still believed that he wouldn't do anything bad to us, for that time that I was in the bus. My mom decided now that we were not too far away from the place that we visited. She needed to do something. She pretended to get sick and told him to stop. He didn't want to and just kept driving. My mom stayed very persistent, and when she told him that she was going to vomit, he finally stopped alongside the road, and we quickly got out. While my mom faked throwing up, she was standing with her back to the bus. But I looked at it, and while I locked eyes with the driver, he turned off the lights inside the bus and closed the doors. For some reason, him turning the lights off really got me creeped out, and wondering what he was planning to do to us. My knees were actually starting to feel weak. We quickly walked back to the place that we visited. Outside of their building, there were like cafes and the real bus stop that we actually had to stand instead of where we were waiting in the first place. Traveling in a country, you don't live in a can, and it can be a real struggle. But anyways, in one of the cafes, my mom called a taxi since the bus driver had ripped our bus tickets. I remember both my mom and I were pretty shaken up by this weird and creepy experience, and I felt like I couldn't even trust this taxi driver. We decided that we wouldn't let him bring us all the way up to the top of the hill, and made him stop halfway up there, so we had to walk only halfway up. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this taxi driver, but we were just careful. Really careful after what had just happened. We got out and went up the hill, and while we were walking, we suddenly heard a loud breathing behind us. We both freaked out, and at first, I didn't want or dare to look behind me. But when I finally got the courage to do so, I saw a man walking his dog. Not sure which one of them breathed so loudly, but at least now I can laugh about that part at least. I think we even ran up the hill for the last bit. I've never been so happy to arrive safely back to my vacation house. This might not be the scariest story that you've ever read here, but I thought that I should still share it. I can't stay a lurker forever. There's this story going on now here of two Dutch girls. I'm Dutch as well. And they were on vacation, and they're missing. So it made me think of this story again. Back in the summer of 2017, a group of around a dozen peers pitched in for a house to get away and celebrate a birthday. A basic residential area around semi-rural lake near Shelton, Washington. The house had a separate garage with a few beds, where myself and a few others were sleeping that night. The house sat above the lake with a deck as well as a little pier down in the water. After a long day of cooking, drinking, and playing games, it was time to crash at around 2 a.m. With more people than beds, some were on couches on the floor of the living room. Folks had been drinking fairly heavily and were out cold. At around 3:30 a.m., I woke up with a need to use the bathroom. As I'm putting my pants on, I notice out the window the long, diffused shadow of a person moving in some light on the street outside. I thought nothing of it. Somebody just walking their dog or something. I made the walk across the driveway with the key in hand and noticed the door is unlocked. I go in to find a friend checking their phone in that drunken daze after only a short amount of sleep. Confused, he whispered, "Weren't you just in here?" They ask. I say no, and they ask if someone else from the garage was out of bed. I said no again, and my buddy shook it off, albeit super confused. Confused myself and a bit amused, I did my business and returned to bed, locking the door behind me. The next morning, all were awake and in the main space cooking breakfast and enjoying the sunshine. Two of my other friends, a couple, asked if there was any open windows in the house overnight, as one of them was convinced that a draft opened their door from a cracked position. Their bedroom was at the back of the house, past at least 5 people sleeping in the living room and 2 other bedrooms. There was one open window, but no others in the house, so I'm not sure about the draft. The guy that I had spoken to during my bathroom trip piped in to ask if they know what time this happened. They said right around 3:30, right when he thought that he saw me walk through the house, and I saw the shadow move down the street. We all got chills when all these details came to bear. It was then that somebody brought up a Twitter or Facebook post about somebody reportedly breaking into homes in the area for months. That story is linked below. We never reported anything as we're not sure that this is what happened. Turns out the guy was a perv and liked to watch women sleep. Now, all three of these events could totally be coincidence. But looking back at these years later, I'm convinced that our rental was victimized by this creep. Nobody in our group was armed, and I'm not sure if there was any security system. I also am fairly confident that I'm not the one who left the door unlocked. I hope you enjoyed the story, because it definitely gave us all the creeps. This is my first post on this sub, but I've frequented it for a while. This is really the only experience I've had that would fit on this sub, and it felt so surreal while it was happening. So, I'm a 21-year-old male, and this experience happened last summer, while I was on vacation at Myrtle Beach with my family. We were staying in a resort right on the beach, and we're on the 13th or 14th floor in a sort of timeshare. One night, I was feeling restless and having a hard time falling asleep, and at around 3 a.m., I decided to go out on the balcony to get some air. I stepped out and was stunned as there was a full moon, and the moonlight on the water was really beautiful. The beach was completely empty as far as I could see, and I had never seen it like that before. I decided since I wasn't able to sleep, I might as well head down, take a stroll, and listen to some music to relax. Hopefully when I returned I'd be able to get some sleep. It was really unsafe and dumb of me, but since it was 3 a.m. and the rest of my family was asleep, I decided to just head down without letting anyone know I was going, as I thought I'd just go and chill there for 10-15 minutes, then come right back up. So at the base of the timeshare we were at, there was an area with a pool, an outdoor bar, and then 2 boardwalks separated by about 100 feet, which both led to the beach. On the sides of the boardwalks, there were swaths of tall grass separating the ocean and the resort. When I got down to the base, the entire area was completely deserted, and I started walking down the boardwalk on the right towards the beach. As I'm walking down, I suddenly see someone approaching me from the beach, which was strange because I had a pretty clear view of this same area from the balcony just before, and had literally seen no one. I start to get a bit nervous as I see this figure approach, and as I get closer, I see it as a man, maybe in his late 30s, who has a backpack on and is wearing glasses with large, square lenses. As he gets closer, I get a clearer look at him as the boardwalk is sort of illuminated by lights from the outdoor bar. He looks very on edge and alert, almost like he is trying to find someone who is trying to meet him in this area, and his clothes are somewhat tattered. We made eye contact and I sort of nodded him and pass. At this point I'm creeped out, because honest to God he had a sort of Jeffrey Dahmer look, maybe it was the glasses, and he just didn't seem like he actually belonged to the timeshare. I shake it off and keep walking down to the beach and put my headphones in. As I get down to the beach, I turn right and start walking parallel to the water, and I'm just taking in the scenery. I'm barefoot, and decided it'd be nice to walk just along the shoreline, so I move closer to the water and continue walking. I'm walking for no longer than a minute before I get a really, really strange feeling that something is wrong. I take off my headphones and turn around, and I see a dark figure that is trailing me just upshore. He is situated in between me and the timeshare. I immediately can tell from the figure's height, body type, and demeanor that it is the same man I passed on the boardwalk. At this point, I'm starting to panic, as every story from Let's Not Meet is rushing to my head.
At the same time, I'm trying to rationalize as it feels too surreal that I may actually be in a dangerous situation. So I remind myself it could just be a coincidence, and the man decided he also wanted to take a walk on the beach, and just happened to be headed in the same direction as me. So I take some breaths and turn my head back to the ocean and continue walking in the same direction. After a couple seconds, I turn my head back again, and see that now he is much closer to me, and is not walking parallel to me, but is definitely actually walking towards me. I pick up my walking speed now, and turn my head back around, and see he is matching my faster pace and is still walking towards me in the water. Still, for some reason I think, okay, maybe he also wants to walk by the water. There's no way I'm actually being followed by a creepy man on a deserted beach. So at this point, to truly test it, I do a 180 and completely change directions, and as I turn my head, I see him completely change directions with me, and continue closing in distance. And he is power walking now. It suddenly hits me that I'm in a really bad situation, and I take off in a run along the water, and he starts running as well, but stays up shore of me so that if I try to run up towards the boardwalk, he will intercept me. I'm freaking out now and just keep running with no plan, but figure that since I'm 20 and sort of fit, I should probably be able to keep running along the water and outrun him, and then find some other exit off the beach and either call my family or head back to the timeshare on the road. So I keep running, but he's keeping up with me, and this goes on for what feels like 10, 15 minutes. The scariest part of all this, which I wouldn't have thought of, is it is completely dead silent. All I hear is my breath and feet on the sand, and when I turn I only see his shadowy figure up shore keeping pace with me. Suddenly, up ahead in the sand, I see a small blue light and what looks like 4 people on the beach with a blanket. They are a bit upshore. I turn and look at the figure and bet even though they are upshore, I can beat him to these people. So I start sprinting towards them with hopes of quickly telling them what's going on so we can all confront him. I really use up my energy sprinting towards them, and as I approach, my heart drops. What I see is 4 guys on a blanket with 3 or 4 handles of hard liquor surrounding them. 3 of the handles are empty, and the 4th is about half empty. 3 of the guys are just completely passed out on the blankets, and the last is half sat up, obviously beyond drunk, with a sort of party hat on that has blue lights on it, and he is talking to himself. His eyes are half closed and he doesn't even register me approaching him, even though now I'm no more than 5 feet away. I turn and see the figure has slowed down and is observing me, and then I see he makes sense of the group's state and suddenly starts sprinting at me. As he gets closer, the half-passed out guy's blue light illuminates him, and I can clearly see it's the same guy as before. I make eye contact with him, and I can see he's wide-eyed and looks almost manic, and is barreling at me full sprint. At this point, I decide I have to do something decisive. It seemed like I had underestimated his fitness, and since I had just sprinted towards this group and exhausted myself, I was afraid that he might actually be able to catch up to me if we just continued running along the beach indefinitely, and then who knows what. So, instead of turning around and running, I suddenly sprint towards him and to the right, which I don't think he was expecting at all. I catch him off balance and run past him, and I literally am full sprinting back to the timeshare without even looking back. Literally all the hairs on my neck were standing, and it felt like a dream where you're barely evading someone but he's right about to catch you. The adrenaline was crazy, and I keep running and start to see the timeshare. I finally turn around to see how close he is, and I see him in the distance maybe 400 to 500 feet away. He's lost a lot of distance on me. I don't waste any time and sprint up the boardwalk and towards the base of the timeshare. I jam the elevator buttons and leap in, and start mashing the close door button as I'm gasping for air. The door closes, and I hit the button for my floor, and when the elevator reaches, I literally sprint back to my room, open the door, enter, and then slam the door and double lock it. I'm breathing heavy and I drop to the floor and just sit there for a minute, not believing what just happened. I crouch and crawl over to my room, as I was literally afraid he might be able to see me through the window on our balcony, and I enter my room. Let's just say I definitely wasn't able to sleep after that. Guy who chased me on the beach, let's not meet again.
I was on vacation with my family when I was about 14. I was in the pool, which had a bar attached, and I was casually talking to this group of British people. I want to say it was all guys, but I think I remember a girl being with them. I started drinking a bit with them. The legal drinking age was 18, but the people who I was drinking with gave me an extra wristband they had because apparently they were leaving the resort that day and wanted to give it to someone. My parents didn't know about this, and neither of them knew that I was drinking. They were clearly a lot older and kept putting drink after drink in my hand, and I was ecstatic because I was, well, getting drunk in a pool in Cancun and out of sight from my mother. They started to try to convince me that one of the guys in the group was 15 and that I should talk to him because he liked me. Even then, I knew he definitely wasn't 15, but he also wasn't as old as the others who seemed to be in their late 30s. In hindsight, I'm thinking probably mid to late 20s. I was young and just thought they were joking around with me. They kept telling me that he liked me and I should go hang out with him. I laughed it off the first time, but they kept suggesting. Keep in mind, this whole time my dad was in the same pool talking to his friend, and he had his eyes on me for almost the whole time. My parents are very strict. He didn't know what I was drinking was alcoholic, and the pool was big enough that you couldn't hear what was being said. At that point, I was totally wasted, and my first time actually getting seriously drunk. I don't even remember leaving the pool with this guy trying to tell me that he was 15, but apparently my idiot self did, because I remember thinking that he was cute. The resort is huge, and I don't know how I don't remember walking through the whole thing and not remembering it. I wonder what we spoke about. The next thing I remember is walking and approaching a bus stop that was a 10-minute walk from the resort. I know that it was 10 minutes because my family and I often went to the bus stop to explore Cancun. He told me that I had a nice body and asked me other things as well. I just started laughing, and he sat on the bus bench and pulled me onto his lap. At this point, my world is spinning, so I don't protest, even though I remember thinking I wanted to be back at the pool. It was then that something beautiful happened. I threw up all over him. Remember, I'm on his lap at this point, so it was like right in his face and on his chest. And I just kept throwing up, like exorcist-level projectile vomiting. He was extremely grossed out, and I don't remember what was being said, but we ended up walking back to the resort, and I never saw him again. I remember feeling so embarrassed, which is ridiculous in hindsight. I wobbled back to the pool area covered in throw up, where my mom had called the police, and her and my dad were freaking out. My mom's piercing voice sobered me up a bit, because I remember these parts a lot clearer, even though they're still hazy. They saw how drunk I was and demanded to know what happened, so I told them. Then they got furious. My mom was adamant on finding that guy or his friends who had all disappeared from the pool. I didn't really see what the big deal was back then and why she wanted to find them. To this day, I think about what would have happened if I hadn't thrown up like that and actually left with him. I was 5'2" and 14 years old, and he was at least a foot taller than me, and definitely not a minor. I remember when he was close to me, with no one around, and even in my extremely drunk state, I started to get a bit nervous. My parents took me back to our hotel room, and I spent hours in the bathtub just throwing up. My mom was furious, like completely livid. I wasn't too surprised at that because she yelled at me over trivial things all the time. So was my dad, which did surprise me, because he's always so easygoing, and honestly probably would have been a bit amused at me being drunk, throwing up. Not in a cruel way, but because I was learning a lesson about alcohol that we all eventually do. He actually straight up told me that at some point before this whole vacation. But I know that his anger wasn't directed towards me. He was cursing about the guy. I was still throwing up in the bathtub, and they had both went into the kitchen area to walk away from me. but I could vaguely hear my dad cursing terribly while speaking to my mom in our native language, and I was actually scared. I couldn't quite focus on his voice because I was legitimately drifting in and out of consciousness at that point, but I remember getting less scared and more just sad because I felt like I had disappointed him. He never got mad like that towards me. But then again, I realized later that he wasn't angry at me, and he wasn't angry at the drinking. He was angry at the scumbag. I remember wondering why they were making such a big deal. It was a few years later that I finally understood. Later on that day, because this all happened at like 2 in the afternoon, so I was at least cognizant by dinner time, I expected my mom to blow up at me over dinner when I was sober, as she usually does. That woman's like a live fuse. But they were both just kind of quiet and staring at me, and they didn't want to leave my side. I can't imagine what they were going through, knowing about the danger I had been in hours before, staring at me like it was a miracle that I was there. I was young and stupid, but I would like to give my deep thanks and gratitude to beer for constantly annoying my stomach to the point of projectile vomiting. This story happened in the early 2000s. I was vacationing in the Caribbean with my family when I was about 9 or 10 years old. This particular island, like many in the Caribbean, was largely impoverished. Of course, the resort communities where all the tourists flocked to were beautiful slices of paradise. As a young kid staying at a fancy vacation spot, you don't really think about the reality that you're in a foreign country that you don't know very well. You're not familiar with what goes on outside of the gated resort, and you certainly aren't aware that as well as being known for gorgeous beaches, many islands in the Caribbean are hubs for human trafficking, drug smuggling, etc. The sheer sketchiness of what I'm about to describe didn't fully hit me until years later when I was in high school and reading about the disappearances of Amy Bradley and Natalie Holloway, who both vanished while on vacation in the Caribbean in the late 1990s and early 2000s. One night, I left the resort with my family to go on one of those sunset boat ride sort of deals. We joined another family and took a shuttle to a marina that was maybe half an hour away from the resort. I remember as we rode to the marina, I got more of a sense of how destitute some of the less touristy areas of the island were. I saw many of the locals living in a small ramshackle huts made out of salvaged metal, and that the landscape was very much barren desert, unlike the lush gardens that were watered daily within the walls of the resort. Anyway, the shuttle dropped us all off at the docks, and we went on the boat tour. It was an amazing time. The boat's crew pointed out unique wildlife and told us about the history of the islands. By the time we returned to the docks, it was pitch black out, probably at around 11 p.m., and barely being 10 years old, I was thoroughly exhausted. I hopped out of the boat and walked along the dock back to the parking lot where the shuttle had dropped us off earlier. My parents and the other adults who we were with didn't really seem to be paying attention to me, thanks to Captain Morgan and Stella Artois. And by the time they'd gotten off the boat, I was probably a decent 200 feet ahead of them. Now, the marina itself was very well lit, but as soon as I turned the corner to the parking lot, I may as well have fallen into a cave. I could hardly see anything. I squinted my eyes to try to see if the van we'd arrived in was parked nearby, but after a few seconds, somebody suddenly grabbed my shoulder very tight. "Who did you come here with?" The voice was scolding, accusatory, and I immediately began freaking out because I thought I was in trouble. "Somebody drove you here?" I began to speak and try to explain that I was with my family and we were waiting for our driver, but the man cut me off. "You drove here with me. Here, come to my car." At this point, the guy began pulling me further into the dark parking lot towards a vehicle I had never seen before. I wouldn't even say that I was panicking at this point. I was very confused and knew that something was definitely not right about the situation, but I'd been raised to listen to adults and didn't want to get in trouble for not listening to the guy. But as he continued to pull me towards his car, I realized that it was much too small to fit the number of people who'd I'd arrived with. And this is when I started to really pull back against the guy, and I was trying to break his grip. I was about to raise my voice and start screaming, when suddenly a set of floodlights turned on and lit up the parking lot. My parents and the group of people we were with turned the corner, and the guy immediately let go of my arm. I looked up at him, and all I remember is that he looked scary. He was bald and had scars on his face. He was probably in his late 40s. Clearly, he didn't realize that an entire group of people were just 30 seconds behind me. His eyes were wide, and he had a dumbfounded / oh crap expression. One of the men who worked at the dock called out and said something to him, but he sort of threw up his arms and shrugged and quickly walked away. On the way back to the resort, my dad asked me something like, "What did that guy want from you?" And in my childish naivety, I said, "I think he thought I rode on his shuttle and that I was lost or something." And apparently this explanation was perfectly reasonable, because we never really spoke about it again. Anyway, I guess the moral of this story is, if you have young children and like to take them with you to exotic or unfamiliar locations, remind them to be smart and keep their guard up, even in paradise. Hey everyone. I've been lurking around for a while now and finally decided to post my own story. Some backstory first. This happened this past summer in Zadar, Croatia. My family is from Zadar, and I have been there 7 times, so I know the city fairly well. I also know the language well enough to get around. Part of the reason for my trip this past summer was to learn more of the language. I went for 2 months and stayed with my grandparents in our village north of Zadar, same village as my cousin. As I was nearing the end of my 2-month adventure, my cousin and I decided to go to the city and drink with some of his friends. Since we don't live in the city, we had to take a bus as my grandmother didn't want me driving. Once we got to the city, I follow my cousin down some back roads until we get to one of the main roads, heading towards the old town. Like I said, I've been here before, so I knew where we were. As we're walking behind a group of girls, my cousin is still complaining about the price of the bus ticket. It was 39 kilometers, but he claims it should have been 19, which is about $6.12 and $2.98 respectively. I tell him it's not worth this much frustration, but he doesn't agree. In the group of girls ahead of us, one of them keeps turning around to look at my cousin and I. My cousin took this as they were starting to follow them, so at the light he said to turn left, onto another street, to make it look like we weren't. This was the mistake. I didn't care too much since we were going to the park, and it was actually quicker to go this new way, but we were going to meet his friend at her work, so going straight would have been easier. But it doesn't matter. We turn left and walk down the new street. I still know where we're going. Make a right at the next corner, and then it's a straight shot into the park. Heck, I even have a cousin that lives on that corner. As we pass a nightclub, Podroom, my cousin gets on the phone with his friend to tell her that we're on our way, but we might be a little late since we went a different way. We're drawing closer to the corner, and we walk around a bus shelter. On the corner stands a guy who looks to be a bit nervous. He has his hands in a little fanny pack in front of him. Once I saw him, I got that gut feeling that told me that this wasn't okay. My cousin, oblivious to his surroundings, keeps walking towards the man, so I do as well. Tell myself that everything will be okay. I'm in Croatia, not New York, so nothing bad will happen. I look up again to see the man walking towards me with a gun drawn. The moment that I see the gun, all the blood leaves my face. I start freaking out and yell "what the heck" in a wavering and obviously scared voice. It's at the point that I yelled that my cousin started to pay attention. He later told me that the man said "daj mi lovu," give me money, but I didn't hear anything. We're still walking towards each other and we lock eyes. We get really close, so we do a little turn thing. Now, instead of my left shoulder facing the street, I have my back to the street. My first instinct after yelling profanities was to reach down to my waist and grab my own gun. Well, I don't have one on me, so I do the next thing that I can think of. I grab the dude's wrists. My thought process was if I could grab his wrists and turn them away from me, I would effectively neutralize the gun, since it wouldn't be pointed at me anymore, and he wouldn't be able to turn it towards me because his wrists are immobilized. I'm not sure how I thought of this. My favorite TV show is Archer, so maybe I constructed the idea from all the Archer that I've watched. I don't know. Either way, it's what I did, and what I later found out to be the worst possible thing I could have done. In one quick motion, I bring my hands up from my side and grab onto the guy's wrists, and turn them outward. The guy looked to be in shock that I did what I did. His eyes opened wide. A look of sheer surprise appeared on his face, and he kind of jumped back a bit. I don't remember exactly what the next thing was that happened, but he quickly regained his senses and pulled the trigger of the gun. I'm not sure if I had gotten the gun pointed entirely away from me or not when this happened. Either way, the man pulled the trigger of the gun and I heard the revolver turn. My first thought was, oh my god, this whack job just shot me. Then I almost immediately realized that 1, I had not been shot, and 2, there was no loud bang that accompanies a gunshot. This bloke didn't even have bullets in his gun. I looked down, noticed the barrel is missing from the revolver. Honestly, the least important part. And back at the guy. The look on his face made me realize the whole little thing was up. I actually thought this was some sort of practical joke, and my cousin and the guy were going to start laughing at me for being so foolish for thinking that I would actually be attacked in Zadar. No such laughter came. I stared at the guy in his eyes one last time, and then I threw him away from me as hard as I could. He stumbled back a bit and just stood there dumbfounded. My cousin then started yelling at him in Croatian. What the heck? Why would you do this? Get out of here, etc. My cousin then snaps a picture of the guy, and he turns off and briskly walks away. It was at this point that I realized the entire gravity of the situation. I start shaking a bit and getting really agitated. I could have died. I look over to my cousin and sarcastically say, "Thanks for all your help," to which he responded with, "I wanted you to have your moment of glory." I roll my eyes and start walking away. We turn down Ravnice and head for the old town. On our right is a fence and a schoolyard behind it. We see the man sulking about in the dark of the schoolyard. He sees us and walks towards us. I start to freak out some more as I'm still shaking from before, but my cousin whips out his phone and takes another picture, and the guy hurries off back towards the corner. My cousin and I quicken our pace, and soon we're in the park. In town, we talk about what happened and whether or not to go to the police with this. We never really came to a conclusive decision as we pass by a police station. We say, what the heck, we're here already, and go to report the crime. I honestly wish I didn't, as we reported it at 10 and didn't get out of the station until midnight. I was mad, my cousin was mad, and his friends were mad as we had missed out on about 2 hours of drinking. I just want to take some time and say that despite this story, Croatia is extremely safe. I had never had any problems prior to this one, and never heard of anything like it. When I told my family, they almost laughed, thinking that I was kidding, because this type of thing almost never happens. So please don't think that Croatia is a bad country. It isn't. It's incredibly beautiful, and you should definitely visit if you can. Maybe just avoid the corner of Ravnice and Morlica at night. A few years back, I was into aviation and trying to get my private certification, a part of which requires a number of cross-country flights. These flights are meant to be at a minimum of 30-ish minutes each way. I forget the exact numbers, but being the hyper-involved student that I was, I hadn't planned for my first one to be at night. It was most lovely on the way there, with the sun setting and very calm weather. The turnaround was as the sun is just going down, so it's dark pretty quickly after, which shouldn't have been an issue because my CFI was instrument trained, and it was a relatively clear night. Part of the way through my flight, my CFI has me put on instrument goggles which are meant to force you to fly on instruments alone, meaning I couldn't see out of the plane. So I don't know what first happened or where it came from, but out of nowhere, and quite uncharacteristically, my CFI claims controls and tells me to look out my window, which I oblige, expecting to see fireworks as he thinks that's what it is. Looking out the window, I don't see fireworks though. It was a flashing light flying towards our plane, and quickly. It had to have had both forward and sideways momentum to come at us the way it did, but it just kept getting closer and closer until it was maybe an arm's length from the wing on the side it was coming from, and it blinked out. To this day, I have no idea what it was or why it happened, but I know that I wasn't the only one who saw it, because my CFI and I talked about it in our debrief. I definitely thought the plane was about to get hit with something, and that we'd have to take an emergency landing, or worse.
A few years ago at my sister's bachelorette party, we went tubing down the river. It was a mix of girls mid to late 20s, and then a few of my aunts as well as my mom. We went through a company. It wasn't just a group of females with inner tubes jumping in the river. We were told the rules and paid for the trip. Unfortunately for us, the river was high and it was fast. We were mostly having a good time, despite a few moments that involved frantic paddling with hands-feet to steer away from rocks and logs until the end of the trip. They told us to watch out for a flag. It would be mounted high and easy to see ahead of time, so we could direct our tubes to the shore and get picked up by the company's bus. However, on this day they had a new staff member post the flag, and no one had checked its location ahead of time, and it was not put in the correct spot. Once we saw the flag, we had very little time to try to direct ourselves to it, and unfortunately for me, my mom and one of my aunts, we were on the opposite side of the river and the current was too strong. Would like to add it was also too deep to walk, and both my mom and aunt are barely 5 feet. We started to get scared because we didn't know where to go instead, and the river was moving us quickly. My mom's tube got stuck on a log, and my aunt tried to bump into her to get her free, but instead got herself stuck as well. They're both in their 60s, and while in good health, they're not as strong as they once were, and neither are good swimmers. The current was so fast it was crashing over their tubes, and was going to knock them off and into the water. I could tell my mom was scared. I decided to jump off my tube and swim to them, while dragging mine behind me. We had to pay if we lost our tubes, and for some reason this mattered to me a lot in the moment. I grabbed onto my mom's tube, told her to hold onto mine and my aunt to hold onto the other handle on mine. I swam perpendicular to the river current to bring us to the shoreline. It wasn't much of a shore, just the bottom edge of a steep cliff that the river cut through. That swim was the scariest thing I've ever done. There were moments I genuinely thought I was going to drown and likely die, but I couldn't give up before my mom was safe. I finally got to a point where I could touch, and I pulled my mom/Tom aunt up to the shore. We eventually flagged down a police boat and they got us back to the pickup site. I'd like to add that I am not an athletic person. I'm a relatively strong swimmer, but only because I grew up around water. I'm overweight and out of shape, but that incident pulled something out of me I didn't know was there. I had never been so convinced that I wasn't going to see another day, but I'm glad I found the strength to get not only myself, but 2 other people out of the water that day.
I got trapped somewhere that no one ever visits, and my phone was out of reach. I work at a major airport as an IT tech. This summer, I was working deep down within the airport, basement level -7, basically only used for pipes and cabling. I've only ever seen one other person down there, which has just been made even worse with COVID. I never see anyone down there now. Normally we'd work in pairs, but again, because of the virus, that wasn't allowed, and we were told to make sure that our phones were always charged. I was working within an IT cabinet and bending down a lot, so I didn't want to drop and smash my phone, so I put it on a nearby table. Whilst I was working, part of the cabinet collapsed and pinned one of my arms. It was extremely heavy, and I couldn't move my arm at all, nor could I reach my phone. I knew no one within my company knew where I was working, so I just sat and shouted for a bit, and was also trying anything to reach my phone, but it was just out of reach. After a while, I just lost hope. It felt like I'd been down there for days, lost in my own thoughts about how surely they'd be searching the airport by now, and what they'd do if they discovered my body, how my family would react, what would be on the news, all that stuff. I eventually heard some noise in the distance and started shouting and screaming a bit. Eventually I heard someone running, and man, I was never so relieved to see someone's face. He passed me my phone and I called my manager. Within minutes, my own team and multiple security guards had rushed to me, and they managed to deconstruct the cabinet and get me free. It had been 8 hours, but it felt like eternity. No serious injuries, just some pretty bad bruising. The person who found me was an engineer who'd been called out to fix a broken elevator. God knows what would have happened if that elevator hadn't been broken. And to be honest, I don't want to think about it.
I was 7 months pregnant with our first child and not sleeping well at night. I was laying in bed trying to find a comfortable position when I hear something that sounds like glasses tinkling together. I give my husband a shove and tell him what I heard. He grunts that it's probably one of our cats, rolls over and continues snoring. I still lay there. Then I hear men's voices. My heart felt like it stopped. I shove my husband hard and whisper that I hear people talking. He begrudgingly gets up. I tell him to get the gun just in case. He waves me off and heads to our bedroom door.
I see his hand pause on the handle, and then he locks our door and runs to his bedside table, getting the gun and telling me to call 911 because he hears guys in our house. We both go into our bathroom, shut the door. I'm in the closet calling 911, and he's halfway in the closet doorway and halfway crouching behind our dresser with the gun pointed at the door. We're both shaking. I tell the 911 operator what's going on and our address. They say that police are en route.
While waiting, both my husband and I have the same thought. Earlier in the day, I had been on his computer. He's a gamer and has several monitors, working on lesson plans for when I went on my maternity leave on one monitor and watching the show Supernatural on the other. When my husband got home from work, I just paused the show and hung out with him. So now we are hiding in the closet with a gun and wondering if one of our cats jumped on the desk and accidentally stepped on the keyboard and unpaused it.
I tell the 911 operator all of this, and my husband decides to go listen at the door again. He comes back saying it's silent, and we're like, what are the chances that a cat unpaused the video and then paused it again? The 911 operator says police have arrived, put our gun away and meet them at the front door. As soon as we leave the bedroom, we see my giant Maine Coon straight up laying across the keyboard like a fat little butthole. Yeah, we got the crap scared out of us, and 5 cop cars showed up at our house because my cat unpaused the computer. My husband now refers to that night as the night of the naked gun.
I nearly froze to death in an ice cream freezer in a grocery store early one morning. And to this day, I suspect that my lunatic supervisor hated me so much that he put me on ice cream duty knowing full well that the door was broken and traps people inside. At 8 a.m., no one could hear my bang and scream at the door because there are few workers, and their path didn't take them anywhere near the ice cream freezer. Stupid me forgot to charge my phone before work, and my phone was dead. Not that it matters, there's no cell phone service inside those thick metal walls. God only knows what would have happened if I wasn't able to smash the door open at long last. My supervisor only ever checked on me once per shift. I quit that very same day.
In 2012, I worked for a retail store as a manager. One morning, half asleep from working 60 to 70-hour weeks, I arrived early to count the monies and prepare the deposit before opening. And as I turned around to lock the front door behind me, a guy is running full speed at me. It took me about 5 seconds to realize what was happening, as he grabbed the front door and we fought. Me to pull it closed and lock it, him to open it and apparently rob me. Well, he was bigger, stronger, and most important, heavier than me. He had the advantage of pushing rather than pulling the door, so he used his weight against the door, pushing with a bigger body and probably 30-50 pounds on me. He won, pushed inside, pulled a gun, and pressed it into my right lower rib cage. I froze and put my hands up. In my training, they would tell us to comply with a robber's demands in order to save ourselves. So I asked what he wanted. He said, "Turn off the alarm." I did. I said, "Okay, what next?" He says, "Open the office." I did. He said, "Open the safe." I did. He says, "Pull out all the bills and put them in my bag," indicating a green JanSport backpack he was carrying. While I was carefully and deliberately transferring the bills, making sure not to look at him and to keep my hands visible at all times, I asked, "Please don't hurt me. I'm not going to try anything." He says, "That ain't why I'm here. Just give me all the money, then I'm going to leave, and I want you to go back to the back room and stay there till I'm gone." I finish transferring the money, then he sees the drop safe, a small locked compartment where we keep the money deposited from the previous day's cash sales, and asks, "What's in there?" My brain was working on an instinctive survival level, and had worked out that if I tripped that alarm, it might put me in a hostage situation if the police showed up before he left, which was entirely possible because they usually responded within a few minutes to this sort of alarm, something I'd witnessed when a coworker once opened this after 7 p.m., the time when it automatically turned on the silent alarm. Knowing this, I said, "That's the drop safe, but it has a silent alarm on it." He says, "Okay, never mind. Go to the back of the store now and stay there till I'm gone." I did. I waited in the back room for roughly 5 minutes. I think each minute seemed like an hour with the amount of adrenaline I had pumping through my veins. Then went out to make sure he was gone. I kept low and snuck up to the front of the store and saw no one. I locked the front door and called the police, reported the robbery, gave a description of the robber, which wasn't detailed because I didn't look at him fearing he'd hit me or something. All I knew was that he was black and young, and the clothes he was wearing. He had a hoodie with the hood pulled tight so I could only see mouth, nose, and eyes. Then I called my DM, then my regional LP manager, and made the obligatory reports to those people. At that point, I'd run out of directives from my training. I sat in the office in a daze until my DM sent over someone to relieve me. After that, he told me to call someone to pick me up. I called my best friend who picked me up and brought me home. He stayed with me until my wife got home. My DM told me to take the next 3 days off and call him if I needed any kind of counseling therapy. Some people have panic attacks or cry, freak out in some way, but I didn't. I just felt numb and shocked. Later that evening, the whole experience began to replay in my mind, over and over like a bloody movie. That was the thing that really freaked me out. PTSD, I guess. It continued for 3-4 weeks, paired with some nightmares, but eventually it got better. And I'd say the only lasting effect is that I am much more aware of my surroundings when I am by myself and in a vulnerable position, and that I watch people's behavior more closely to determine their motives and to protect myself and my family from harm. That, and I remember the whole thing like it happened yesterday, despite the fact it was 11 years ago. Be careful, retail workers. Don't let this happen to you. Never enter a store alone. Peace and love to all y'all. We were having a meeting in a windowless conference room. There were about 7 of us. Suddenly, we felt our chairs jolt. The room went black, and we heard a huge 4-second muffled roar of an explosion. We filed out of the room and to the brighter office to look out of the narrow floor-to-ceiling windows. The power was out. The computer screens were dark. Looking out, we could see snow gently falling. Up on the 71st floor, we were often in a cloud. Standing next to the floor fire warden, I noticed he stood straight and silent, listening for the PA system to announce the cause of the outage. Silence. We later learned the system was destroyed in the blast. I looked behind me into the hallway and could see thick black smoke shooting up under the cargo elevator doors. I turned to him and said, "I'm leaving." I opened the stairwell doors. A coworker started to cry. I told her, "Let's go downstairs together." We scrambled down. At about the 45th floor, we hit an enveloping wall of black smoke. I fell on my knees at the landing, but I couldn't breathe nor see. It felt like being underwater in the dark. I crawled around until I felt a step. First time thought I would die. Grabbing a railing, I shot up the stairs until I could see again. People were streaming from the upper stairwell into an office around the 50th floor. It was hazy with smoke. I found my crying coworker. People were dropping coats at the bottom of the glass hallway doors, trying to block the incoming smoke. There were over 100 people sitting on the floors, others milling about, some sobbing. Someone panicked and threw a chair out of the window. My knees were trembling. Second time thought I would die today. I stuck my head out of the window and was relieved to see people streaming out of the building. I found a payphone on the wall and called my fiancé. He told me the explosion was in World Trade Center Building 2, not my building. Telling him I could barely see the phone I was talking into, he denied I should be in any smoke at all. "Thanks. Please call my mom and tell her I'm trying to get out." The conversation was so stupid I felt better. After about 2 hours, a fireman emerged and said it was clear enough to descend the stairs. We started to slowly walk down, one hand on the railing, one on the person in front of us. Much of the descent was in complete darkness. A floor below me, someone panicked, started to scream and block the stairwell. We couldn't continue. Third time thought I would die. Eventually he was calmed and continued the descent. Until around 4 p.m., we finally reached the ground level and exited to the street. My purse and coat were up on 71. It was cold and still snowing. I walked to the subway and rode uptown to the bus terminal. People were staring at me in disbelief. It wasn't until I looked in the mirror that my face and clothes were covered in soot. My nose was so full of soot, it made a crunching sound when I pinched it. I met up with other employees at the bus terminal and was given a coat to go home.
We'd gone to an island for Christmas. It was the day before my daughter's 2nd birthday, and we, plus my wife's sister and her husband and child, decided to visit one of the spectacular waterfalls. A proper welded-together Mad Max truck took us halfway up the mountain, with us having to walk the rest of the way. My almost 2-year-old had to be carried, so I picked her up and walked up the trail. It wasn't far before I lost my footing on the damp leaves, fell, and, still holding my girl, began to slide. I had no real concerns. After all, I've fallen plenty. that I began to slide. Holding my daughter's head with one hand, I grabbed at everything I could with the other, but carried on sliding relentlessly. I glanced over my shoulder to see a drop just meters away. A big drop. An unsurvivable drop with nothing to stop us from falling. I rolled onto my back with my daughter, crying on my chest, holding her tight with the hope that she, at least, would be okay, when at the very edge, I managed to push my foot into the vegetation that grew there. We stopped sliding. My wife and brother-in-law were scrambling down towards us and took my daughter from my arms and carried her away. I stayed there, entangled in the bushes, and smoked 2 cigarettes silently, with one leg dangling over the cliff. I didn't speak at all for the rest of the day. When we visited the temple for her birthday the next morning, we meant it.
I was 18 years old and just graduated high school 3 months prior. I was married. I eloped my senior year of high school. We had rented a very small 1-bedroom house that was across the street from the bank where I worked as a teller. We hadn't lived there very long, maybe a month or so. We were young and barely making ends meet, so there were not a lot of decorations, pictures, etc. I was always a very trusting person. I was raised in the country, and in times where you could leave your windows open and your doors unlocked. I was always taught to see the good in people. I had come down with a cold and taken cold medicine one night and went to bed early. At this point, I had only been married for less than 6 months. I remember in my sleep feeling someone messing with me. In my half-asleep cold medicine bogged down head, I started reacting and thinking it was my husband. Then I roused up and opened my eyes. It was around 2 in the morning. I looked over at my husband kind of laughing and said, "What are you doing?" Only he was sound asleep facing the other direction. Puzzled, I looked forward. There, at the foot of my bed, with the streetlight shining in my window, crouched a gray-haired man. He was looking straight at me. It was then I noticed the weird smell. Alcohol and food mixed together. It registered something was very wrong. Out of natural reaction, I screamed. When I screamed, my husband jumped up facing me. At almost the exact same moment, the man jumped up and ran out of the bedroom door. The bedroom door was located right beside the head of the bed, on my husband's side of the bed. Since he jumped up looking at me, he did not see the man run out. He asked me what was wrong, but I was so scattered nothing coming out of my mouth made any sense. He kept saying it was okay, and I just had a bad dream and everything was just fine. I can't describe the panic I felt inside. I refused to lay back down. I got up from the bed and walked into the next room, living room, and my husband followed me. Once we entered the living room, it was all becoming reality. The front door to the house was propped open with a brick. The rocking chair we had was moved out of the way of the doorway to the bedroom. My assumption is he was making sure he had a clear shot of the house. Laid all over the floor was the contents of my purse. Only a few dollars was missing. My social security card, a change purse, and a photo. Seeing as how we were young and broke, we didn't have a home phone. Cell phones were not a thing at this time. We were trying to get pants and shoes on to go call the cops when we heard a car door shut. I started screaming, "Oh my God, he is going to steal our car." My husband went to the door to see a female officer walking towards our house. I immediately started rambling how there was a man. He was in my house. He messed with me. He touched me, and I needed help. I know I looked like a crazy person who was babbling nonsense. The officer calmed me down and asked me to tell her what happened. I repeated myself. She asked if I knew what he looked like and if I could identify him. I said yes. To this day, that man's face and hair haunt my thoughts. It is permanently in my brain. She then went on to explain that she was making rounds and found a man running across the road suspiciously. She stopped him and was taking him for public intoxication. When he got into the back seat, he was trying to stuff my change purse inside his pocket. She took it and reverse searched my social security number. to find that I lived just a road over from where this man was picked up. Divine intervention. The man claimed I was a friend of his, and he had left my house not long ago from hanging out. My house was fingerprinted and pictures taken, diagrams drawn. They tested his hands and fingernails for my DNA. I had to go to court and testify. I found out I was pregnant just weeks later. I had constant nightmares and became very jumpy. The stress from everything threatened my baby, so we agreed to accept a plea bargain. I found out he was living in a camper that was parked in front of the bank where I worked. That month, I was the teller assigned to drive through. I was facing his camper daily. I walked to and from work because it was just across the street and took more effort to drive. Plus, we only had one car. They also found other items from my house inside his camper upon searching it. That confirmed he had been in my house before. He actually saw my husband in the bed next to me and walked around him to my side of the bed. He was on a mission. I finally got through court. He was sentenced and I tried to move on. About 4 to 5 years later, I received a phone call from the police department a city over. There was a new law passed and every prisoner that was imprisoned for a sexual-related offense had to submit their DNA. There as a hit. The same man who broke into my home had hit on a series of high-profile cases in the next city over. They were brutal. No one ever saw him. Just one girl saw tattoos on his arms behind her. He would tie them up and use tape on their eyes. Shockingly, we all had similarities. He had a type. The girl that saw the tattoos had given a description, and it was televised on the news. I guess he ran to the next town in hopes of running away from it. At the time, they caught him at my house, had the tape and everything on him. It just didn't make sense at the time why. Now all of the dots started to connect. All of us were between 17 and 23. This man was almost 60. Then, all those years later, I realized had I been home alone, it would have been so much worse. I didn't have to deal with some of the same horrible things the other girls did, but it still really messed me up. It caused my marriage problems because I didn't feel protected. I have PTSD, but I am a very lucky lady. God was really watching out for me, and I am thankful it was not worse than it was. By far the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. I'm sorry it was so long. Not something I tell a whole lot of people. I had a friend not believe me one time saying it was crazy sounding, until she saw the sentencing on the news. I was used as a witness for the other girl's case showing the career history of the man and all of the similarities. He was sentenced and put away for the rest of his life.
It's amazing that I have lived to tell this. My husband and I were on vacation at a fancy all-inclusive resort in Cancun, Mexico. We were young. We dressed up and brought all of our best jewelry. He, a gold Rolex, gold chain and bracelet. Me, my new diamond bracelet and beautiful engagement ring. Everyone was so nice our first morning in paradise, and at breakfast we met a nice young lady who took the time to stop and chat a while. Later that evening, we went downtown to the shopping areas and loved it. It was getting quite dark, and as we were starting to head back to our resort, the same super friendly young lady appeared and offered us a ride back, as she was going there anyway. This was fantastic. Yes. We hopped in her van and she told us that she had one quick stop. Was it okay? Of course. We pulled up to an insanely loud night spot with a home connected to it right next door. A locked iron gate surrounded the courtyard. Come on in. She smiled and beckoned. We jumped out of the van and stood beside her, suddenly shaking uncontrollably as she unlocked the gate. We went in. She shakily locked it. We got to the front door, and as she opened it and ushered us in, we were speechless to see a giant room. All the walls were white tiles to the ceiling. Along the wall, giant sink, hoses. The floors were also solid white with huge drain holes in the area. Super well lit up. We were standing with her, shaking more than ever. Innocent, young and confused, we stood silently as she called up the stairs, "Julio, Julio, Julio." When she had no response, she hysterically ran up the stairs only to find that one door locked. She said, "Let's go," and we obediently followed her out to the van. Her whole demeanor changed. She was mean and wild. She drove crazily away from the blasting music next door, speeding away for what seemed like forever. She came to a screeching halt and said, "Get out." In the pitch black, middle of nowhere. We did again as we were told. It was then that we realized our stupidity. Our lives had been spared from the slaughterhouse. The sinks, the noise to cover our screams, the drains in the floors, all for our jewelry. Julio the butcher was nowhere to be found that lucky night. We walked until we saw streets, took a taxi back to our resort in complete silence, locked every piece of jewelry in our safe, and thanked God for us being spared. We never saw her again, but I will never, ever forget her. I'm gonna go anonymous, because this is really, really heavy, and it's something that I've promised myself that I would never reveal. And so far, I've kept that promise and never told anyone about it, not even my therapist. I've tried my best to forget about it forever, but it keeps coming back to me. It haunts my nightmares, and at odd, awkward waking moments, I'm paralyzed by flashbacks and left shivering and shaking, and blubbering like a 2-year-old for seemingly no reason. I really, really don't want to post this, but it's in my head now. I can't sleep and it's not going away. I might as well write it down and get it out in the open once and for all. In the cold light of dawn, I'm probably going to regret this and spend the next 6 months beating myself up about it. Well, tough crap. I've been beaten up by bigger and tougher guys before. Maybe later everyone can come on over, drag me out into the street, and stone me for my ignominy. At least I know my dog still loves me. The place? Silverton, Pretoria, South Africa. The year? 1986. Friday, 4th of July. Shortly after 1630. Or, for anyone who doesn't know military time, 4:30 p.m. I just turned 43. I was working in Silverton and had knocked off work for the day. As is usual, I stopped off at Checkers to get some stuff. On this particular day, it was the usual: bread, milk, eggs, and some tomatoes as something extra. As is usual, I parked my motorcycle on the sidewalk in a very convenient spot between an ornamental concrete trash bin and the bus shelter. I did my shopping and was in the checkout queue, nearly up to the till when I remembered that I'd forgotten to get the tomatoes. Screw it, I thought. I'm not going to get them now and have to stand at the back of the queue again. I paid for my stuff and left. I boarded my bike, drove around the bus shelter and eased into the traffic. Then the bomb in the trash bin went off. It was like someone hit me in the back with a sledgehammer. I was flung, bike and all, into the gutter. I lay there dazed and disoriented, and everything was deathly silent. Then the screaming started. It sounded far, far away, and as if I had cotton wool stuffed in my ears. I crawled out from under my bike, and remember that strangely it was still running. I turned it off, staggered to my feet, and looked around. My God, the carnage. People running around screaming and bleeding. Blood and guts and gore everywhere. Half a leg wearing a sock lying on the sidewalk in front of me. And I'm staring at it all. And all I can think is like, where's his shoe? He must have a shoe. He's lost his shoe. His shoe. His shoe. There's a woman with her arm, shoulder, and half her face a bloody pulp. A body on the ground looking like it had been put through a meat tenderizer. Chunks of flesh everywhere. Kids scattered all over the place like discarded rag dolls. Screaming, crying, blood, gore, glass, chunks of concrete, wreckage, screaming, screaming, screaming. People are climbing out of their cars, rushing to help, and I'm just standing there, shivering and shaking and waving my arms, and screaming and yelling, no, 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 stop, stop, run away, run. There'll be another bomb. Run, run. I could hardly hear my own voice, and it seemed like no one else could hear me either. I puked. I grabbed my bike. It started and I gunned away. I was rounding the corner when the other bomb went off. My bike skidded and I fell again. I just lay there. I was just lying there and shivering and shaking and gasping for breath and blubbering and crying. I remember there were flashing lights and sirens and hooting and yelling and shouting, and I could hear the screaming. That awful, terrified, terrifying screaming. I must have passed out cold because the next thing I remembered was that I was freezing. My whole body ached. Every muscle in my body was so stiff and sore that I could hardly move. I'd gotten my breath back, so I retrieved my bike, which miraculously was still okay, and rushed home. Thankfully, when I got there, I was the first home. I dropped my backpack, helmet, gloves, jacket, and boots on the kitchen floor, stripped off my clothes, stuffed them in a plastic shopping bag, and hid them at the bottom of the outside garbage bin. I ran a hot bath, locked the door, climbed in the tub, and just lay there, aching all over, and shivering and shaking and rattling, blubbering and bawling and crying, till I thought the bath was going to overflow with tears. And all the time I'm thinking, I could have been dead. If I'd remembered the tomatoes, I would have been dead. I should have been dead. Why wasn't I dead? I deserved to be dead. How could I not be dead? How could I be practically on top of an exploding bomb and still walk away with hardly a scratch? Why were other, better people and innocent children slashed, smashed, shattered, scarred, marred, mauled, mutilated, maimed, crippled, blown to smithereens, and for all I knew, killed, while a nobody, a useless, bawling, blubbering, puking nobody like me, is allowed to walk away with hardly a scratch? I wished I was dead. Right now, as I'm writing this more than 30 years later, my face is numb, my hands are numb, I'm cold, I'm shivering, and I'm really, really wishing that I was dead. Then, this whole horrible, hellish nightmare will finally be over. Well, one of the more disturbing things I've seen was when I visited London in 1991. I was walking down a busy street when I suddenly came across a dead body. An old lady had jumped from her balcony just seconds before I turned the corner, and I nearly stepped on her because I was looking at a tourist map while walking. It was a very sad sight. She was lying face down on the pavement, arms stretched out, and one of her legs was at a weird angle, having probably been broken by the fall. She looked to be at least 80 or 90 years old, and she was dressed in a woolly jumper and had a nice old-fashioned skirt on, just a regular grandma. Other people quickly gathered to watch, but nobody did anything. This was in the days prior to cell phones, so somebody would have to run off somewhere and make a call, but nobody did. I thought of doing it myself, as did probably most of us, but I was 14 at the time and too stunned to move. I'd never seen a dead person before, and to my great shame, I just stood there. Not everyone had the same reaction, however. This was during lunch hour, So as I said before, the street was very busy, and quite a few pedestrians had places to go to, and wouldn't let the scene of a self-unaliving stop them. So they simply stepped over the body and went on their own way with an "oh dear, what a shame." Some of them hardly even looked up from their newspapers. Too busy checking the stock market, I suppose. It made me sick. Eventually, somebody must have alerted the authorities because the police and ambulance arrived quickly, and the area was cordoned off. We were all ushered away. But even today, nearly 30 years later, I can picture her lying there, and I wonder what made her do it. Did she have nothing left to live for? Was she in pain and unable to pay the hospital bills? Had her relatives died and left her alone? Perhaps she was being evicted and had nowhere else to go. I'm sure that this happens all the time, much more so in large cities than anywhere else. But each case is tragic, and I think that we could do well to remember to care a bit more about our elderly citizens, and not simply dismiss them as old relics as soon as they reach their pension age. Volunteer, keep them company, spend some time with them, and cheer up their day.
A few years ago, I owned a home and business cleaning and auto detailing business. I started working for a woman with whom I'd gone to high school. Her sister has been one of my closest friends throughout our adulthood, and therefore, I was somewhat familiar with the goings-on in that family. They had 4 kids, 3 girls and a boy, and the father was abusive, primarily to the teenage son. But I think most people in the house got a taste of it. The house was always a disaster. You couldn't tell I had ever been there from one time to the next. My biggest problem was with the guns, though. There were guns everywhere. There would be a massive pile of laundry on the couch, and as I began to fold it, I would find a gun. There were handguns in the kitchen cupboards. There were rifles propped up in the corner of the kitchen. I'm not handy with firearms. I don't know how to check to see whether or not it's loaded. I don't know how to check the safety. Therefore, I was very uncomfortable with all of these guns laying around. Not to mention the fact that there were 4 kids, ranging in age from 3-16 at the time, and the ammo was in a low, unlocked kitchen cupboard. I told my client that until the guns were locked away, I wouldn't be coming back. She agreed to put them away, and for a while things were okay. One morning I walked in to find a pistol on the kitchen table, with a loaded clip right next to it. I asked her why it was there, and almost in a manner of laughing it off, she said that her husband, who owns a cement company, had gotten upset with one of his employees, came home and loaded the gun. I guess when he cooled down, he took the clip out of the gun and laid them both on the table. She promised that it wouldn't happen again, but at this point, I already know that this man has abusive tendencies. Now, I know that when he is upset with someone, he immediately goes for the firearms. So, on what would be my next to last week at the house, I walked in and found candle wax all over one of the walls, and broken glass and more wax on the floor. I asked the kids what had happened, and they stated that their dad had become angry with the son and had thrown a large candle at him. It didn't occur to me until later that it had to have been lit when he threw it, given the wax on the wall. That same day, the dad came home from work early. He and his wife were arguing in the kitchen when he threw a large metal shelf from a refrigerator at her. It hit her foot and broke her big toe in half long ways. Because there was a witness, me. He kept trying to say that he threw it to her, but she missed the catch. Obviously, that was not the case. The following week, when I went to clean the house, I convinced the wife to go to the police to file charges. I would take her and be a witness. We went. The charges were filed. They ended up arresting the father at one of the kids' schools because the school was given instructions to not allow him to pick up the kids. And when he was told as much, he lost a grip and was arrested. The wife and kids stayed at a shelter for a night or 2, and then they went to stay with her sister. Exactly 1 week after we went to the police, she dropped the charges and they all went home. I still do not understand how or why she was allowed to drop the charges, because we both gave detailed descriptions of the abuse against the son in our statements to the police. This is the point when I should have done more. I should have followed up with CPS or the police or someone. I shouldn't have let it go. In late October of 2019, I got a call from my friend, the sister of my client, and she was hysterical. The son, the one who had suffered so much abuse at the hands of his father, had shot and unalived himself. He was 16. At the time, I thought I had done what I could. Thinking back, I should have pressed so much harder. I'm truly sorry that I didn't do more to save you, NSS.
I was parked in a certain spot at my last job for 12 years that I was there. It was accessible to the public as it wasn't company parking, but they wanted us to park in the back of the lot, so the closer spots could be available for customers. One day, my spot's taken by a dark-tinted caddy, and I'm immediately angry because everyone knows it's mine. It's morning shift, so 4 a.m., so it can't be one of the others because I know what they drive. So maybe it's a newbie, or maybe another employee from another shop in the plaza. It's still there on my lunch break, and when I go home, and the next day, I come in at 1 p.m. till close, around 9:30, and then also the next. Something about it really bothered me. It smelled wrong. Literally. It's the South in high summer, and who knows what's baking in there. My dad was a Marine and then a police officer. He always said that if you feel something is wrong, there probably is. So I dialed the non-emergency contact police number. I felt like an idiot, but every time I walked by, it bugged me. So I was stuck waiting for over an hour before anyone shows up. And honestly, if I hadn't been off the next day, I would have been like, screw it. But I waited, mostly because I can be a really petty jerk, and that's my spot. The police show, all annoyed because who knows how many they can't park their calls they get. They run the license plate though, and then things go crazy. They want my info, want me to contact my manager. Does this lot have cameras? Have I touched the car, etc.? Apparently the car is on Amber Alert as the last sighting of a missing person who was a minor, a 15-year-old girl. When they pop the trunk, they find her dead, mutilated body under a blanket, and the source of the smell. She had gone out with her much older, controlling and insecure boyfriend, but had decided to get out of the relationship. She only made the mistake of getting into the car with him. He drove 3 counties over after torturing her, stuffing her in there and who knows what else. Then parked and walked away, left her to die in the trunk. I never learned her time of death, so it haunts me sometimes thinking that she might have been saved if I'd made a fuss earlier. So yeah, listen to your gut, even if it seems petty. When I was really young, we were crossing a massive bridge. I remember the sudden traffic and my family talking about what it could be about. We finally got to the point on the bridge where we saw what's happening. I'll never, ever forget the way the sunbeams went through the clouds, just like a movie. A woman in big black sunglasses, blonde hair, smiling, and on the other side of the bridge. My grandfather said it was an angel, and I truly believed that for a long time. It wasn't until I was showering when I was way older and randomly thought of that time and realized that she was going to jump. It's disturbing how happy she was, but probably in so much pain. I remember her stretching her arms out while holding the railing to really extend herself over the edge. She was ready for it. When I was about 7 years old in the Philippines, while I was on my way to buy snacks from the convenience store, I saw my auntie, but she quickly dragged me home. Everyone on the street seemed to be running for their lives. It turns out a murder just occurred and the killer was on the loose. I peeked outside to see the killer shirtless and bloody all over. His eyes were wide open and he was carrying a machete. He was walking down the street and it was a pretty horrific thing for 7-year-old me to see. A coworker confided in me one day at lunch about an incident that sounded like child abuse to me. The guy's name is Byron Morales. I give that detail because this is a true account of what unfolded after the day. Look it up. Byron told me that he doubted he would be allowed to babysit his stepchild again after his wife came home and caught him spinning circles while holding the baby by the feet. When I asked why, he said, to toughen him up. The kid's a sissy mama's boy and I wanted to toughen him up. That blew me away. I didn't know how to respond. So I went to my boss and told him the story. He told me that there was nothing we could do. To this day, I wish I had contacted the state of Iowa and reported Byron for child abuse, but I didn't. Instead, I tried to forget about it. I still had to work closely with the guy on a daily basis, but I didn't like him after that. Fast forward about a month. Our home phone rings. It's my boss telling me to look at that day's local paper. There, I find an article about the death of the child in question. Byron was the only person home with him when the child fell down the stairs, according to the stepdad. My boss tells me that I was right, and we hang up. I didn't know what to do. For some reason, I was expecting the police to visit the guy's workplace searching for clues like we see on TV, but that's not what happened, and it was really bugging me, so I finally called the police. They were interested in hearing my story. There was a deposition eventually, and then later I testified at Byron Morales' murder trial for the death of Kevin. Byron was convicted and sentenced to life with no chance of parole. One day I was in a grocery store and approached by a woman who said she was on the jury and wanted to thank me for my testimony. She told me that my testimony helped remove any reasonable doubt and made the task of convicting the guy easier. That conversation made me feel better, but I still regret not getting involved before Kevin was murdered. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still can't shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and he introduced himself as the groom's friend Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl, and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night, until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore I left it on there. I was tired, and thought I had just left it in my car, so I went to the parking lot and into my car to look for it, and found it on the center console. I still thought it was weird, because I really thought that I had brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late at the night, so I didn't think much of it. I danced some more and noticed that Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. Pretty soon I felt sick too, so I said goodbye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk. I took my keys out and looked back there, and that was when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in front of the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him, and that she had no idea that he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since, because I'm worried that if I do, he'll be waiting for me like he was before. My mom was a single mother of 3 in the early 2000s, and eventually started going on dates when I was about 6. I remember the first time I met him. He made me feel uncomfortable, but my mom shrugged it off because I was a shy kid. She had done her due diligence and Googled his name, coming across a court case, him versus state. It listed him as a convicted felon of murder from back in the early 80s. I don't know how, but he convinced her that it was a mistake. I guess because he had a very generic name, she believed him. We were raised by him, called him Dad, even at one point asking him to adopt us. The adoption never happened, thank God. He was a good dad to us, at first. Things started to get weird when I turned 12. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to have sleepovers, wasn't allowed to choose my own haircuts, wasn't allowed to watch TV. It escalated to padlocks on the fridge and pantry, having to ask permission to drink water, and never being allowed in the kitchen past 8 p.m. He was a master manipulator, so at the time we all thought it sucked, but was normal punishment, despite us not having done anything to deserve it. I lost my door for weeks, on end, for stupid stuff like forgetting to do the dishes after dinner. Once, when I was 16, I wanted to not go to my brother's soccer game so that I could study, and he went into a blinding rage. I think that was the first time that I was ever truly afraid of him. He was a large man, probably 4 times my weight at the time. I think that was the first time that his mask fully slipped in front of me. He started being weird and creepy towards me once I turned 18. One night as I was sleeping, he came into my room and laid in my bed, saying that he loved me. I was so tired that I didn't even have time to think of how creepy it was until much later. I pushed him out of my room and went back to bed. The next day, while me and my family were gone, he'd stayed behind. He trashed my sister's room for no reason. She was only about 11 at the time and was very upset. He gave her the middle finger, and my mom finally lost it, telling him to pack up his stuff. He brandished a gun, waving it in my face before taking off in his car. We called the cops, and after nearly getting shot, he was arrested. We found out that he was a murderer when his bond was set at $250,000. He tried to lie to my mom again, but it didn't work this time. I looked up the case, and it was way worse than just a murder. He'd beaten someone to death with a metal pipe late at night in a highly populated park. I did not know this man. Not truly. Neither had my mom. He got out on bond. No idea who paid for that. And tried to come back to the house. I was the only one home, and I had no idea my siblings had not locked the door when they left for the day. I was cooking pasta before heading to work when I heard the front door open. I peered my head to the front door, and my blood ran cold as I saw him standing there. He said something to me, but I don't remember what it was. I ran to the bathroom and locked the door, not even bothering to turn off the stove. I pressed up against the bathroom door and called my mom as he banged on the door, asking me why I didn't love him. I was so afraid that I nearly sent myself into an asthma attack. My mom had a family friend come by and pick me up. When they entered the house, he wasn't there anymore. That was the last time I saw him, back in 2017. He'd helped raise me and my siblings for 13 years. He was the closest thing that I ever had to a normal dad, which, given everything, is kinda sad when I think about it too much. I can't help but worry that I'll fall back into the same toxic and manipulative relationship. It's what I knew growing up after all. Maybe that's why I keep people at a distance now. The reason I thought about this recently is because some true crime TikToker actually covered the story on the man he murdered all those years ago, and I stumbled across it. One of his daughters even commented on the post, giving more details about what it was like growing up with him. It was odd, thinking that so many of my peers could put two and two together if they had seen the TikTok. I know I'm a victim in all of this, but I can't help but feel shame that I was connected to this man and his atrocities. I could end this with a typical "so let's never meet again," but I know we won't, because he died. I didn't go to the funeral. Almost nobody did. From what my mom told me, not even his parents went. The last thing I want to say is please don't give my mom any hate. She was manipulated into believing that he was a good man, and we've made peace with her on this particular subject. A lot of the things that I mentioned happening in my childhood were things that she didn't know about until he was already dead. One more thing, since this is a popular subreddit. If you know who I am based on this story, please keep it to yourself. This all started when I was 20, so about 7 years ago. I've stayed with my parents on and off for years, but recently it became very concerning. Whenever I stay with them, it's overnight. Around 1 to 1:30, I wake up to a small thud. I always figured it was my cat jumping down, or just one of those dream awakenings. As I'm older now and living at home again pursuing a nursing degree, I try to do more than just give money. I help out around the house or do things that'll show my appreciation. This week, I decided I was going to do a clean on the windows, more than a spray down, like scrub the panes and crevices, in like 10 years it's never been done. That's when it happened. As I got to my window, I sprayed it down with Windex to let it set. But that's when I saw it. Handprints all over the glass, much larger than anyone who lives in our home. Like, I wear an XL glove. This would be special order type size of prints. So I set up a cam and a floodlight a few weeks ago, just to try and quell my possible insanity and overthinking. But there's a person who came up the driveway on the camera and stayed at my window at 1:14 a.m. for around 22 minutes from the timestamp, just looking in, and then he just left. I sprayed the windows again. Fresh prints. The police have been contacted, and we've gotten a drive-away alarm. But for your safety, buddy, let's never meet. I'm a 22-year-old woman. I went to the mall to do some shopping for a few clothes. I went to maybe 5 shops, and in the last shop I bought a pair of heels that another woman wanted. She said a few mean things in the shop after I bought them and walked out. I then went to the bathrooms. I didn't realize at the time, but she had seen me walk in. As I was in the cubicle, I heard her walk in and lock the bathroom door. She then knocked on the door and told me that she wanted the shoes. I knew this woman was crazy from the encounter that we had in the store. Not like she was going to like the high heels I had just bought, as she was a bigger woman and I didn't think that she would fit in them. I was very firm in saying no to her and unlocked the door of the cubicle and went to go to wash my hands. That's when things started to get physical. When my back was turned, she grabbed me by the hair and demanded that I let them go. I'm not going to get into what happened, but she ended up stealing the shoes and taking my bag along with ripping all the buttons off of my dress. I straight away went to the security office, but they said because the offense wasn't caught on camera. that there was nothing they could do. I've flown with my 1-year-old solo nearly a dozen times. Usually people are understanding and kind about me having a baby on my lap, and overall he's a happy, easy baby. He's also very cute, so it's not uncommon for strangers to talk to him. Usually I don't mind. The last trip I took, I sat alone in my aisle, with a man sitting by himself directly behind me. My baby was tired and fussing. I knew he was tired, but there's not a lot I could do until after we took off. Right out of the gate, the man behind me was talking to my baby, saying, "Oh, hi, baby. Why sad, baby? Cute, cute baby." I smiled and replied that he was tired and sorry for the fuss. Thank you. After takeoff, I started to get him settled for a nap. The man behind us continued to talk to my baby, putting his hand through the seats to try and grab his feet. Multiple times I asked him nicely to please stop. The baby was tired. You're distracting him. He just needs a nap. Finally, I sat my baby down next to me. He stood on the floor facing the seat next to me so that I could make a bottle. The man behind me stood up and reached over my seat to pick him up. I immediately leaned forward to pick up my baby, saying, "No, thank you. I don't need help. Please, no. No, thank you." The man pushed me back into my seat while mumbling, "Sweet baby, why cry, baby?" I replied very loudly, "No," and quickly picked up my baby. I thought that that was the end of that. I was wrong. I tried to rock my baby to sleep while desperately trying not to lose my cool. As I'm rocking my baby, the man behind me reached through our seats to grab my arm, saying, "No rocking, no rocking, you make him cry." I pulled free from him and yelled, "Do not touch me." Again, I thought that that would be the end. I started rocking the baby for a second time. This time, the man behind me reached both his hands around either side of my seat to hold me in place, saying, "No, no rocking, stop rocking." I am somewhat embarrassed that I completely lost it, clutching my baby to my chest while struggling to get free of him. It hurt. I hit the call light while screaming, "Let me go. Do not touch me. Let me go, let me go, let me go." He was still holding me by my arms when the flight attendants came running. I could barely get anything out to the flight attendants. Everyone around us was staring. I was sobbing, and all I could get out was that I could not sit there anymore, and for the love of God, please move me. The man behind me tried to move with me, but I told the flight attendants that I did not know him and he could not come with me. I had a good cry in my new seat, but my baby immediately went to sleep. I was moved to the next to the flight attendants' seats. After calming down, I explained to the flight attendants what had happened. Multiple times, the man that had been behind me got up to try to come back to my new seat, only to be turned around by one of the flight attendants. Towards the end of the flight, one of the flight attendants told me that they'd explained everything to the pilot, and the pilot had called the FBI and local police to escort the man off the flight. I would also be escorted off, as well as everyone around us that watched everything happen. He cheered as he was escorted off. I had to interview with the FBI and nearly missed my next flight. After my trip was done, I had to fly back going through the same airport. It was stressful and emotional to say the least. Even knowing that he was banned from the airline and the airport, I haven't flown since. To the man that tried to grab my baby from me and then wouldn't let go of me, let's never meet again. My fiance and I had just left a sober living house about a month ago. We had been clean for almost a year now and are doing really good. We graduated from the sober living and found a cute little 3-bedroom house. We gave the landlord the money and went over to the house to start loading our stuff inside. There was a little shed out back, so we walked back there and opened it up to put some of the boxes inside.
Beneath a piece of plywood, my fiancé saw something moving. He thought it was an animal, so he walked over and picked up the piece of plywood. There was a homeless crackhead sleeping under there with his crack pipe and syringe still in hand. We tried to be nice to him and explained that we're moving in, and that he would have to go find somewhere else to sleep. We even told him about the program we had just left, and that it was a really good place, and offered to give him the phone number. The dude narrows his eyes at us angrily and says, "I don't need anything from nobody. I don't trust nobody either, and neither should y'all." The way he said it was absolutely creepy. He strode off down the road and kept glaring back at us. That should have been our clue to not move in, but we had already given the landlord money and felt that we were without any other option at this point. So we moved our things in and tried to get comfortable over the next couple of days. A few days later, my fiancé was at work, and this same guy was standing in the road just staring at my house like a maniac. It was just me and a girlfriend home alone, so I was terrified. I called my fiancé and told him what was going on, but by the time he was getting ready to leave work, dude had already vanished. I don't know what he was planning on doing, and I swear I'm not one to judge people. I'm a recovering addict myself, and I've been homeless more than once. But the whole thing was just really ominous and threatening. About a week later, there was a shooting death about 3 houses down from us. That was it. We packed our stuff and left, and said screw that house. I don't know who was involved in the shooting, but after we packed our stuff and left, a friend of mine was telling me that the guy we found in our shed was also a convicted R-wordist that had just been released from prison, and that's why he was homeless. Needless to say, I don't want to ever meet that guy again, nor will I ever go back to that neighborhood. We moved 2 hours away and are now staying with my mom. I'll start this story by saying that I'm a 32-year-old woman. I am 170 centimeters and have generic back problems, which make it hard for me to lift 2 heavy things, let alone try to fight. I live in Denmark, in places where it is very normal not to lock your doors, even at night. The biggest thing that ever happened to me was someone mistook my home for a neighbor's, and they bolted out of the house when they realized they had taken the wrong door. This did not happen at my home, but at my childhood home in the middle of nowhere. My childhood home is a house surrounded by wheat fields, and is down a gravel road that has 2 other houses down at it. Childhood home house is the first house down this gravel road. I was house setting the house for my stepfather, because he couldn't take his 2 dogs, a Rottweiler and a roundabout mix, also a big dog, with him on his trip. I was alone with them for around a week. Nothing happened this week, but it was the last night I stayed there that something did. I was woken up by the dogs barking. They always do this when cars drive down the dirt road. It was normal, and I tend to tell them off and go back to sleep. This time, I saw a light coming inside the room that I slept in. That can only happen if you drive into the driveway. It was in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock at night, and that was what got me up quickly. Luckily, I had the driveway gate closed, but I did not like that some random car in the middle of the night was parking in the small patch between the dirt road and the gate. So I did the only thing that I could do at the moment. I let the dogs outside and hoped that would discourage whoever it was to even try anything. They're loud, and they sound worse than they really are. It did make whoever was driving the car move the car and drive away. They drive up to my first neighbor, who I can see up to because the dirt road lies on a very small hill. They didn't drive in as I thought they would do. They came back down to me again and began to drive very slowly past my house again. At this time, I stood outside at the front door with the light on and watched the car. I didn't like how slow it drove past, but the dogs were still freaking out at the gate. So whatever they were thinking about, they reconsidered and drove away faster this time. I have no idea what the car was doing down the dirt road at this time of night. The main road is more than big enough for you to turn up there instead of going down a dirt road. I don't know what would have happened if the dogs hadn't woken me up, and I have them for my protection. The story goes back to 90s. I was 7 or 8 and going home from school. A 5-minute walk in a safe district. But there was something waiting for me on my way home that day. I remember a man with a big hand reaching to me to shake my small one, and there was another man leaning on a car with its doors open. I shook his hand. I remember him not wanting to let go. He started asking me questions about school and teachers. I was answering while trying to liberate my hand. Then my best friend showed up, shouted my name watching us. Then the man stopped smiling, let loose my hand and went to the car looking frustrated. My friend looked scared and serious. I totally forgot about this 2 minutes of my life because I didn't know what tragedy I escaped. Then somehow the memories reemerged after 20 years, and I understood that it was a kidnapping attempt.
In college, 2008 to 2014, I was an avid metal detectorist. I knew of an old military trail and river crossing way back in a secluded portion of the woods that I knew not many others were aware of. I finally decided one winter morning that I was going to go and metal detect it finally. The trail is about a mile or two from a city park along the South Concho River in San Angelo, Texas. I parked my truck, got all my gear, which included a serrated knife for digging, and began my trek through the raw woods and brush for the trail. About halfway into the trees, I get into a clearing and find a tent and campsite about 40 yards back from the river and very isolated. There's cans lying all around it, some clothes and other stuff that made it evident that someone was using it. I didn't hang around it for long and kept on my way. As I was getting past the tent, this haggard-looking guy comes out of the brush just a few feet from me. I startled him as much as he startled me, and after some innocent chit-chat back and forth, he asked what I was doing in the woods. I told him about the old trail, my metal detecting stuff, and lied that it was a pretty well-known site for hobbyists like me. The latter seemed to get him a bit anxious. He starts asking me if I've messed with his campsite any, and I told him no, except for accidentally stepping on one of the cans. He was mostly concerned if I had looked into the tent itself though, which, truthfully, I hadn't. The guy related that his wife had kicked him out of their apartment a few days ago, and he was just staying in the woods until he got back on his feet. Didn't really add up in my mind, but I didn't ask anything else about it. Finally, I told him that I was going to get on my way, and with a weird look on his face, he suggested that I not go behind his campsite because he had recently used the bathroom back there. Whether there was fresh fertilizer back there or not, there was no way that I was going to be hanging around much longer regardless. I went a little further towards the trail that I wanted to metal detect, but never felt quite comfortable. So I made a quick turn towards the river and headed back to my truck fairly rapidly. Never saw the guy again until about 2 years later. His picture was in the local news for being apprehended by authorities for the murder of his wife. He killed her, and then buried her in the exact area of the woods where I encountered him on that day. Apparently, even though I can't recall if it was the very day of the crime or not, he had just completed the matter when we met.
This happened in 1996, in my hometown of about 100,000 people. I was 15 years old, from the suburbs, and went to a high school in the city. English is not my first language, so I apologize for any grammatical mistakes. I finished with class, and for some reason, I decided to walk to the main bus station instead of just waiting at the nearest bus stop. I stood at the gate that my bus line, number 15, starts from, Another bus line, number 17, also starts from the same gate. After waiting for around 10 minutes, a man asks me if bus number 17 had taken off yet. I say yes, I'm sorry. You've just missed it. The man, who looked to be around 30 or 40, then introduces himself to me as Mark. He stretches out his hand for me to shake it. I don't want to be impolite, so I do. I introduce myself as Maya. My name is not Maya. It was bizarre to me that a grown man is introducing himself to me at a bus station. I may have been 15, but I knew better. He asks if I just finished school. I say yes. He asks me what school I go to. I lie. He asks if I'm going home. I say no, even though I am. He asks where I'm going. I say to a friend's house. My bus pulls up and I get on it. Strangely, this man, Mark, gets on as well. I know for a fact he'd asked me if number 17 had taken off yet. If he was originally planning on going on number 17, there is absolutely no reason to get on my bus number 15. They don't have a single stop in common. I sit down and he sits himself next to me. He asks me which year of high school I'm in. I lie and say I'm a junior. I was actually a freshman at the time. He says I look too young to be a junior. I say I hear that all the time. He asks me if I have a boyfriend. I say no, he says that I should. I then ask him where he is going. He says he's going home. I ask if he wasn't planning on taking number 17. He says no, and tells me he lives at the very end of the bus line 15. That was odd. I've never seen him on the bus before. He asks me if I'm on my way home as well. I say no, I'm visiting a friend. Looking back, he knew I was lying. I was sure he believed me, and I really thought I had the situation under control. I should have walked up to the bus driver and told him what's going on. I didn't, because I just wasn't scared enough and I didn't want to make a scene out of nothing. There were plenty of people around, and while he was strange, I really thought he's just a harmless, lonely weirdo. We get to my stop. I purposefully miss it and get off at the next one, thinking I'll fool him and then just walk home a bit longer. To my surprise, he gets off as well. I ask him where he's going, and he says he wants to walk me home. Again, I tell him that I'm not going home. I'm visiting a friend. He says that's fine, he'll walk me. I say he really doesn't need to, and in a stern, irritated tone, he tells me to shut up and walk. There is no one on the street. We're the only ones who got off the bus here. I'm alone with this weird man who followed me from the bus station. I can't go home because I don't want him knowing where I live. I start panicking. I don't know what to, so I just freeze and stand there, silent. In an instant, he went from weird but chatty and smiley to telling me to shut up. And I went from feeling in control to knowing I really, really messed up. He puts his hand on my shoulder and tells me that he doesn't have much time, so we should get going. I want to tell him that he clearly does, but I don't want to anger him, so I just nod. He tells me that if I'm good, I don't have to be scared of him. I lie and say I'm not. He asks me if that means I plan on being good. I say yes. He forced me to repeat it in a whole sentence. Yes, I will be good. I begin walking. I don't know where I was going, I just walked. He walked with me with his hand still on my shoulder. I was never religious, but I remember praying that I don't pass out. My heart was beating so fast, and breathing was so difficult. I was sure I'm about to collapse and die. Then, I spotted an older man tending his garden in front of a house. That's the last thing I clearly remember. I have a vague memory of running. I was later told that I was screaming for help while running towards the older man, while Mark ran off. The older man called the police and they contacted my parents. The police couldn't do anything but take my statement. Since my parents both worked and couldn't take me to and from school, they bought me a phone the very same day. This was in the 90s, when mobile phones were a luxury. I wish the story ended here. After the event, I only ever got on the bus at the stop right in front of my school. A few weeks passed and I did so like I did any other day. We locked eyes as soon as I stepped on. He was on the bus with the biggest grin on his face, like he couldn't be more excited to see me. I was so creeped out I immediately got off and ran into the school. I called my mom in tears and she had me find a teacher to walk me to her car when she came to get me. The school was then notified of the situation. After that, he was spotted walking around the school several times, sometimes a few days in a row, but sometimes he wasn't seen for weeks. The police was of no help. They couldn't do anything until he actually hurt me, or showed up on the school property or at my home. I spent the rest of the year waiting in the school until late afternoon, so my mom could pick me up after work. We always took a very long route home. I now know she was making sure we weren't getting followed. My parents then had me switch schools. Thankfully, he was never spotted in my neighborhood, and I'm very sure he never found out my name or got my address. I only ever saw him one more time. I was 21, in my hometown, on summer break from university. I saw him in a grocery store in a whole different part of town. He didn't recognize me, didn't even look at me, but I immediately recognized him. Where I live, there is no convicted criminal list like in the US. Such cases are not reported, and I never found out the man's full name. I have no idea who he is, or what he has done in the past. I don't know what he would have done to me. My belief is that he was mentally challenged, saw me, liked me, and followed me. My mother believes that it had been much more complex, that he was planning something and that he knew exactly where we're going. My dad still doesn't talk about it. I'm just happy he's out of my life. So I recently got a job at Walmart in online grocery. And while I don't talk to customers nearly as much as cashiers or customer service, I do have to answer a lot of questions and direct people to items they can't find. There are plenty of stupid people who don't look before asking me where something is, and people who are just plain rude. But besides this one encounter, I haven't really had a problem with creepy men. At my past jobs, I was used to men making horrible comments about my body and body mods, but I guess at Walmart, there's always someone weirder walking around, so I don't get as many. It started at around noon, when I went out on my first pick run of the day. I was in the soda aisle struggling to fit a box pack of beer into my cart, when this guy came up and helped me. He was probably in his early to mid-20s. This kind of adds to the creep factor because I only recently turned 18 and haven't switched out my yellow name tag yet. A bigger guy, a bit shorter than me, wearing a corn shirt. I thanked him for helping me and said I liked his shirt. He said it was no problem and complimented my hair. No big deal, right? I pick up my handheld and get back to bagging soda and praying that I don't get sent on exceptions that night. Around 15 minutes later, I'm in the soup aisle, crouched on the floor, bagging 20 cans of Dinty Moore. Not my finest moment. Someone walks up behind me and says, "Excuse me?" I'm already excited to talk to them. Nobody, and I mean nobody, says excuse me when they want my attention. I stand up and turn around to see the same guy. He says he's been looking everywhere, and he can't find the baking soda, and that he knows he probably passed it, but he wants to make sure he's looking in the right area. The baking aisle is just a few over, and what a coincidence. The next thing I need for my run is bread flour. I tell him I'm heading over to the aisle the baking soda is in right now, and I'll show him where it is. He says thank you. I finish scanning in the Dinty Moore, and we head over. It was a Tuesday, and completely dead. Like, I was seeing my coworkers more often than customers. We get to the baking aisle, and I show him the baking soda before getting to picking out the bread flour. I had a lot to pick from in that aisle, so I was there for a good 10 minutes picking different items, and I couldn't help but notice that he put a tiny box of Arm & Hammer into his cart, and was just standing there on his phone, occasionally looking at me. A little strange, but maybe he's texting someone and is feeling a bit awkward that neither of us has left the aisle. Who knows? I finish my pick run, stage the totes onto the cart, and bring it to the back. I go on 2 more runs before my first 15-minute break, and I catch a glimpse of Corn Guy every so often. I figure he's just having a hard time finding stuff because the Walmart I work at is massive, and continue on with my day. I go into the break room to eat the salad I had in the fridge, and drink a cherry Pepsi while getting that good gossip from one of the guys from customer service. And life is good. For a second, I thought I saw Corn Guy walk past the door, but I figured it was just an employee wearing the same shirt and didn't think of it again until later. My manager tells me to do 3 more pick runs before I go to the back to start dispensing orders, and I head out on a produce run. Easily one of the worst types, as the produce section is super confusing and always crazy busy. I get to the produce section and start doing my thing when I see Corn Guy standing next to the corn stand. I laugh to myself for a second before realizing that it's 1:30 at this point, and this guy has been at Walmart for at least an hour and a half. There are only 3 things in his cart. I try not to look in his direction so he doesn't try to talk to me and get back to bagging onions and weighing apples. At this point, I'm getting some serious weirdo vibes from this guy. He walks up to me and says hi. I say hi back and ask him if he needs anything. He proceeds to go on the creepiest tirade I've ever heard. I remember almost exactly what he said because I was standing there in absolute horror the entire time while holding a bag of apples. He said, "I just wanted you to know that you don't need to eat salad if you don't want to. You don't need to lose weight. If you're trying to impress that guy you were talking to, you should go for someone who would love you for who you are, not someone who would want to change you like that. You are so beautiful." I stare at this man in shock. For one, I eat salads for lunch because I like salad. It sure ain't a healthy salad either. Those things are loaded with Caesar dressing and bacon bits. Second of all, I have a boyfriend already. It's not Gavin from customer service. And he's also fat and could not care less what I eat. Third of all, I take offense that some random creep thinks that I have been waiting all my life to be validated by him, a man who spends all day at Walmart without even being paid for it. Needless to say, I am horrified, embarrassed because he just said this in front of multiple other customers who are giving us weird looks, and pissed off by the audacity of this weirdo. I can't tell him any of this. I stick with telling him that I think that's inappropriate for him to say. He needs to stay out of employee-only areas like the break room, and if he needs anything else, he can go ahead and talk to customer service. He looks shocked as if this wasn't the nicest way I could have ended the conversation, and I end my pick run early to go talk to a manager. In the back, I tell my manager about Corn Guy, how he's been following me, and how I'm not going back out to pick tonight unless we know for sure that he's gone. She's understanding, and lets me start dispensing early, and sends one of the guys in the back to pick in my place. The rest of the day goes okay, except when my coworker and I go out together to take a huge order to one of the spots in the main parking lot, and Corn Guy is sitting on the bench out front. I prayed that he was just waiting for someone to pick him up, and refused to take out any more orders to the main lot. I managed to put away returns without seeing him, and with minimal trouble. And at 8, I go back to OGP, turn in my handheld and key card, and say goodbye to everyone left. I always park in the main lot right in front of the grocery section, and as I'm walking, it's just starting to get a bit dark. It had been raining on and off the whole day, and it was the perfect balance of summer warmth and cold rain outside. As I'm unlocking my old CRV, I see the Corn Guy approaching me. I'm scared of what he wants from me, but at this point I have my keys out, and the pepper spray on the chain is clearly visible, so I'm hoping he isn't stupid enough to try something. He walks up to me and starts trying to talk. I shut him down, tell him that he has been following me all day. Reminder that he has been at Walmart for a full 8 hours at this point. And I am uncomfortable talking to him. I am off the clock, and if he needs something regarding Walmart, he can go talk to customer service. And if he wants to talk to me personally, I'm not interested, and he needs to leave me alone. He has the nerve to look offended, and then says something that tops his salad rant in terms of stupid stuff to say to a random woman. Okay, since you're gonna be like that, I won't ask you out, ungrateful jerk. I thought you were cool and could maybe understand me, but you're just like every other girl. I'm too morbidly curious. I ask him what that means. I mean, you seem cool. I don't see anyone around here with ears stretched that big, or who can appreciate Corn's artistry. I thought maybe you were on my level, but you're just like every other stupid Midwesterner in this crappy town. At the end of this little rant, he digs in the pocket of his sweatpants and produces the crappiest little switchblade I've seen in my life. This pitiful little thing couldn't skin a hamster. I'm somehow even more offended. First, I've been stalked all day because I have stretched ears and complimented a guy's band shirt. Second, he thinks Korn is some deep-cut metal band that nobody else has ever heard of. Third of all, we do live in Iowa, but we live in one of the largest cities in Iowa, and this Walmart is right in the middle of it. And fourth, he's not only threatening me with a knife for not living up to his manic pixie dream girl fantasy, but thinks I'm going to be scared of that pathetic excuse of a knife. At this point,
I'm so sick of this guy that I just get in my car.
Tell him to go screw himself, slam the door, and get out of there. I haven't seen him since, but I work pretty much every day, so it's only a matter of time. So basically, to the creepy guy in a Korn shirt who pulled a knife on me in the Walmart parking lot, I hope we never meet again.
I dated this man for about 2.5 years, and he nearly killed me. Very physically abusive, emotionally, all of it. The last time he hurt me was because I told him I was moving, and I was going to have a roommate. He didn't like that. He strangled me twice and punched me in the face. I escaped and called the cops. He got arrested a few days later. Until then, though, he was coaching me on how I needed to go back to law enforcement and state that I hit myself, and he didn't really strangle me. That I stopped taking my psychiatric medication and was having a psychotic break that night. At the first hearing, I recanted and told the judge all the lies my ex told me to. The judge believed me, and he was set to get released from jail, but he was still under state county hold or something like that. Before he was supposed to get released, I went back to law enforcement after gaining some clarity and told them the truth again, in which another hearing was scheduled. Undoubtedly, my ex was notified of the reason why another hearing was being scheduled. He was a gang member. Obviously, I will not be saying which one. And as previously mentioned, by now I had moved into the new house with my roommate. But before he got arrested, he asked me where I was moving, and I told him which street corner the house was on, very stupidly. Well, my roommate's boyfriend at the time was affiliated as well. We were with some real winners, huh? And he was apparently notified that my house had been marked by the gang that my ex belonged to, and that showed true. One morning at around 6 a.m., my roommate and her boyfriend were sitting in the driveway in her car with the lights off. I was inside the house asleep. A car then pulled up in front of my house, blocking the driveway, preventing my roommate from pulling her car out. We're still unsure whether or not these people initially knew that there were people sitting in my roommate's car. The mystery car sat blocking the driveway for a few minutes before a man got out of the passenger seat and began walking directly up the driveway to my porch. Luckily, my roommate's boyfriend had a gun on him, and once he saw the man walking towards the front door, he got out of my roommate's car and flashed his gun at the man. The man saw it and ran back to the car, which then sped off. Maybe a few weeks later, I had driven to the gas station a few streets over after the sun had gone down. I was getting a vape or something. When I was walking back to my car out of the gas station, a man in the same car that was in front of my house pulled up next to me and started yelling something. I couldn't tell what he was saying before I just yelled back, "Shut up and leave me alone," thinking I was just being randomly catcalled. I got in my car and went to pull out of the gas station, noticing his car was sitting in front of the exit that I was going to take and not moving. So I went out a different exit and turned back onto the street that my house was on. I looked behind me and saw him following me. He waited for me to leave before he pulled out behind me and followed me. I started going down different streets and kept tailing. So eventually I freaked out and sped up real fast and made a quick, impulsive turn that threw him off my track. I didn't go home. Another day I came home from work and saw that the window in our dining room that looks out the backyard,
the only window on the first story that doesn't have iron bars guarding it from the inside, had been tampered with from the outside. It had a screen secured to it so that the window may be opened, and the screen had been ripped off. We reattached it and tried to rip it off ourselves, and it was very hard. My roommate's boyfriend was able to, but we weren't strong enough. It would have taken a lot of effort to get that screen off. Last instance, my roommate's boyfriend and his friend had left our house to go on a walk. When they came back, as they were walking back up to my house, they saw two men peeking through the other dining room window, trying to see inside. They noticed my roommate's boyfriend as he started yelling at them, asking what the heck they were doing, and they scurried away. Me and my ex's final hearing happened a few months ago, and I have gotten him locked up until 2036. I think maybe his fellow gangbangers have realized that a man locked up for the next 12 years is not worth risking their freedom for anymore, and I have since been left alone. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. Most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers saying things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" I understood their frustrations. Usually there would be 2 or 3 of us at the self-checkout, and maybe 2 manned registers open. We got a new guy in. Let's call him Terry. Terry always wore a mask as if it was 2021 and COVID was still COVIDing. I was training him, telling him to stock candy in bags. He would ask questions anyone would ask. If I'm in school, if I have a girlfriend. I lived in a small city/big town that had a good college. Students from all over the country would come and usually wound up with the prisons or retail. I usually asked the same questions. I told him no on both accounts. He then asked if I ever went hunting. We had a lot of woods and a big forest around the town. No, I don't like guns. He said he'd have to take me one day. A few days go by and he's over on my side again. He asks if I have family in town, and if they didn't, do they live close by? I live 3 doors down from my mom. He starts talking about hunting again, how he was out with his buddies and started using pack tactics, where they would box in the prey and finish it off. Weird for deer, seeing as they flee at the first thought of a noise. He's off for a few days because new hires have problems getting hours for the first 3 weeks. I talk to one of my coworkers, and they tell me that he asks a lot about me. The next time I see him, his questions are very telling. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods past so-and-so street? I'm a big guy at 6 foot and 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought would send a chill down my spine. Come on, man. You'd like it. Just some good old boys shooting the crap late at night in the middle of the woods. Then the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit him. The mask hid most of his face, but I could see it rise when he smiled. I don't know why he thought that would be a great way to convince someone, other than feeling like they were about to hunt me. It sounded like I would have been bored as crap before. I must have made a face or something because he turned and walked away quickly. I told a couple of coworkers about it, but that was his last day. I never saw him again, and I hope that I never do. I came back from getting some parts for my car when I find a note on my windshield. This guy has 8 cars just like mine that he is looking to part out. I thought, aw, sweet, cheap parts. I text him, and it turns out he's looking for someone to take some engines out, which on my car is a lot harder to do if you don't have a lift. Very little wiggle room as they go up from the bottom, but he'd trade my labor for the parts. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. It's maybe an hour per car with air tools. He says he has 4 post lift and tools. I roll up to his shop the next day, but it's actually a construction business. But I don't see any signs of construction. No materials,
No power tools, nothing of a construction nature. There's 3 giant machine sheds on his property. I'm talking 50 feet wide, 100 feet long. First thing the guy asks me is if I have any tools. Well, no. I didn't plan on it, nor was that discussed. Oh, don't worry, I have tools. Except his tools were a toolkit from a hardware store, and looked like they had been rained on for 30 years. One of the ratchets had hardly any teeth, and was a pain to use. I spent 3 hours getting to these parts, partially due to the tools, but then it gets weirder. He shows me this car, and turns out he had wrecked it. Then another, he wrecked. This one blew the engine because I was stuck in a snowbank. Okay. Then I hear gunshots in the distance, and asked if there was a shooting range nearby. He kind of goes on a rant about it's his neighbors, but they always call the cops and blame it on me. I can shoot my guns when I want, where I want. Okay. Then his story changes, and not only does he want me to pull some engines, but put a few engines in cars too. What the heck? I thought you owned a shop. There's maybe $50 worth of parts here. I'm not doing all that. In fact, I'd be donating a bit of my time pulling motors, but I like helping people. Last thing he says to me is let me know if you need anything. 2 hours pass and I get all the parts pulled, and set them on a tailgate of a truck to show him exactly what I took off. Except he has totally vanished. I walk back to the only machine shed with the door open, and it's completely full of stuff. There's literally pallet racking, shelving you'd see at Home Depot, full of stuff. Retail shelving displays for candy and other things from the 80s and 90s. A dozen ice cream freezers like you'd see in a gas station. 20 newer dishwashers. 10 newer front-loading washing machines. I mean literally an indescribable amount of things. I notice near the roll-up door there's a camper. It's apparent to me this dude lives in it. Except there doesn't appear to be any running water or electricity. But he's not in it. It's clear to me that this person is a hoarder to the 10th power. All I can think of is his father must have been loaded, running a construction company, and left him a multi-million-dollar inheritance. It would take a lot of money to fill up over 22,000 square foot of machine shed with random stuff. Because unlike most hoarders who have garbage, newspapers, and other debris, 99% of his stuff had some value. But like I said, I didn't see one bit of construction material. I drive up the entryway and the gate is closed and locked. What the heck? He never told me that he was going anywhere. Luckily, the gate didn't have an actual fence, and I had to drive my car through a field and drainage ditch to get back onto the highway. I'd taken the parts with me and I planned on coming back. But then the more I thought about it, the more creeped out I was. Especially since I was kind of kept there when he left and shut the driveway gate.
My high school girlfriend called late one night after I was home and in bed. She said that something had happened and asked if I could come over. She was clearly shaken and not full of details, so I told my parents and drove over towards her house. At the top of her subdivision, I was met by a cop with lights on. He asked where I was going, and I told him about the call from my girlfriend. He lets me go by, and I come over the hill to the cul-de-sac where she lives, and I see multiple cop cars around the circle. They watch me pull up and get out of my car. My girlfriend comes running out of her house and meets me in the street. She explains that someone had broken into her neighbor's house and started beating her with something heavy. The neighbor managed to get out of the house and headed to my girlfriend's house where she started banging furiously on the front door. My girlfriend's dad was out of town, so her mom answered the door, and the neighbor just fell into the foyer bleeding profusely from the head. Her mom looks up to see the attacker headed up the walkway towards the front door. She pulls the neighbor into the house and closes the door, hitting the attacker with it before it fully closed. He then took the heavy tool that he had used to beat the neighbor
and smashed the little window at the top of the door. Her mom started screaming, and the attacker just turned around and walked up the street into the darkness. I spent the night there that night, along with 2 or 3 cops outside in their cars. And in the morning, we could still see the blood pooled on the floor in the foyer and splattered blood above the front door from where the attacker had swung the bloody tool to smash the window. No one was ever caught or even identified. It was just completely random. The neighbor survived, and to my knowledge had no permanent physical injuries beyond scarring from having her scalp stapled shut. She moved away shortly after the incident. This story kinda creeps me out even to this day, but I have a pretty good one. I lived in Mesa, Arizona when I was 10 years old. We lived in a rough area, but I was just a kid, completely ignorant to the dangers of the world. I was walking back home from my friend's house, and my mother wanted me home by 9, and I'd always start walking back at around 8:40 to make sure that I wasn't late. And it's only a couple of blocks from my house, so it wasn't a super long distance. It was around the time of the year when the sun would set at 5:30, and it would be dark well before 7 p.m., so it was very much nighttime. As I'm walking, I hear a woman calling my name. I turn to look and see that it was one of my mom's friends, but she didn't know her too well. However, I just saw that she was familiar and won't say a name, but I turned around and said hello and smiled. She walked up to me and told me my mom had called her and asked her to come get me and ride me back because something happened at my house. She said that it was an emergency and that I needed to go with her and her husband, whom my family was also familiar with. I was only about 5 minutes from my house, but I was told that it was an emergency, and I agreed to go with her. As I'm walking, I get this weird feeling in my gut and this shaking in my legs that I now today realize was my instincts being on high alert. I stopped for a minute and asked if we could call my mom, and she said that my mother was in the hospital right now and that I needed to hurry. Right as we were opening the door to her car, I hear my mother shout my name as loud as she can, and I turn on a dime quickly and I walk towards my mom. My mom asked what was going on, and the woman replies and says that she was giving me a ride home because she saw me. That was not the story that she gave me, so I told my mother what she told me and asked what was going on. My mom just looked at me, and she could always tell when I'm lying versus when I was telling the truth. The woman then goes to interrupt me, likely to lie, and my mom cuts her off and just stared back at her with the most shocked look ever, and these words still send shivers down my spine. She says in the most shocked voice ever, "You were trying to take my son." And the husband looks out the window, hurrying his wife in the car. And as I look back towards them, I can see a syringe on the dashboard leaning against the windshield that he grabs right as I see it. She gets in the car because at that point my mom was ready to kill her and reached into her purse because she keeps a pocket knife. But they drove away, and right after they did, my mom looked at me and just burst into tears saying, "I almost lost you." My mom knew full well what was happening, and I was still too shaken to even say anything, and just hugged her back and we went home. I was still in denial, and to cope, I would convince myself that maybe I wasn't in any danger. My family, of course, never kept in contact with any of them, but my stepdad at the time submitted a tip to the police of the incident. When they caught up with him about 3 months later, we had found out that he was arrested for having CP on his computer and found restraints in his closet, as well as some containers of propofol. They found pictures of me from my mom's Facebook downloaded on his computer as well, leading them to believe that I was actually being watched for a good bit. I never liked talking about it because to this day, if I hadn't stopped for those 10 seconds to ask the woman to call my mom, I don't know where I'd be or if I'd even be alive right now making this comment. And while it may seem like something that would have been easily forgotten, it was never the case for me. I haven't even told my closest friends this story, but I might sometime soon. I asked my mom what happened that night, why she came looking for me. She described the same feeling that I remembered feeling moments before I was almost abducted, just a lot sooner than I did, and just had the instinct that I was in danger. I'm not usually a lucky person. It seems the odds are always against me, but I always remember how lucky I was that night, that my mom decided to listen to her instincts when I didn't. I've never ignored my instincts since, and every night after that, when I finally did decide to leave my house, my mom would walk with me all the way up until I turned 13 to come back to live with my dad. And that, to date, is the scariest thing I think I've ever experienced. It's some stuff you only hear of on the news, and nobody ever assumed that it'll happen to them. But my life was a mere 20 seconds from being completely different. Up to this day, I'm still looking for a logical explanation to this. This happened in 2003. So I and an ex were checked in a coastal resort where the cottages were far apart, like 200 meters away. At around 11 or 11:30 p.m., while we're both drinking beer with the lights turned off and only the TV on, the doorknob suddenly rattled violently, like someone was forcibly trying to get it open. There was no double lock on the door, so my first reaction was to jump from the bed and block the door with my weight. The force of my landing must have been heard from the other side, but the twisting of the doorknob continued. By this time, I was already pressing my face to the floor, trying to look and estimate how many people were outside the door via the small gap between the floor and the bottom of the door. There was nothing, not one pair of feet or anything, but the doorknob just kept rattling. I should point out that the gap between the floor and the door was enough for me to see the outside, or at the very least notice any change in shadow or light caused by movement. But there was nothing. The turning of the doorknob then stopped, but I never heard any footsteps or any other noise. I waited a few minutes and then opened the door. Everything was quiet. No footprints outside or on the sand surrounding the cottage. We just noped out of there immediately. The previous story is something very similar to something that happened to me in Indonesia. Only it was a glass sliding door every side bungalow. Outside sunken bath, a couple of meters of clearance around it and a path. I'd got up really early, 3 a.m., to see the sunrise at the volcano some distance away through jungle and road. I had got back early, maybe 10 a.m. I was so tired I lay on the bed in my shorts, curtains open on every side, and just fell asleep. I was awoken by this absolutely insane banging on the glass sliding doors. Bear in mind, I could see all around through the glass, but for like the 4 wooden posts at the corners. But there was nothing there. I jumped. I mean, that's a really mild description for what I did, and stood in the middle of the single space, just looking for where it was coming from. And I could see the windows shaking as they banged. It was proper fast too. Not a regular banging, but bang, 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 bang. Just this uninterrupted salvo of something that I couldn't see hitting the window so hard that the glass was moving. And then it started going around the cabin, banging as it went. Like I say, I could see it bending the glass as it did, though it was hard to track at first, just because it was so weird and fast. I darted over to the bedside and called reception, shouting for them to come down. This was a threaded pathway away from the main hotel and its old Dutch colonial building, and they came. It stopped after a few minutes. I waited, still standing. They arrived, and when I told them what it was, the porters and butlers, yeah, it was quite a posh hotel thing, just crouched down and put their hands on their heads and began crying. A couple of them hightailed it right off the car and didn't come back to work. One of them, a lovely guy called Kenang, told me a bunch of stuff about the villagers who had been angry that these cabins had been put up. Apparently, only half of them, cabins 1 through 6, had been built. But he always gets calls on the switchboard from cabin 12, which is yet unconstructed. And when he picks it up, it's just a jumbled hiss and voices. When I was 17, I was hanging out with 2 friends and they wanted to go smoke weed in the woods. I didn't feel like it, so I drove them and waited in the car. After a while, I was getting bored and decided to go meet them, but there were 4 paths going off in different directions, so I just took the biggest one. After walking for a few minutes in the pitch-black forest, before flashlights on phones, I come across this dip in the trail, and on the other side is a bench lightly visible due to the moonlight. On the bench is sitting a man, and another one is standing in front of him, but I can only make out their silhouettes. Being sure these are my friends, I yell out to them before walking over. If you ever walk the woods at night, it's just an uneasy feeling all around, so I was cautious to begin with. Well, it turns out, just after yelling out to my quote-unquote friends, both silhouettes turn around towards me. Not a word, not a sound. The guy sitting down starts sprinting at full speed towards me in complete silence. I got the absolute crap out of there, sprinting also the other way, and tripping over stuff because I couldn't see anything. I finally get out and lock myself in my car, but I was really worried for my friends. Maybe a minute later, I see them both coming out of a completely different path. They also confirmed that they never saw me or anyone else. My heart still sinks, thinking about that dude sprinting in silence. Like, what was he going to do? Years ago, I remember sneaking out of my friend's house at night to really do nothing but walk around the neighborhood and hide from car headlights. We were young and bored. There was a homeless camp that was down in some woods off the railroad tracks, not too far from his house. We had seen the trail and knew what was back there. One of the homeless guys that lived there was actually an old friend of my buddy's dad, and he had stopped over a few times, and my friend's dad let him shower there and everything. He could have worked if he wanted, but legit told us that he just liked living off the grid. Just wanted to give you some backstory on the reason why we thought it would be cool and safe to go check it out at night. We were a bit nervous at first, thinking what if we get there and his dad's friend isn't there? So we were sneaking up on it. It was a longer walk than we thought. We got kind of close and saw there was a fire going, lighting up the woods a bit. We start sneaking closer, but the trail seemed to continue straight, while the camp set off the trail to the left. We got, I don't know, maybe around 100 feet from the camp, and we looked down the trail and saw a faint silhouette of what we thought was a person. The silhouette looked like it was coming from deeper in the woods towards the camp. We froze and ducked slightly to the side of the trail. I told my friend that I didn't like it, and we should just sneak out. He said he had the same feeling. As I said, the fire at the camp was going just enough to light the area well enough to see. We end up slowly creeping slightly off the trail, back to the railroad tracks. We get probably 30 or 40 or so feet, and I told him that I would rather just hit the trail and slowly walk back, because the bushes and trees and everything were hard to navigate, and I would rather be able to see something coming so we could book it out. We played football, and we're both pretty fast. We slid out of the brush, and see the silhouette has gotten closer. However, moving further from the fire, the light was dimmer, but we could still make out someone or something was standing there moving closer. My first thought was that maybe they saw us duck into the bushes and were coming to check, but it just felt off. My friend and I looked at each other, and both mutually and silently decided to pick up the pace. Almost on cue, we both looked back, and the silhouette was now booking it towards us, absolutely silently. No noise, just fast movement. We hightail it out of there as fast as we can. Thankfully, the trail was wide, so we weren't bumping into each other or anything. Neither of us looked back until we hit the railroad tracks, then hit the railroad track bridge, and were on the other side. I looked back as I was slowing down, past the bridge, and didn't see anyone. We got back to his house pretty fast, and luckily, that was the end of it. I think I suppressed this story until now, and I can't remember exactly where it happened, but an ex and I went for a romantic weekend out of Jakarta somewhere, a mountain resort surrounded by rice paddies and tea plantations if I remember correctly. It was beautiful and expensive. I was woken up at probably 3 a.m. in the pitch black in our room by some banging on an internal door, and then I heard it slide open. In that split second, I thought it was my ex who couldn't see anything, trying to go to the bathroom. Then she sat up and screamed beside me. I crapped myself. I got up, turned all the lights on. The sliding door that we had locked was unlocked and wide open. I thought initially that someone had broken in and we'd startled them, but the outside door was still locked. We noped out immediately as well. We managed to find some other weird reports online, but there wasn't much, and this was back in 2008. We never got an explanation. Only thing I can think of is that someone may have gotten in via a manhole or something, though I never waited around to bother and look. I refuse to believe in supernatural stuff, so it's the only logical thing that I could consider. As I say, I've clearly suppressed it until now. Yeah, Indonesia is no joke. I had an experience there as well. I stayed at one of the biggest hotels in Surakarta. Our room was directly in front of the prayer room. I found it odd that unlike other places where prayers were recited only during prayer times, the verses were ongoing on a loop throughout a day and continued on even at night. I started to get suspicious when we heard things crawling in the ceiling and the air conditioner turning on and off on its own. But hey, these can always be explained by faulty wiring or critters in the ceiling. Although whatever it was sounded much too large for the plaster ceiling. It got worse when it got somewhat rhythmic with the noises in the ceiling, like it was timing its movements with the verses. But whatever, I was tired and decided to just sleep. I woke up at 3 a.m. to see a wispy, shadowy creature hunched over the table with its back to me, eating. When we checked out, I delved deeper into the Google reviews. Half the reviews made reference to spooky things and encounters in the hotel. I was out in California with my wife and daughter. She was about 10 months old at the time, visiting my father-in-law. We drove into the city to hang out. He had to handle a traffic ticket, so we drove to the courthouse. As we drive in, this car is driving into the lot. There was a gate with a guard. Not driving super fast, but too fast for a parking lot. The attendant seemed to be running after the car. We were super confused. The car proceeds to drive into the lot, pick up even more speed. Then the passenger, a woman, opens the door and falls out of the car. We stop our car. We're not in the lot yet, and we were all wondering what the heck is going on. The car stops. The driver hops out and starts chasing the woman. Then all heck breaks loose. She's screaming. He's chasing her. The lot attendant is close behind him. And then I notice the driver chasing her has a knife. The woman passenger runs towards the courthouse, up the steps, and the driver chasing her catches up. Courthouse police are running towards them now. 3 of them, guns drawn, yelling at them to stop. The driver tackles the woman. Remember, he has a knife. And as they tussle on the ground, we hear 4 to 5 gunshots. I could have sworn they just killed both of them. But the woman jumps up and is quickly ushered into the courthouse by one of the cops. The other 2 approach the man, guns still drawn, and he writhes around a bit and then goes still. My wife didn't think they were real gunshots. She thought that they were beanbags or something. Thankfully, my daughter was in a rear-facing car seat and had no idea what was going on. We turned around and left. The news later reported the woman was being physically abused by the man, but she convinced him to take her to the courthouse to deal with a speeding ticket or something. She took her chance to get away. He chased her with a knife, and the courthouse cops shot and killed him. I was crazy impressed that they fired into this tangle of 2 people, and the woman wasn't injured. Still doesn't feel totally real that I watched those cops shoot and kill that guy. My friend was asleep in her bed when the window next to her was broken open by a burglar. She ran out the door while the burglar was climbing through her window, but he cut himself on the broken glass of the window. He then proceeded to bleed all over her apartment and pass out in her hallway. He died from blood loss in her doorway because the glass cut his femoral artery. The ambulance came and took him away, but he was already deceased by that point. She sent me pictures of her walls and bedroom, and there's just blood everywhere. So basically, my friend had someone die in her apartment in the middle of the night, randomly, and cover her place in blood. She then had to call hazmat cleanup to clean the place, and she moved to Canada shortly thereafter. My girl and I were flying into her hometown after being out perusing around the country for Thanksgiving. It was a few days earlier than scheduled, so we didn't tell any of her family, or mine, who also flew in, because we had been spending Thanksgiving together for the last few years. We honestly didn't utter a word. This was back in 1992, so there were no cell phones and no tracking abilities or any of that. Anyways, we got into town late at night, around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. We had decided that we were going to stay in a hotel, since the plan was to surprise the family, and while showing up at their doorstep late at night would have certainly surprised them, that wasn't really the kind that we were going for. We get into our room. It's got a kitchenette, a couch, a TV, a king-size bed. It's all around probably one of the nicer places that we've stayed in. I pass out immediately. She takes a shower. From what she's told me, she lays in bed, unable to sleep until about 2 a.m. For context, we were in an extended stay hotel with a door that led right out into the parking lot. There was a sliding glass door to the left of the bed. Straight ahead was the couch, the door, a desk, and a smaller window. Blinds were shut on the sliding glass door, but on the smaller window, I guess they were open a crack. But when she realized she was too tired, she didn't care all that much. Our room was completely dark, so it wasn't really like anybody could see in any kind of mentality. As she turns over to go to sleep at 2 a.m., through the slightly open blinds at the smaller window, she sees a flash, like a camera flash. But because the parking lot is 50 steps away, she just simply assumes that it's a street light and doesn't think anything of it and falls asleep. 5 a.m. rolls around, and I'm woken up to loud knocking on the sliding glass door. She wakes up only a few seconds after I do, and is just as confused and disoriented as I am. Continuous, persistent knocking. I had half a mind to just assume that it was some drunkard. It was the holidays after all, who had come back from a night out and made a wrong turn somewhere while trying to get back to his room, but was sure that he was where he was supposed to be. Knocking stops briefly, then starts on the front door. I want to further emphasize how this knocking was. Not quite a police knock, but someone was sure that they wanted into this room and wasn't going to stop until they got in. I go over to the door to look through the peephole, and I don't see anybody. The knocking starts again on the sliding glass door. If it was someone trying to wake up whoever they were with because they got locked out of their room, wouldn't they be announcing themselves? Wouldn't they be calling out the name of the person that they were trying so desperately to wake up? Like I said, the knock wasn't quite police, so I know that it wasn't them. They would have made sure that everyone knew they were there had it been. I go back to the sliding glass door and stand there. The knocking persists. Once it stops, I peel the curtain back just enough that I can see out the window. I'm pretty blind without contacts and didn't have my glasses on, so I'm practically pressing my face up to the glass to see who I can see. And I see nobody. The second that I shut the blinds, the knocking starts again. At this point, I'm freaked out. I was trying to keep my composure as to not make my girl unsettled, but we're both already past that point. Nobody knows that we're here. Nobody that would want to pull a prank on us. None of our family, our friends, nobody. The only person that knows we're here was the older man who checked us in. And why the heck would he care where we are? I'm borderline a little worried for our safety. If whoever was out there managed to get in and had cruel intentions upon entering, I'm a small guy. I'm 5'8" and 125 pounds soaking wet. I can talk a lot of crap and can throw a punch. But if somebody bigger than I really wants to kick my butt, they'll be able to do it no problem. I call up to the front desk as the knocking doesn't stop, and on the second ring, the man who checked us in answers and seemed concerned as to why I'm calling at this hour. I explain the situation. The knocking is still happening as I'm on the phone, and he tells me that he's going to send a security guard over to check it out. The knocking continues on for about another minute. Not even probably 2 or 3 minutes after the knocking stops, I get a call back from the front desk who says that security didn't see anybody, didn't see any signs of anybody, but that he apologizes for whatever happened. Super comforting. Neither one of us fell back asleep until it was light out, and when we went out later in the day, there was a singular footprint leading away from the sliding glass door. Weird, because we were in a nice part of town. It was a place that she grew up in and therefore felt safe in, knowing the area as well as she did. That's one of the reasons we chose to stay at this place. It was horrible. We are both still stumped as to what the situation was. I don't know. I still get uncomfortable just thinking about it. Really. This is a story my mom tells me all the time. When I wasn't even 6 months old, my dad was out of town on a work trip, and my mom was home alone with me and my older brother. The house was kind of isolated and had a gravel driveway with one of those doorbell things where it would ring the doorbell whenever someone drove or walked close enough to the garage. At 11:30 p.m., my mom hears the chime and wakes up. She knows that my dad isn't due home for 2 more days, so she's positive that it isn't him. She grabs a shotgun and sets in the hallway that leads to the front door. Someone jiggles the handle, and my mom makes a point to loudly pump the shotgun and tells the person that she's aiming it at the door. Then she heard the chime go off again and hears them running down the driveway. That was it. The next day, she heard sirens whiz past the house towards the neighbor's place. They'd been found stabbed to death in their bed. The police assumed that the murderer had either come by my house either before or after they'd killed our neighbors. My mom's friend's friend went on a Tinder date with a dude, and they met at a lunch place, and things were going great. After the date, the guy asks if she wanted to have coffee at his place, and the date had been going great, so she said yes. They go to his place, and as soon as they are inside his apartment, he closes the door and locks it, and turns to her and says, "You're not leaving this apartment alive." She freaks out and quickly ran to the closest door. She got lucky, and it's the toilet. As soon as she had locked the door, she sends her location to all of her contacts and tells them to call the emergency number for our country. Then she calls the police. The police arrive, and the dude has almost completely hacked the bathroom door to pieces with an axe. She is still inside, completely terrified and panicked. Once the police get the dude under control, they sent in an EMT to calm her down and get her out. When they take her out from the bathroom, the police tell her not to look to her left, but of course she had to look. The whole apartment, from ceiling to floor and walls, were covered in thick plastic, and there were a bunch of tools on the floor. He had it planned meticulously, and she got incredibly lucky to be leaving alive. This is going to be a somewhat long and controversial story, but it happened to me. I was driving home from visiting a friend who lives several hours away from me, 6 hours to be exact. I hadn't seen my friend in a very long time, and instead of leaving early from my visit like I should have, I left their place at like 8 p.m. I messaged my husband when I left and told him not to wait up for me, as I wouldn't be home until almost 3 a.m. We said goodnight, and he told me to drive safely. The highways that I would take to get home aren't major thoroughfares. I live in rural Canada, so 90% of my drive would be on small 2-lane highways. It's actually a beautiful drive through gorgeous countryside. So I'm into my drive about 4 hours when things get weird. I'm literally in the middle of nowhere when my GPS starts acting up. After about 5 minutes, the thing literally just dies on me. No problem though, I'll just use my phone. No sooner did I load the directions on my phone, and it starts acting up. The screen flashing on and off, the coordinates started spinning. Really weird stuff. Then, just like the GPS, it just died. Still not a huge deal. I'm only a couple of hours from home. I can find my way. So I turn on the radio. I had been listening to music on my phone, but it died. Normally, at this distance from the city, you can still pick up a station or two. But nothing. Just this really weird static. It was the most beautiful, calm, clear summer night, and the stars were so vivid when you're out of the city. But literally, out of nowhere, this weird green fog started to appear. As I continued driving, the fog got thicker, to the point where I'm only driving like 40 kilometers per hour on a highway that I was literally doing 120 on. Then, literally out of nowhere, my car died while driving. I drove as standard, so I just threw it in neutral to coast as far as possible. When I finally came to a complete stop, the fog was so thick that it was actually in the car. I could barely see my hands on the steering wheel, and it had a terrible taste. Next thing I know, it's daylight out, and I'm being yelled at by two CN workers. I was still in a daze. It was almost like I was frozen. The workers are screaming at me. I guess my car is parked on private railroad property. They ask how I got past security with my car, why I'm there. I couldn't answer. I literally had no idea where I was. They told me to get out before they call the cops and file trespassing charges. I tried to explain what happened. I told them that the car died on the side of the highway. I went to start my car to show them that it was dead, and after some heavy hesitation, it finally started. I couldn't believe where I was. I was literally inside of a CN rail yard. How did I get here? There was a 9-foot fence surrounding the compound and a locked security gate at the front. I asked the worker where I was, and when he told me, I was in disbelief. I was at least 100 kilometers from where I last remembered. As I'm driving out, I instantly remembered my husband. He must be worried sick. What time is it even? How the heck did I get here? My phone was still completely dead, so I couldn't message him. When I finally got home, it was 3 p.m. I tried to explain what happened to my husband, and he was in total disbelief. We both were. The next day, I went to the phone store to see if my phone could be fixed. They said it might take a week or so, but it was repairable. The very next day, I noticed something was wrong. I felt like crap. My hair seemed to be falling out, and I started to get a really bad rash. So we went to the hospital. I told the hospital what happened to me a couple days earlier, and they thought that I was joking. It wasn't until my blood work came back an hour later that they took me seriously. I had radiation poisoning. They immediately put me in an isolated room. I spent a total of 21 days in the hospital before I was deemed non-radioactive. And when I got my phone back from the cell phone company, the last time my GPS pinged, it said I was 4,000 feet in the air. I don't know, but I think I may have been abducted. I was 17, taking the metro from the suburbs to Chicago at 8 p.m. alone. So this was like 2011. I was reading my book and heard a loud sound behind me. I turned around, and a man about 40 was looking at me with his bag on the ground in front of him. He picked it up and sat next to me, blocking me from exiting and sort of pushing me into the window. I was alone in the car except for the conductor, who left within a few minutes. The man began talking to me, saying that when I turned around, I was more beautiful than he thought I'd be. He said we could have a life together, but it'd be hard, since people would talk about our age difference. I said I wasn't interested. As we pulled into the station, he grabbed my arm hard and said, "Don't scream, I have a weapon." He was walking me off the train into the crowd, holding my arm. Behind me, I heard the conductor shout after me, "Miss, you forgot your book." And the man let go of me and ran away. I ran to the conductor and was crying. He said he thought the man was my father and had no idea. I was on my way to catch another bus, so I just sort of numbly ran off, looking in every direction until I was on my next bus. I never told my parents, because I didn't want them to not let me travel to see my boyfriend at the time, now my husband. Anyways, don't sit in the empty train car. I used to sleepwalk when I was a child. We lived in a rough neighborhood, Decatur, Georgia, and I would wake up outside in the middle of the night, not knowing how I got there, and would have to walk home and walk into the darkened doorway I had left wide open for whoever might be lurking around. However, the time that scared me the most was when I was about 9 years old. I woke up and found myself with the bedroom curtains drawn, back, and staring out the window. As I came awake, I noticed a very large and completely hairless man, no hair, eyebrows, etc., staring at me, and slowly inching closer to the window and closer to my face. He was looking bewildered, like he wasn't sure what he was seeing. At that moment, I realized what was going on and started screaming uncontrollably, frozen in place and peeing down my leg. The man freaked out and screamed, did a tumbling move, and then ran off in a weird zigzag like he was trying to dodge bullets. My mom woke up and thought I probably had a nightmare. The next morning, we found a screwdriver on the front porch and damage to the door jamb and door handle. I still just about pee my pants when I tell that story, but now it's usually from laughing. I will never forget the look on his face when I started coming to life and screaming, or his high-pitched scream and his duck and roll, dodging and bobbing all the way down the street. I was active duty in the Navy, served aboard a submarine. We were in port one day. Most of the crew had left. The guys on duty for the night were given permission to bring our kids on board for dinner. Halfway through the meal, someone makes an 4MC announcement. 4MC is the emergency announcement intercom thing. It says there's light smoke in the engine room, quickly followed by fire in the engine room. We train for this stuff religiously, so everyone is immediately in action. The commanding officer is still there but topside. One of our senior enlisted guys apparently ran the kids up front to a hatch where he was quite literally throwing them through the hatch as our CO caught them and sat them on the deck topside. The rest of us ran toward the fire, and I see no one grabbing a mask, not one person. So I grab a big handful of breathing masks and follow through the hatch where we're greeted by what appeared to be light smoke filling the entire engine room. But it didn't smell like smoke. It was sweet and tasted sweet. An oil pump had blown and filled the entire back half of the boat with automized hydraulic fluid. A guy was moments from lighting a torch in the engine room as the casualty was called. Had it been called just a moment later, we'd have walked into an inferno. Had he, for some reason, not heard it called and lit the torch after we had run in, we'd have been on fire before we could react. It all turned out perfectly fine. Cleaned the oil that clung to the surfaces and fixed the pump. But it was somewhat surreal, understanding just how close we were to a wildly different result. I was with a guy for a couple of years when I realized that he'd taken up smoking meth as a hobby after work. We had numerous problems already, and I had 3 small kids, so I finally kicked him out. A few days later, maybe a week, he makes a fake Facebook page and sends me a friend request. The only posts on the page were talking about killing me and my children, his self-unaliving, and how he planned to do it that day. The most recent post was accompanied by a selfie of him in my backyard. A recent selfie, so he had been there. I was on my way home with the kids late in the evening when I got the request. I had stopped by my parents' home the day before and gotten my dad's 9mm handgun because he was sending messages through mutual friends about burning my house down. I called the police as soon as I got home, and they didn't seem to think it was a big deal and didn't have an officer available to come check my house before we walked into it. I live in the middle of the woods, and we have a rinky-dink police force. Anyway, I made the kids stay in the car. I gave my oldest instructions on what to do if anything happened, and I had to sweep my own home in the dark with a 9mm just in case he was in there waiting for me and my children, and it was terrifying. I had to check my entire house every time we came home for a while, and I was always worried that I'd eventually find him there. Police were called numerous times, and I was eventually granted a restraining order a couple of weeks later when the death threats continued. He died about a year ago, and all I felt was relief.
In the early to mid-90s in Northern Ireland, I was a kid of around 8 or 9. The sun was shining and it was sometime in the early afternoon. My dad needed to return a library book in the Crumlin Road, a Protestant loyalist area in Belfast. We were Catholics, and the Crumlin Road was notoriously dangerous at the time, still is to a lesser extent. So I was already a little on edge, just knowing the reputation of the place. My dad was cool though. Didn't seem worried or anything. It's not like we have Catholic printed on our foreheads. He did say, however, that I had to pretend to have a different name if anyone asked me. My name is one which marks you as a Catholic, so I adopted a Protestant name for the trip. We came to a road which led to an intersection, across which was a predominantly Catholic Republican enclave called the Ardoyne Road. We were headed to the right, down a long, winding path, but further up the road ahead, towards the intersection, we could see a group of men. One of them was running back and forth across the road, relaying information between two pockets of people. Some were staring across the road towards the Catholic area. Some were talking to a man in a parked but running car. One in particular stuck out. He had long hair and a leather jacket and was very tall, at least compared to the other men. It all looked suspicious even to me as a child, although I didn't know why. But my dad's demeanor changed to a more serious and quiet one, and I took it as confirmation that we weren't safe. He was from Belfast. We were living in a town outside of Belfast at the time, and grew up when things were at their worst here, so he knew the ropes, and knew the signs that something was happening. We weren't walking towards the men, so it wasn't a problem. We crossed to the right and started walking away. This is when a woman approached us. She was middle-aged with short red hair. She saw us coming and made a purposeful beeline towards us. She seemed preoccupied, nervous. She started grilling my dad immediately, asking who he was and where he was coming from. She was talking in a, "I'm trying my best to sound casual, but I'm failing" manner. I could feel my entire body beginning to boil with fear, and I felt as though I was mere moments away from being discovered. It was like a horror movie where someone finds themselves in a small town where everyone is in a cult or something, and they're trying to blend in but are drawing suspicion and are losing themselves in an ever-increasing paranoia. I suddenly had visions of my dad getting shot and me screaming over his corpse, maybe even getting shot myself despite being a child. The longer my dad and the woman talked, the more I was starting to lose the ability to hear, as though my head was underwater. I was holding my dad's hand, and I was struggling to keep a grip because of the sweat pumping out of my palm. I didn't know how or why, but something primal in me recognized that we were in serious danger. It was clear that she was a part of whatever was going on around the corner, and was trying to manage and analyze the flow of foot traffic, especially that of strangers like us. Given that she and us were the only people on the street, she had been doing a good job. She was fishing hard for information about us. My dad played it cool and responded to her questions without really revealing much, doing a much better job of being casual than she was. The area we were from, he explained, was mixed, i.e. Protestant and Catholic, and he feigned displeasure at that fact, trying to signal that he hated Catholics and was somewhat miffed to have to live amongst them, without ever actually using those words. It was subtle, and I was terrified that I might need to participate in the conversation, because there's no way I could dance around the truth, as well as my dad was doing. He explained that he was just here to return a book, which he showed her as proof, She asked about me, my name, and I gave her the fake name. She surely read the terror in my face and could hear it in my voice. My dad decided that that was the time to break off and say, "Nice to meet you, all the best," and started walking away with me. I could sense that the woman didn't budge and just stood and stared at us as we walked away. I glanced over my shoulder after about 30 seconds and just caught a glimpse of her turning and walking towards the road where the men were gathered. We rounded a corner and were now at the top of a very long and steep road path, with the library at the very bottom of it. The path was fenced on one side, and on the other side was a row of houses. It felt like we were walking deeper into danger, and that we had only two routes of escape: keep going or turn back the way we came. About partway down the road, we realized we were being followed. My dad told me to run ahead and check that the library was opened, and I hesitated. He said it was okay and to just go and check. I glanced over my shoulder. It was the man in the leather jacket with the long hair. I did what my dad wanted and ran ahead, heart pounding and ears pricked, awaiting the crack of gunfire. I checked the door was opened, and I ran back up. As I was coming back, I saw that the man in the leather jacket had turned and was making his way back up the road. My dad looked unfazed, but was walking with a certain rigidity, like something had happened in the time it took me to run to the library and back again, and he hadn't quite unclenched his fists yet. He said it was okay and we were safe. I asked about the man following us. He said he sent me ahead, and when I was a safe distance away, he stopped and turned around to face him, ready for whatever happened. He said he was expecting violence, but as he turned around, the leather jacket dude immediately put his head down, turned, and walked back the way he came. My dad watched him for a few seconds, and then started making his way back towards me. That afternoon, within the hour we were there, a Catholic taxi driver was murdered in that street. The vibes that something terrible was going to happen were justified, and I've never felt as terrified as I did that day. When the news about the taxi driver was on TV that night, I knew I had seen the planning of a murder, and I knew we had walked into the middle of it. I could probably have identified both the woman and the leather jacket man had I been asked about them by the police, but that was never going to happen. No way my dad would have volunteered himself, and therefore me, to the cops, to be a witness against a terrorist cell.
Something weird happened to me. It was more scary in a what could have been kind of way. So not on the same scale as some of the other people in the comments. I was a 17-year-old and I'm male, and I was walking home from a nightclub, quite drunk and stoned at about 2 a.m. I'm in a lonely part of my walk. No people and very few cars. Just a road and some large shops. A barbecue and a carpet showroom. Out-of-town shopping complexes that have since become ubiquitous in the UK. Anyway, in a lay-by, about 15 feet away, is a car pulled up with lights on. As I stumble past, two men step out and call me over. Something about the situation immediately sobers me up. I keep walking, and one of them shouts, "It's fine, we're the police. We'll drive you home." I stop for a moment and reply with a smart comment along the lines of how police would never do this and that they were dodgy. Calling them dodgy always sticks in my mind. He insists that I'm too drunk and it's not safe for a young man like me, and I should let them take me home. I say no, and he then calls me to come over here and listen to the police radio in the car to prove that they are real police. It's weird the guy is almost begging me, desperation in his voice. I repeat a firm no, tell them I'm fine and keep walking. The minute I'm out of sight, I run as fast as I can and don't relax until the 30 minutes later that I'm home. I can only assume that they didn't manhandle me into the car because there was the very occasional taxi passing by.
I'm 45 now, and occasionally think about how that could have ended for me. None of the scenarios seem good. Sadly, stories like this are probably more routine for women, but at the time, it really shook me up. I was around 10 years old. I was at school, but my mom told me that she was thinking of taking me to the doctor's in the afternoon. I had a recurring eye issue. It was lunchtime, and I'm in the dining hall when the office woman told me there was a taxi outside for me and that I needed to go. I assumed that my mom booked it for me, as she can't drive. I cleared up my stuff and got my bag. I was just about to leave when I remembered my jacket in my classroom. I rush to get it and head out for the taxi. The office woman tells me that I'm too late and the taxi had gone without me. I just went back to class, but I was panicking that my mom would be angry at me. School finishes and my mom is waiting for me at the gates. I burst into tears, apologizing for missing the taxi and thinking that I was in big trouble. She never ordered a taxi and had no clue what I was thinking about. She ended up not making the doctor appointment. No one ever found out who ordered the taxi or who the driver was. My mom doesn't like to think what would have happened if I hadn't forgotten my jacket and got in that taxi. When I was about 18, my friend and I went to the movies and decided to walk home. It was a bit of a walk, but we didn't want to pay for a cab. I'm always pretty vigilant when walking, especially at night, so I noticed a guy with his hood up walking behind us. Every so often, I'd look over my shoulder and check on him. He started pretty far behind us, but was gaining ground weirdly quickly. The last time I turned my head, I caught him sprinting at us. I panic and tell my friend to run for it. She's in those Birkenstock slip-on sandals that were popular back then, and she's struggling to run, so I'm dragging her until we get to the gas station. I bang on the window and beg the clerk to let us in, but he says he can't because it's past a certain time at night, but he promises if the guy comes near us that he'll call the cops. The guy comes down the hill, through the gas station, staring at us the entire time. I swear, the only reason that he thought better of it was because the gas clerk had the phone visibly in his hand. Plus, he was a big guy. I completely broke down after he left. Just the thought that he was running at us while I had my back turned scares the heck out of me. What if I didn't turn? When I did, that last time. I was camping with my family and our family friends. The parents get toasted during the night, and my friend, her cousin, and I get to camp out in a tent while everyone else is in campers. After the parents are passed out and the fires died off, we're just talking and slowly calming down for sleep. It was probably around midnight or so. We hear the crunch of some shoes on gravel and the jingle of a collar on a leash. A soft shadow of a tall man stops by the side of our tent, facing closest to the gravel road. We are all stone silent, and a man's soft voice says, "Hey there, girlies." We say nothing, in the stillest silence I've ever experienced. "What are you girls up to so late?" Silence. We're looking at each other with wide eyes, thinking we're essentially on our own, because the campers, while being close by, are filled with our smaller siblings and our intoxicated, snoring parents. He hums something to himself, like he's mulling something over, and then his shadow moves and he continues on down the road. Was he probably just some drunk guy walking his dog?
Likely. But was that the scariest experience of my young life and the first time that I realized that in a situation like that, I didn't have the right instinct? Yes, it was. 2 hours later, the cousin had to use the bathroom, and by then we'd calmed down a little bit. But it was the most paranoid sprinting to the outhouses up the road that I'd ever had. I'm a guy, and when I was 19, I was at a friend's apartment one night for a party. Things were starting to wrap up. It was very late, and we were all standing around in the parking lot, talking as we got ready to leave. Then this beat-up old Ford Bronco pulls into the lot, and a tall, lanky guy in Western garb, hat, boots, belt buckle, gets out. That in itself wasn't unusual. I'm in New Mexico, and you see people dressed like that all the time. But instead of going into an apartment, he walks up to our group and just stands there. Never says a word. He wasn't acting in a threatening way. It was just really weird and awkward. So we all decided this would be a good time to leave. We got in our cars. He got in his Bronco and we all drove off. When I got onto the street, he pulled out right behind me, which I didn't think too much of at first. But then he revved his engine, pulled right up on my tail, and flipped on his high beams and a light bar. Now I knew something was up. At the time, I was driving a little 1985 Dodge Omni that could maybe do 75 if you dropped it off a cliff. So there was no way in heck that I was going to outrun a V8 Ford Bronco, even if I was crazy enough to try. This guy could easily keep up with me. I didn't know what to do. In retrospect, I probably should have driven to a police station, but that never occurred to me. And even if it did, I don't know if I would have known where the nearest police station was. This was the early 90s, no smartphones or Google Maps. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I swerved onto a side street into a poorly lit residential neighborhood. He followed me, but I had a bit of a head start, so I gunned it and turned off my lights. I just sort of randomly drove around the neighborhood for a while, until even I couldn't remember what route I had taken, and I couldn't see him in the mirror anymore. When I was pretty confident that I had lost him, I found my way to a main road, turned my lights back on, and headed home. To this day, I don't know if I was the victim of a stupid drunken prank, or if I was nearly murdered.
My younger sister had a similar experience when I was 12. It was Halloween, and my mom had taken us trick-or-treating around our street. When we got back home, we asked if we could stay out a bit longer riding our bikes. We lived in a cul-de-sac, so it was normally only neighbors and their visitors driving by. After a short ride around, just as we had stopped in our driveway, a car stopped, and a man told us get in the car. My sister and I froze out of fear and didn't respond. He repeated the demand before driving away. I guess he was worried an adult would see or come outside. We rushed inside, locked the garage behind us. The police were called and came to our house to take the details. We even spotted a car that looked very similar after the incident at the nearby shops, and my mom informed the police. A few months later, we came to find out that the man who approached us had been arrested for luring a young child away and assaulting the child during Christmas carols at a local botanical park, which my family and I had also attended. I remember being shocked and disturbed when I first found out about the assault, and even more so when I realized that what could have happened to me or my sister that Halloween night, when we found out that it was the same man that was responsible.
My mom always told me to not approach or talk to strangers. One day when I was walking home from elementary school from the bus stop, which was around the corner and down a block, an older man drove up to me. I was on the right side of the road, and he was driving towards me and parked next to me. So he was on the wrong side of the road in a residential neighborhood. He had a map in his hand and asked me if I could tell him where this street was, as he pointed at the map. I took a couple of steps towards the car and remembered the lesson that my mom had taught me and stopped and asked, "What street is it?" He told me the name of the street, and I gave him verbal directions and started walking again. Something didn't seem right to me though, and I don't get why he needed a map to ask where a street was that was not difficult to find. I was literally a few miles down the main road, a block away. I just figured he wanted to kidnap me. This happened when I was little, around 6 or 7. I was being watched by the neighbors across the street with her 4-year-old and newborn. The mom decided we should have a picnic on the driveway, but after a little while, she had to go inside to get something, maybe to use the bathroom. I can't really remember. But as soon as she left, this old couple rolls up to the driveway and asks me and the 4-year-old for directions. I tried to tell her the street was a few streets over, but she said that she couldn't hear me over the car, so could we come closer? I wasn't sure what to do, because I already knew about stranger danger but didn't want to be rude to elders. Luckily, right then, the neighbor's mom came sprinting out and talked to them. I overheard the ladies say that I was helpful, telling them that they were on the wrong street, and the neighbor told her the same thing I did. It was only when I was older, thinking back on it, that I realized that it was weird that they asked such a small child for directions, and that she had heard what I said, but lied, trying to get me to come closer. Definitely, probably, would have been kidnapped. Back in Sweden, I was casually walking back from an after-school club, probably around 7 to 8 years old. I can't remember for certain. Autumn weather, rainy and dark. A car pulls up next to me, drives slowly. A relatively old man looks me dead in the eye. I look straight ahead. I start walking a bit faster and he speeds up. Instinctively, I turn around and frantically start running towards the main road. It's about a 30-minute walk from school to my house. Anyway, as I run along the main road, one of our neighbors sees my reflective dangly bit, stops and offers me a ride back home. It shook me up for weeks after, but my parents didn't care. I was in Walmart with my dad, probably around 6 years old, and I had just walked to the door while he was checking out. I was an impatient child and had trouble simply waiting for any length of time. A young boy, I suspected maybe a year or two older than me, approached. I was too young to be terribly suspicious, so I went along with it when he struck up conversation. He eventually asked if I was here with someone, and I said that my dad was just over there. He then forcefully grabbed my wrist and told me to come with him, trying to ultimately pull me towards the door. I was thankfully able to free myself, and I ran away. Shortly thereafter, my dad came up and we left. It could have been nothing, just some kid being stupid. But with all the stories of kids being kidnapped and trafficked, it's terrifying to consider what could have happened. I remember when I was 11, I was walking across the road to grab some candy with my friend. We lived in townhouses and were neighbors. So this happened right in front of our building. This pasty bald ginger dude comes up to us as we're waiting at the light and says to me, "You're my older sister's name, Sister, right? Want to make $1,000? All you have to do is take a few pictures." I managed to choke out a no while turning to my friend, who's equally terrified, her eyes on the light waiting for it to change. As soon as the light switched, we bolted to the store and hung out there for a little bit. Broad daylight, busy arterial road for the city. 5 minutes later, it was like it never happened. Around August of 1978, I was in my late teens hitchhiking from Illinois to Michigan. I caught a ride on Route 94 outside of Chicago with a middle-aged man in a pickup truck. He was a nice enough guy, friendly and talkative. A half hour or so into the ride, I happened to glance at his crotch and noticed that he had his zipper open with his junk on full display. Not good. I stayed calm and waited until we got near an exit and asked him nicely to pull off. I told him I was getting car sick. He ignored me and blew past the exit. Crap. There was another exit a few miles ahead. I told him I was nauseous and was going to vomit and to please take the next exit. He blew past that one too, and I instantly recognized the danger that I was in. I knew I had to get out of the truck. All I could do was bluff. I'd seen it once in a movie. I reached into my backpack and pretended to grab something and hold it in my hand inside the backpack. I told him that it was in his best interest to drop me off. I told him that if he didn't drop me off, I would use the thing in my hand, and that would be very bad for both of us. It worked. He must have figured I wasn't worth the trouble. He took the next exit and dropped me off at a gas station. Fast forward to several months later when I picked up a newspaper and saw a picture of the man who had picked me up hitchhiking on the front page. He had been arrested, suspected in the murders of multiple young men. That is the creepiest face I've ever seen, and I never hitchhike again. I've had a few, but due to my age at the time, this one sticks out. I was 20 and heading back to my car from buying groceries. This weird guy in this van beside me starts leaning out of his driver's side window and starts asking me about the books in my back seat. "You must be in college. I saw the books. I remember taking those classes." I hate causing a scene, so I just said, "Yeah, I just started not too long ago." I try and get to my car, but he's leaning half out the window to get as close to me as he possibly can. I'm trying to get around him, but there's nowhere to go without having to walk by him. He then sees my t-shirt and starts talking about the band on it. He likes this band. It's really cool, etc., etc. I say thanks for the chat, but I really must be going. He says something about knowing which school I go to and that he likes my bumper stickers. They really stand out. I finally finagle myself around him, get to my car and drive off. He follows me for a bit, so I just drive in random circles in the area until he disappears. That messed with me for a little bit. My neighbor at the time told me next time to get his description and his license plate. There's been a creep in the area making attempted kidnappings that they're trying to catch. Thankfully, I was overweight, so he'd have a hard time wrangling me. This could only happen to one of my friends, who is one of the sweetest people that I've ever met. Where we live,
There's a suburb that has all the nightclubs and some tech businesses, but still has a large homeless presence. So over the years, it's developed a bad reputation. One night, my friend is heading towards a gig and takes a shortcut through a dark alley, where out of nowhere, an Aboriginal guy asks him for a cigarette. My friend, being the nice guy he is, rolls him one and just starts having a conversation with the bloke. An Aboriginal woman approaches my friend from behind and puts her hands on his shoulders, but doesn't say anything. The guy my friend is talking to nods like he's saying no, so the girl just leaves. My friend says he has to go, which the Aboriginal guy replies, "You know, I was actually going to R-word you, but you turned out to be a nice guy, so I decided I wouldn't." My mate just legged it. When I was 10 years old, I was watching television in the living room around 11 to 12 noon. The door was open, and suddenly, a guy with somewhat long and curly hair, and really tall too, stands right at our door. I asked him, "Do you need anything, sir? Are you looking for my mom?" He didn't say anything. He just stared at me and shook his head a little. I keep asking. He stayed silent. My brother, who is 11 or 12 years old, is in the living room too, so I go to our kitchen where my mom is doing something. "Mom, there's a guy at our door," I said to her. When my mom turned her head towards me, she got startled. I turned around to see the guy standing right behind me, and I didn't even hear his footsteps. Mom then started yelling things like, "Who are you?" and other stuff that I couldn't remember. My brother was standing frozen in the living room. Our neighbor's house is just beside our house, so my mother runs towards the exit at the kitchen and shouts for help. The guy leaves before our neighbors arrive. He was fast, and he wasn't even running. My neighbor, who was probably 20 plus years old at the time, even tried looking for him and tried to scan the streets, but no one saw him. That was the creepiest guy I've ever encountered. I was pumping gas while driving home after a round of golf with friends. I wasn't particularly aware of my surroundings because I'd been to this gas station many times. All of a sudden, and out of nowhere, a middle-aged man asked if I know where the church is from the pump across the aisle. Puzzled because there are so many churches in this area, I asked for clarification. He then starts asking me with increasing angst if I accept Jesus and whether I know Jesus. My hair is standing on end at this point, so I start babbling about how I love Jesus. Then he says, "Come on over here and let me show you something." Then I finally get a good look at this situation. This crazy person is driving a 1980s to 1990s faux wood station wagon with curtains all around the rear windows. I had a car with a V8 at the time, so when the guy turned around, I threw the gas handle on the hook, jumped in my car, and got out as quickly as I could. I took a circuitous route home at fairly high speed just in case. So I'm pretty sure he was either going to help me meet Jesus that day or show off the body of someone who already did. Either way, not a good situation to be in. My sister and I were playing outside when we were younger, and an elderly couple was walking by our yard. Our yard had a cemetery in the back, so it was quite a common local attraction for tourists, as this house was built in the 1800s, and most of the graves were from children who died back then from the flu, etc. There were some creepy stories from that place, but nothing lives up to what happened all those years ago. As we were playing outside, this couple kept pestering my sister about what her name was. As they approached us and got closer,
We were just little kids and got terribly scared and ran inside and told our mom what had happened. The following week, I heard a story on the news about an elderly couple approaching a teenage girl, kidnapping her and R-wording her. And it was the same couple that had approached my sister and I. I still get creeped out about that. In college, one of my friends, Matt, really wanted this cheap IKEA cabinet thing for his gamer setup that someone was advertising in one of the campus apartments near his place. We were going somewhere with our other mutual friend, Chris, and he swung by to get the cabinet on the way there. We get to the apartment, and the guys go in and I'm in the car. They come back out after viewing the cabinet and brought the seller with them. My friends were clearing out the trunk, and the seller was hanging around my window trying to talk to me. He was really weird, so I was just giving one-worded answers. He kept asking if I wanted to come upstairs to see his fish tank. No. And I politely declined several times. He had these shifty black eyes that creeped me out. Like, I'm sure his eyes were brown, but they were super dark and beady. I'm pretty sure he might have been tweaking off of something. Then he kept showing off his sinewy arms and bragging about weightlifting. Dude looked like a shaved bird, so I don't know why he thought I'd believe that he regularly lifted 300 pounds or whatever. They all eventually go back inside to get the cabinet, and a while later I see Chris holding the door to the apartment building open and waiting for Matt and the seller to bring it downstairs. All of a sudden, I see Chris freak out and run inside. I got out of the car and ran over. Matt was at the bottom of the stairs with the cabinet on his leg. It was lightweight, so at best the fall hurt him the most. The seller was standing in the middle of the stairs nonchalantly. We were fussing over our friend when the seller realized that the appropriate human emotion he should be displaying was concern. It was creepy seeing him just stand there all blank-faced, and then having this light bulb moment like, all right, look concerned, say something nice. The seller was like, "Oh no, are you okay?" Matt said that he was fine, and then him and Chris just took the cabinet outside and put it in the car. I was picking up a piece of the cabinet that broke off on the stairs when the creepy guy basically teleported behind me and stroked my arm. He said that I absolutely super totally needed to see his fish tank collection now. And I said, "No sir, goodbye." Matt didn't mention being shoved until later, but I was obviously already getting sketchy vibes from the seller, so I fully believe him. Apparently, they were both holding the cabinet and going down the stairs. Matt was walking backwards down the stairs, while Weirdo Guy was at the other end. Matt swears to this day that the man looked at him in the eye and shoved the cabinet into his chest and watched him fall backwards with it. He said that the shove happened after the seller asked if he partied, and Matt said not really. He refers to him as the party pusher and thinks the story is hilarious in hindsight. I still think it's terrifying. When I was a kid, my dad owned a houseboat and a speedboat. My big brother and I would spend a good chunk of our summers with him. Anyways, this was in Southern California, and there were all these waterways with tiny islands in them. There was a party going on one, and my dad took us. It was more of an adult party and I was only 12, so I just wandered off and did my own thing, played in the water and whatever. There was a tiny peninsula next to the docks, which was serving as additional parking. I went to go get some ice cream from the guy selling it out of a cart, and was walking back when I heard someone calling out. I look over and see a dude in a boat, probably in his mid-30s, calling and waving to me. I kinda watched him for a second because I was often wrong about these things. I thought that maybe he meant it for someone else. But no, He was waving me over and trying to get me to come onto his boat. A 12-year-old girl who looked 12 at the most. By the time I had fetched my dad and my brother to confront the guy, he was gone. Wish I had maybe hustled more. I have very little doubts as to what would have happened to me had I gotten onto the boat. Anyways, this was also around the time, unbeknownst to me at the time, that they had pulled a mummified lady out of an old refrigerator. Scary things happened in that area. I was 8 or 9 years old, I think, and we had a little field, mostly just sand, on the opposite side of the street where I played a lot. One day I was sitting there with a friend, building some sand castles or whatever, and suddenly an old guy came towards us. I have to say that this street was on a hill, and very quiet most of the time, since it was only used by our neighbors and other people that lived there, rarely some joggers or people with their dogs. He asked us if we would know the way to an old playground that he used to visit as a child somewhere in the area. There was no playground anywhere near my street, so we tried to explain to him that there's no playground here, but he insisted that it was there somewhere and asked us to join him so that we could find it together. I don't know why, but my friend was being very friendly to him, while I was thinking about running over to my mom as soon as I could tell her. And then she said yes. So he actually grabbed her hand and started walking with her towards another street that was also next to the field. I tried to stop her multiple times while she was getting up, and he was starting to get very sassy towards me, almost mocking me because I wouldn't get to see the great playground and that I'm a horrible friend. When they were starting to walk away, I immediately jumped up, ran over which he had seen, and told my mom, who then called the cops. We both ran out again trying to find my friend. After a short while, we saw her approaching us, alone, from the street that they both went to. She seemed very confused. She then told us that after a short distance, he said that he had to go in a bush for a few seconds, and then didn't come back. Me and my mom were crying and hugging her, while she still didn't really understand what the problem was there. The police came but didn't find anyone. So we described him and they wrote it down, but he never came back or was seen by any one of our neighbors. I still get goosebumps thinking about what could have happened. This actually happened to me, so I'm going to be a little vague for the sake of privacy. I've never wanted to give much of a crap about things, so I used to give hitchhikers and strangers rides if it looked like they could use it. One day I'm in my driveway washing my car before I leave for class at college, and I see a sketchy-looking guy walking down my street. I don't live in the best neighborhood, and there are several bad neighborhoods pretty close by, so being wary isn't unwarranted. He's wearing weird clothes. They look like cheap, badly cleaned dress clothes. A white button-up shirt, sleeves unbuttoned, black wrinkled slacks, and a scuffed, old battered black briefcase. He had a shaved head and looked scrawny, like he had been starving somewhere. When he got nearby, he asked if I could give him a lift, and I got a weird vibe from him, but I said sure. I asked where he needed to go, and he said somewhere vague and told me that he would give me the directions and it wasn't far. Asked me if I would stop at a local liquor store. I do, and he gets a beer and some cigarettes and offers me both, but I decline, then take him to his destination. On the way there, he explains that today was his first day out of jail after having served 3 years. I didn't know what to say, so I congratulated him, and he thanked me and swigged on his beer. Destination was a well-known hangout for gang members, right on the edge of an especially bad neighborhood. I pull in and drop him off, and he thanks me and leaves. Now, about 5 years later, I see him again. Same guy, impossible to mistake him. He still looked the same, only like he had been fed better, less scrawny. He was on the witness stand at a murder trial, a murder that took place at the very place that I dropped him off about 3 weeks later. Chances are good that he stayed there from the time that I dropped him off and never left. He testified against the people who did the murder. They were gang members, part of a gang that he was a member of before he went to jail. He's lived in hiding since the trial. The person murdered would have been a member of my family through marriage if he hadn't been murdered. He was the only person to testify against them. I had goosebumps during the entire trial, the day that he testified. When I was around 18, one of my friends lived in a house about 3 miles outside of the village that my friends and I lived in. It was right next to a motorway/freeway and had a large amount of land attached to it. His parents ran a horse stable in one of the attached fields. His parents had gone on holiday, and we were planning on having a small party at his house. About 20 to 30 people. A few of us met up at the village and walked through the country roads up to his house, which took about 30 minutes. When we got there, we found 2 police cars parked in the drive. We all thought that the party had started, and for whatever reason, the cops had gotten called. Turns out that the friend who lived there had been eating dinner, waiting for people to turn up, when he noticed someone standing at the bottom of the garden, just out of range of the porch light, watching him. Thinking that it was just one of us messing with him, he slipped out the side door in an attempt to get behind whoever it was and surprise them instead. After sneaking around and not being able to find the person, he headed back expecting us to be there, waiting only to look through the kitchen window and see an unknown man sitting in his kitchen, finishing the dinner that he had been eating. Apparently he looked dirty, unkempt, and basically like a tramp. My friend noped out, ran a mile to his nearest neighbor and called the police. When they turned up, they searched the house and property with dogs, but couldn't find anyone. It seriously freaked him out. Several of us ended up staying at his for a week until his parents got back. I'm sure I'll sound crazy, but I'm super creeped out from a recent interaction at a grocery store. I was shopping with my toddler, and an older lady, maybe 70-ish, who was by herself just came up and said, "Ma'am, do you know all the canned veggies are in sale for 50 cents this week?" And went on about how it's a great deal and they don't run it often. I said, "Thanks, I appreciate the heads up, and I'll definitely grab a few on my way out." Then she begins to walk away, and it's almost out of sight when she stopped and looked back and smiled at my son. She then asked how old he was. I said, "Oh, just over a year." She then asked if he was my only child, and some other random questions about him. Then she goes, "Hey, I just remembered, I have some clothes in my trunk, all boy stuff in the 2T to 3T range," and asked if I wanted it. I politely declined. I said we'll be shopping a while and I didn't want to hold her up. She then proceeds to say, "Oh, not a problem. I'll just wait outside and then I can come back and find you before you leave. Are you a single mom? Would you need them?" I got this gut feeling that something was off about this lady, and I just said, "Nope, not a single mom, and we have all the clothes that we need," and then thanked her for the offer. She tried a few more times, saying things like, "I just don't know what to do with them. If you could use them, I'd be happy to give them all to you." At this point, it really felt like she was trying to lure me and my son to her car. I continued to decline the offer and then walked away. I did a few more laps around the store looking for things that I needed, and at one point I saw her standing in an aisle in the center of the store with a younger man just people watching. I could just be super paranoid, and she was just a sweet old lady trying to be nice. But something in my head just told me to get out of the conversation as quickly as possible. I feel like parents will know that having a small child makes strangers talk to you all the time, and want to make small talk about your sweet kiddos. But this conversation did not feel the same as the others I've had while out with my son. Has anyone had a similar experience? Two years ago, I lived near a big city while taking care of my great-grandma. One day, me and my mom decided to get some groceries, but we didn't have a car, so we had to walk. When we were almost to the local King Soopers, I heard my first name being shouted. I ignored it at first, thinking I was hearing things, but then this random lady, who looked pretty disheveled and scared, ran up to me and grabbed my arms and kept repeating my name. My name is not a common name, and everyone that I know calls me by a completely unrelated nickname. So there was no way she heard someone else say my name. She looked so frightened, and I will never be able to get her face out of my mind. She was holding onto my arms with this really tight grip, and I remember being surprised because she was very skinny and frail looking. Her grip left bruises on my arms for a while. My mom ended up grabbing my arm and dragging me away. She was freaked out too, but didn't say anything. She just kept praying. When I got home, she prayed a lot and blessed me. I was not scared of her, just more confused. How did she know my name? And why did she look so scared? When I was 13, I was at the Goodwill with my mom. We went to pay for our items, and there was an older man at the cash register. He gave me a weird look that made me uncomfortable. Just as he's finished ringing up everything, and when my mom was momentarily distracted by paying, he looks at me and quietly says, "Smile." And even though I was confused and creeped out, I smiled, and in an instant he retrieved a Polaroid camera from under the register and took a photo. Then, just as quickly as he took it, he put it out back under the counter. My mom noticed the flash and the confused look on my face, but the cashier acted as if nothing happened. It happened so fast and was so weird, we just looked at him in shock and left. When we got to the car, my mom asked, did he just take a picture of you? And I just nodded my head. We didn't know what to think, so we just kind of tried to forget about it. Still creeps me out thinking that this man probably has my photo, and who knows how many other people's photos. So when some stranger says smile, just don't. This happened a few days ago, whilst I was on my way home from visiting my friend's house. I was driving on a back road late at night in my Tesla Model 3 while it was on auto drive. I'll admit that I was not paying attention to the road, and I was on my phone while I had my music in the car playing. The ride was okay and chill for a while, but I'm not really sure because I was not paying attention at the time. Out of nowhere, my car immediately braked and made an alarming sound. I was scared and immediately took control of the wheel and looked through the windshield. When I looked, I saw a figure standing inches from my car, barely avoiding being hit. My heart was racing for the impact, and now seeing what I could only assume to be a person. They didn't even flinch from the sight of almost being hit. I looked at them for a good 10 seconds before I put my car in park and turned on the megaphone to ask them if they're okay. They didn't respond and proceeded to walk near my window. I locked my doors while they're approaching because I was terrified. They asked me if I could roll the window down to speak to them, but I refused and told them that I could hear them from the other side. I then asked why they're out here all alone in the cold, and they told me that their car had broken down and that they were hoping that someone would stop to help them. As they were talking, I got a good look at their face, and they appeared to be 25 to 30. They also asked me my name, and I told them that my name was Rebecca. They told me their name was Ashton.
After that small talk they attempted, I told them that I would be calling someone to come assist them with their situation. They weren't happy with that, and instead asked that I drop them off to a friend's house who lived nearby. That's when I become really freaked out and suspicious. They had told me that they were waiting for someone, and now they need to be dropped off. I put my car back into drive and told them again, from the window since megaphone is not available in park, that I would call someone to come help them. They then tried to reach for the door handle, but I guess they forgot that Tesla handles are embedded into the car. When they did that, I immediately stepped on the pedal and went flying down the road. I didn't even look into my rearview mirror or put the car back into autopilot. The whole ride back, I was scared. I got back onto a main road where I would hope to see cars and just floored at home. I couldn't get my mind off of it for the rest of the night. I have suspicions that the guy was not alone and that there was other people with them. I pray that they didn't get someone else who wasn't as lucky as me. I will never in my life stop to help some random person ever again. I was in a different city for placement. I was going inside Morrison's, and the security guy at the front was saying hi to everyone, and he was sometimes saying bonjour. The old man started speaking in French with him, and I said bonjour back to the security guy. The old man heard, then asked me if I could speak French, and I said yes. He started asking me some questions like, "What's your name?" and "What are you doing in this city?" Stupid as I am, I gave him my real name and said that I was here for placement in this hospital. We said bye to each other and didn't think about it anymore. This happened on a Wednesday. I went back to the hospital on Tuesday. My supervisor came and gave me a letter. The letter had my name and what I do in the hospital. I opened it, and it was a letter from the old man. By the way, when I say old, I mean old. He looked older than my granddad. The old man was saying that he had a good conversation and wanted to meet up with me to have a drink, and it was his number and email address. I was a bit freaked out to go back to Morrison's from that day, and from that day I tend to give fake names to strangers. I thank God he wasn't like a mad person, because he basically knew where to find me if he wanted to. So guys, don't be stupid like me, and never give your name and what you do or where you work or live to strangers. Stay safe, everyone. Just after 1 a.m., I was sitting in my living room watching Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, browsing Reddit. The most boring Saturday night ever. And then someone's knocking. I live with my brother, and there's a guy who visits him sometimes, so I assumed it was him and just opened the door. But there was this random man in his 40s, looking kinda sus, saying, "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm looking for a taxi place." So I said town center, and he keeps apologizing, asking if he woke the kids. He's also very close to my door. I don't have any kids, but I said yes, hoping that he'd leave. I was scared that if I tried to close the door, he'd push in. I got so anxious I started shaking, and he goes about that taxi again and says, "Can I ask you a question? I got divorced yesterday. You're beautiful." And a car was coming up, so I said thanks. You know, I tried to be polite so he wouldn't get angry and aggressive. And I shut the door and I just stood by the window to make sure that he was gone. Jesus, how was I so stupid? It could have ended badly, especially that I live in a really crappy area and my brother wears headphones all the time. Why was he asking about kids? To see if I was alone? And he went in the direction the car was coming, so I don't know if it was a random car or someone picking him up. I don't know if he was a thief or just drunk, and I had the lights on, so he knocked. I really hope it's just that. I really hope that I start thinking before doing anything else. Also, I wish I could get a gun.
It's just not an option where I live. Also, it was nice to get it off my chest, even though y'all did not make me feel any safer. Thank you for the kind comments and tips. I'm a female, and this story took place when I was 12. It's more than half my lifespan ago, but I still get really uneasy when thinking back to it. I tried to block it from my mind and guess as to what could have happened if not for two kind strangers. I was walking home from school one day. It's a 4-kilometer walk along a busy road. I was walking alone, however. At one of the intersections I crossed, there was a tall, dirty-looking man that noticed me. I would guess his age was early 30s. Being a kid back then, I struggled telling the age of the adults. He started following me and trying to strike up a conversation. He kept telling me that I was beautiful and that he wants us to be friends. He asked me where I live and if my parents would be home. He asked me so many questions that I tried to just shrug him off and be polite. I didn't answer any of his questions, just increased the pace at which I walked. When we were nearing the block on which I lived, I started becoming really uneasy. He wanted to follow me home and I did not want him to. He gave off a weird vibe because adults did not usually speak to me that way. The only way I could get rid of him would be to give him my cell phone number and agree to answer when he calls. Because this situation made me uncomfortable, I gave him a fake number and hightailed it out of there. A few months passed without me running into that man again, so I completely put this out of my mind. He was probably just some random weirdo. However, as you can guess from here, things did not stay that way. One day, approximately 4 months later, I found myself walking home after school again. I will admit that I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. That was until I heard what sounded like footsteps running up behind me. I reflexively turned to look around, and it was that same creepy man that I had encountered before. He slowed his pace as he reached me, but was yelling the entire time. He figured out that I had given him the wrong number, and he was furious. He kept yelling and yelling that I think that I'm better than him. That is why I gave him a fake number. I was terrified in that moment, as he was very angry. I was afraid that he was going to hurt me, but couldn't grab the attention of any motorists. I speed walked to the closest petrol station, which was luckily not too far, with him following behind me, still yelling the entire time. When I got to the petrol station, I immediately got the attention of two burly men standing next to their pickup truck. They must have seen the terrified look on my face, plus the man following me, as they immediately ran over to ask if I was all right. I was too scared to speak, just shook my head frantically as I tried to get behind them. They immediately demanded to know why the man was following me. He fed them some crap line about being my brother. I just silently kept shaking my head. I guess they figured out what was happening at this point, as they started yelling at the man, accusing him of something. I didn't stay to find out. I took the opportunity of him being distracted to start running away. The man noticed that I was leaving and tried to take off after me. The burly men really took offense to this, as they immediately tackled him and threw him in the back of their pickup. He was screaming at this point. They sped off with the guy at an inconceivable speed right past me and just kept going. I was happy that they took him away, but I did not stop running until I reached home. I had no idea what to make of this entire exchange, but it really shook me. I do not know where they took the creepy guy or what they did with him after. In all honesty, I don't want to know. I told my parents and altered the route that I walked home from school. I never saw him again, and I'm thankful for that. Even though I could not say what I needed in the moment, those two kind strangers saw that I was in distress and dealt with it for me. Even after all these years, I still remember the sheer terror and then relief when they took him away. In the 1990s, a nurse in New Jersey killed hundreds of hospital patients. Sometimes he would sneak into patients' room at night and inject them with fatal medication doses. Other times, he would put the medication into IV bags in the supply room, so they would kill whatever random patient they were given to later. He was accused several times. Some patients pointed him out before they died. Some staff thought he was creepy and dangerous and refused to work with him. He kept getting fired from hospitals, but the hospital managers knew that if he got arrested, they would be sued by the families of the patients he murdered. So they just fired him and didn't call the police. That happened at 12 different hospitals over the course of 16 years. Investigators believe that he killed as many as 400 people. After he was arrested, he confessed to 40 murders. In 29 of them, he gave enough detail to be charged and plead guilty. He is linked to 300 plus more deaths than that, but details of those will probably never be known because so much information was lost over time or destroyed by the hospitals. While I was on life support, there was this other girl on a ventilator just down the hall. Like me, she'd had all of the right symptoms: headaches upon waking, vomiting without nausea, and getting lost in the house where she'd lived for years. Like me, she researched them extensively. Unlike me, she reached the right conclusion and asked her parents for a scan. But they had a bunch of other kids and money was tight, and she was at the right age to see symptoms as unduly catastrophic. So they said no. Meanwhile, I was treating my symptoms with the gym. My mother had begged me to get a scan and I'd said no. Until I had health insurance of my own, I couldn't afford it, as it would show a pre-existing condition that would destroy my future insurability. The other patient took up 3 jobs to save the money for a scan. She made the rounds of several neurologists, begging. Each responded dismissively. She was too young and looked so well that she had to be hypochondriac. Finally, one took pity on her and gave her a scan, telling her outright that it was only so that she'd stop asking and that she'd hear results in some weeks. I kept going to the gym until the day that I collapsed, vomiting blood, bursting a pupil. She went in for her first craniotomy, walking, talking, fine. My parents and boyfriend would sit beside me through my coma, holding my hand, telling me how much they loved me. She'd have her own such trio doing the same. I'd awaken. I'd meet her parents, her boyfriend. I'd visit the ICU. I'd see them growing more gaunt, more desperate each time, until the trip when I learned that she'd gone into long-term coma care. I'd recover. She'd die. Brain cancer is that kind of a jerk. Since then, I've taken the survivor's guilt to do everything that I can with my life. But that so easily should have been her outcome instead. That's the outcome for so many. It's terrifying, because it demonstrates how we as a society often dismiss the health complaints of all but a narrow slice of the population, without even registering what we're doing. How many lives do we, unthinkingly, throw away? My father had his spine severely fractured in an assault when I was an infant. He had a real jerk of a doctor that was super dismissive of him. One day he was at an appointment and she left the room, at which point he took a peek at his chart. She'd recorded him as a hypochondriac. She'd never examined him. He was so furious that when she came back, he ripped his button up open, turned around, and demanded to know if that looked like hypochondria. For the record, a zero of his spine was rotated almost 90 degrees by the assault, and it was very visible. It's a miracle that he regained the ability to walk at all. Mom says that the doctor went pale and ran out of the room, never to be seen by them again. The sheer arrogance of some doctors infuriates me beyond words. At work, we had a patient who was referred for a spinal scan just so he'd shut up. His general practitioner was trying to wean him off of his pain meds, but the patient was fighting this tooth and nail. It was clear from the referral that the doc thought that he was a drug seeker and wanted to shut him down. The first radiologist looks at the scan, sees nothing wrong, but his spidey senses are tingling, so he dumped the case in my lap and refused to do it because he's terrified that he's going to get sued. I'm not a doctor, I'm an administrator. I spend an entire week basically medically stalking the patient and digging up previous scans from the most obscure locations so that the doctors are satisfied. And then I give it to our best doctor. All that work ended up being unnecessary because the better doctor spotted what the lesser doctor's instincts only hinted at. His spine was riddled with cancer. Bone cancer is one of the most agonizing cancers you can get, and this guy had it all up his back. My just under 2-year-old fell down in the kitchen. He had just started talking, and 5 minutes before he fell, he said, "I hurt," and fell over. We thought he was being silly, but he said it 2 to 4 more times. Finally, my wife took him to the kitchen to have a popsicle. It was like 8 a.m., but whatever. She stood him up and he literally fell over. Then he tried to talk again, but it was just baby talk, gibberish. We rushed him to the pediatrician. As we were waiting, I noticed that one side of his face was dropping. I said, "Looks like a stroke." The pediatrician who showed up at some point said no way, highly unlikely for a 1-year-old. They ran tests for what felt like days, but was probably more like 10 minutes. I kept saying his left arm is dropping now, and his face is fully stroked out. Finally, my wife stood up with him in her arms and yells, "Screw this. I'm driving him to the children's hospital." The pediatrician kept telling us to go to a different hospital because he had admitting permission or whatever. They also tried to get us to take an ambulance, but said it would take about 15 minutes. We ran out, buckled him into his seat, and drove like a race car driver to the children's. They took him in, and there was immediately like 40 doctors in the room. They ran all kinds of tests in seconds. Guess what? Stroke. He was having a hemorrhagic stroke from a burst capillary in his brainstem. He was dying, like for real. If we had stayed at the pediatrician's, he would have died. It was terrifying. Those ER doctors at Children's Hospital saved his life. They were brilliant. I barely remember the day, but at some point the doctors at the Children's asked questions like, "Was he struck? Did you hit him?" etc. We realized later that they were attempting to discern if we caused it by hitting him in the head. The burst capillary was actually so deep, a hit on the head wouldn't have caused it, per his neurologist. We spent nearly 3 months inpatient, including a harrowing week in the NICU. He worked really hard at walking, mostly thanks to the musicians who got to the hospital to play for the kids. Every time they were there, he wanted to dance, and he did a ton of work every week just to be able to dance when they played live music. Fast forward, he is 8 and healthy as an ox. He has drop foot and a very weak left hand, but he is so good. Many of the outcomes that were possible were much, much, much worse than his slightly weak left hand and slight drop foot. The neurologist told us one time that they were fairly confident that he was going to be left-handed because of where the stroke happened. Apparently, If he had been right-handed, his speech could have been affected much worse. Anyway, that was terrifying. We had a 2-month-old baby with us as well. We spent years traveling to and from the children's hospital for therapy and appointments. We just had his last appointment with the neurologist last week. They said, "We don't need to see you guys again," which is a good thing. It's not coming back, and his scans all look amazing. One of my friends had a job in the hospital looking after patients, making beds, etc. I heard he randomly quit his job, wouldn't talk to anyone about it. I bring some beers over to his house and try to see if I can get him talking. He's a total emotional wreck. Finally get him to talk, and he says that he was working one night in the hospital when he heard a nurse shouting for help because someone was going into cardiac arrest. So he runs down a hallway, and some man runs toward him. They almost bump into each other and the man shouts, "Where's the exit?" My friend points to the exit, then runs into the room with the man going into cardiac arrest, only to see that it's the exact same person who ran past him in the hallway. He died in front of his eyes.
In the mid-90s, my mom and I lived in Malaysia while my dad was in the UK, studying for his medical exams. I was a toddler, so I don't remember many details of our home, but photos tell me it was idyllic and backed onto a forest which proved a popular playground for the local kids. As it was just my mom and me, she often had to get my babysitter to look after me while she was working at the hospital. I recall rather liking my babysitter, and by all accounts, she was very fond of me. However, she was only a teenager at the time, so she also had other responsibilities. And at that point, I'd proved myself a bit of a scamp, as I was a woman about town, on my trike zooming around in the forest with the other kids. This is why my mom would sometimes ask the hospital creche to care for me, so she could pop in a few times a day. I believe this is where my mom met her friend. Mom's friend was a doctor at the same hospital. They had both emigrated from India at similar times, and they bonded over this experience. According to Mom, she seemed nice, if not a bit overzealous when venting about her ex. She took a shine to me as she had children back home of a similar age, so she'd often come over for a cup of tea chat and bounce me on her lap. A few months down the line, her demeanor started to change. The previously flippant but forgivable behavior began to deteriorate. She was beyond simply being tardy and eccentric. It was alarming. One afternoon, she came to chat with my mom over a cup of coffee, and everything seemed perfectly pleasant. After a while, she gazed at my mom with a beaming smile. She said she had something to show her, and that it meant a lot to her. It was deeply personal, but she felt like she could trust Mom, so she wanted to share it with her. She reached into her handbag and showed my mom a small box. When she opened the box, my mom couldn't quite understand what she was seeing, but then it dawned on her. It was a vertebra, a single human vertebra. The bone had belonged to her late mother, with whom she was very close. She went on to explain how her mother was the only person to have not betrayed her, and that she finds herself falling victim to despicable men. My mom could feel that she was becoming increasingly intense and agitated as the conversation progressed, and eventually it went south with her condemning her ex for abandoning her in a foreign country. She was spitting, her voice rash from screaming about him and how he deserves a slow death. It was at this point my mom decided that was enough and tried to calm her down and saying her goodbyes. Mom's friend didn't turn up for work the next day, or any day after that. According to the secretaries, she had just gone AWOL. It wasn't until a few years later that my mom had realized what happened. By 2001, we were back with my dad and settled in the UK. Mom often keeps in touch with the friends she made during her stints practicing medicine abroad. And on one such day 20 years ago, she received an email. One of the secretaries she had worked with in Malaysia sent an email containing a link to a newspaper article. It detailed the unfortunate news of a suspected suicide which had taken place locally. A woman fitting the description of Mom's friend had taken her own life from the top of a residential building. It had a picture that bore a striking resemblance, but it was the text that followed making her blood run cold. The article stated that the police in India had been on a manhunt for the woman who they suspect is the deceased. The reason being, she had flown to India 5 years before and lured her ex to a rendezvous. There, they believe she poisoned him before dismembering his body into small pieces over the course of 3 hours. The smallest parts were disposed of using a toilet, while the larger body parts were put into a suitcase. She spent the next few days hiring a taxi to visit remote locations, where she would dispose of various body parts. The alarm was only raised when the taxi driver, her final journey, detected the rancid smell of decay emanating from the suitcase. He tipped off the authorities and it resulted in her imprisonment. A few years into her incarceration, the woman jumped bail and fled. The police manhunt resumed, but the trail eventually went cold after it was suspected she fled back to Malaysia. With no further leads, the case went cold. That is, until 2001.
For one reason or another, the police have yet to make a conclusive identification on the body of the self-unaliving victim.
So, while there is every chance that she is the woman who fell, there is also a chance that she isn't. Info. This recollection is based on information provided by my mother and a newspaper article. I would be happy to provide proof if that is what is needed. Thanks for reading.
This happened in 1989. I had given birth to my son early in the morning the day before. I'd lost a fair bit of blood, but had been up walking at least once by then, so I wasn't too dopey. My son was sleeping in his bassinet next to my bed. A nurse that I hadn't seen before came into my room and grabbed a hold of one end of the bassinet and started to pull it away. I grabbed the other end and said, "What are you doing?" She said that she was taking him away for his blood tests. Now, I happened to be a registered nurse, and I knew what sorts of things were done to newborns, and he had already done his tests. I pointed to the Band-Aid on his heel and said, "He's already done his tests. So what sort of tests are you talking about?" And she muttered something about not being sure, but there was some test that he needed. I maintained my fast hold on his bassinet and told her to find out what test and then let me know. She went away and never came back. And honestly, I was so out of it that I never even thought to mention it to anyone. But the fact is, several babies had been taken that summer by imposters dressed in uniforms. So I will never know for sure, but I felt like we'd dodged a bullet. I'm a doctor in surgery, and one day I got a case of a man. No big deal. Some cut to sew. I won't give details, but he was around his 30s and had a wound, 4 stitches on his arm. When I start to clean the wound, strange and creepy compliments had already started. How I got a beautiful doctor. You have beautiful pupils. You are beautiful. You have a nice smell. I just ignored him until he grabbed me by the hips and pulled me to him. I watched him. What the heck? And asked him to take his hands off of me or I'd call security. He laughed and said why I'm dramatizing. I asked him to leave, or I was going to report him, and then he got up. And he said, "You know, girls like you shouldn't turn down such offers. Your time is gone. Beauty is transient." I was in shock all day. I told my colleagues about it, and the second time at the checkpoint, My dear colleague took it and warned him. I've never seen him since, and I hope I didn't. I don't speak English, so I wrote this story via Google Translate. So I apologize for any mistakes. I'm a doctor and a 32-year-old single man who spends most of his time in the hospital, and the rest is spent pumping iron. That had been pretty much my life till last year. But the pandemic has been kind of an equator-shifting event for us medical professionals. I've seen many of my close associates perish. My mentor, my best friend, that motherly canteen woman whose name I didn't know till her death, but who never failed to give my tired face her day-brightening smile. All these wonderful people just died too soon. After 2 months of corona duty, stress of seeing so many deaths and losing people I knew and worked with weighed me down. It began to get to my head. I began making mistakes in the sanitation protocols, which, even though small, could endanger me and my patient's safety. I told my senior and requested to be shifted to normal patients ward till I gained my complete composure. She said that the best she could do was shift me to ER, but I'll have to manage routine rounds as well. And I was fine with it. I knew that we were short on doctors. It was a Friday after completing my shift. I was just back to my apartment. I was tired and hungry, but then I was called again. Apparently there was some high-profile accident case. She was a girl of 24, only daughter of the local mayor. She had a fractured arm, a bad wound on the elbow which required 5 stitches. Shards of glass had pierced her shoulder deeply, barely missing the jugular vein. It took me hours to patch her up and head home. A week went by. I kept checking her progress, and she was coping well. She was very friendly, but nothing about it made me uncomfortable. I understood since COVID protocols didn't allow visitors to stay. She yearned for someone to talk to. But with each passing day, she grew bolder. Friendliness turned to flirting, which I tried to handle with my best professional smiling face and silence. Soon, her infatuation became a hot topic of canteen discussions and leg pulling, and I began avoiding canteen. It was a normal summer day and I was doing my rounds. I reached her room and, keeping my best stoic face, I began checking for vitals. She said that she was feeling pain in her shoulder. I knew the glass wounds were deep, but so far they had been healing just fine. After telling her that I was going to pull her gown down to have a look, I barely managed to touch it, and she pulled it all the way down to her belly in one tug. I froze. I kept my eyes on the wound. It appeared to be healing normally. I averted my eyes and told her so, but she insisted that I have a closer look. She touched me inappropriately, and I decided it was best to walk out. By the time I reached the door, she said something so vulgar and inappropriate that it made me cringe with disgust. I marched out without turning back. I thought it was best that I told someone before I was accused of something that I did not do. So I told about her advances to my fellow doctor who was of my age, and his words were appalling. In the coarsest way possible, he insinuated that if he was me, he would jump at the chance, and laughed it off that I was scared of a female. I decided that it was best to go back to COVID duty and stay clear of trouble, and I easily got that. I did not see her and heard she was discharged. I almost forgot about her in the rush of corona patients. A week later, she was admitted with mild COVID symptoms, and her father literally arm-twisted hospital management by holding supplies to provide her with private ward and special care. All of a sudden, she became the most important patient. People were dying in that hospital daily, people whose organs were failing them, whose oxygen saturation was making them struggle for each breath, and we were short to just 4 doctors. The rest were either infected or quarantined by now. And here, hospital's management was busy providing VIP treatment to an insolent brat. After 2 days, I had to go check on her. She had a fever. personal protection equipment kit made it difficult for her to identify me. But as soon as I introduced myself, she had this bizarre smile on her face. She looked unstable with her messy hair, sweaty and sick look. As I reached her, she caught my PPE suit in her hand. Her nails were digging into the polymer, nearly tearing it apart. Shocked, I tried to pull it back, but she began rambling stuff amidst her crazy, uncensored yelling. I checked what I had to and pulled out of her hold and exited the room. Later that day, I talked to the management. They took it casually because they had bigger issues at hand like the pandemic. And what harm can a sick woman do to a buffed up 6'3" guy? Hearing this, I decided that it was time that I left this place, at least for my own mental peace. I resigned and joined another hospital in a different state. More than half a year has passed by, and I still feel like a quitter. I feel frustrated. In all this fiasco, I was asked why I wouldn't want to be with this woman. Asked if I was gay. If I don't want to be intimate with some woman because I don't like her, or because of my professional ethics. It doesn't make me gay. Harassment affects men mentally too. It may not be on the scale that women face, but we're not steel. Men have feelings too. This story comes from a time in my life when I was in a really bad place. I had been misdiagnosed with BPD since I was a teenager, when I was actually bipolar. So when my first full-on manic episode came along, no one in my family knew what was happening. They thought that I was on some sort of drug or something, because I went long enough without treatment that the mania developed into psychosis. I was really, really delusional and sick, like completely out of my mind. So a few of the details here are fuzzy, but I definitely have a very clear memory of this moment. Ever since I was a teenager, I had experienced psychogenic seizures. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically a pseudo-seizure caused by extreme distress or anxiety. It's basically how my body reacts in crisis mode, instead of the fight or flight instinct in really high-stakes situations. So my parents called an ambulance, since they had never seen me have so many consecutive episodes at a time. And the EMTs show up while my brain is pretty much on fire with mental illness. It was the most vulnerable I've ever been. A couple of EMTs put me in the ambulance, where 2 other EMTs were sitting in the back. One of them was really nice to me, and tried to do the best he could to soothe me. The other guy was this white frat-looking dude, with a buzz cut, and he was just frowning, staring at me and not saying or doing anything. I guess he was more like glaring. Whatever. He was the last thing on my mind. We arrive at the hospital, and the nice guy and the frat guy pushed me into a holding room in the hospital, while one of the others went off into the hospital, I guess to figure out what to do with me. The frat guy finally speaks and says to the nice guy that he can go ahead, he can handle this. The nice guy looked unsure, but he seemed younger and more inexperienced than the fratty EMT, so he just nodded and left. The guy then turned his attention back to me, and I felt eyes shooting daggers at me. He gets up close and grabs my wrists, which caused a huge spike in anxiety, so I started convulsing again. He tightened his grip by a lot, like it left red marks, and I tried to tell the first person I saw after this event what he had done, but he insisted that I did it to myself, and who's gonna trust the crazy chick, right? But he held my arms down. Then he got all up in my face, and his voice got real low, but really firm and commanding. He said, "Listen, I know you're faking it. Everybody knows. You aren't doing your parents any favors by causing a scene, so just stop it. Stop it." I literally felt his spit on my face. I didn't know what to do, so I screamed, "You need to work on your bedside manner," as loud as I could. And shortly after, a nurse and my dad came in, and the guy backed up and speed walked out. I remember someone at the door trying to stop him, but he just kind of shouldered him off and stormed away like he was angry or something. I never saw him again after that. I had a few more freaky experiences at the hospital's psych ward, but that was the one that I remember most vividly. About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there is rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job, until they put me in the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work this wing. They bounce me around the floors, pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. Put together my cart and clean the floor. However, after I came back from the first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility is. The rooms are strewn about almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack in as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives and trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" Broken clocks that no longer work, or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head that most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house a remainder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, and more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it, even seemed joyful, made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable, like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 to 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore, staring mindlessly at a TV playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned to dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of the wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes. They looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say help me without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as what to do, because I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then, the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come comfort them, yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurses remotely touch them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm just a janitor who cleans their rooms. No, their homes. And I'm not allowed to touch the patients. No way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time, and I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge to this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all is this could easily be any one of us when we get old. not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. I'm an EMT basic for a private ambulance company in the Midwest. For this call, it was my turn to do paperwork and sit in the back with the patient. We were called to take this elderly woman from the hospital ER back to her nursing home after she had a medical issue earlier in the day. The time was around 7:40-ish, and we arrived to the ER room she was in, and she just lays there, facing straight up, not moving, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. We asked the RN if this is her typical mental status/behavior, and they say yes, and go on to explain that she suffers from advanced dementia and generalized muscle weakness. They say that she is unaware of anything happening around her, and that isn't directly physically affecting her, and she sometimes just mumbles to herself, never acknowledging anyone or anything in the room. One of the hospital techs had to go in and change/clean our patient up before transport, and she got a little agitated from it, but as the RN disclosed, she never acknowledged anyone's existence and just babbled on a bit more rapidly, which continued for the rest of the night in our care. We got her over to our stretcher, buckled her in, and once we were in the ambulance, we started transporting. Inside the ambulance, I kept it dark, since she was staring blankly up at the ambulance dome lights, not wanting to hurt her eyes. The only light that I had was the laptop with our EPCR, patient care report, and from the little EMT light next to the captain's chair for doing paperwork or small tasks. With these small lights on, I could see her face pretty well, as she just babbled on, talking about nonsensical things to people that did not exist, non-stop staring at the ceiling. Once I had finished with my final set of vitals en route and put it in the laptop, I shut the screen down and placed it on the shelf next to myself. I'm sitting in the captain's chair at the head of the stretcher, facing backwards towards the doors. And before I turn the EMT light off, I notice my patient staring directly into my eyes, not muttering a word. I moved my head to the right and left a little bit to see if she was just fixated in this direction, maybe from the noise of the laptop closing. But she followed my head's movements, never breaking eye contact. Intrigued, but not really fazed by this, I turned off the EMT light. I can just barely see her eyes and face in the dark, and they are still entirely focused on my face. She then spoke directly to me, just one sentence. "The angels are calling for you," as she points at me with one hand, with no expression on her face other than a blank stare. She stares on for a couple of seconds more, before looking back up at the ceiling once more, and just mumbling random stuff again to things that aren't there. The rest of the transport and drop-off procedures went on with no other incidents. I know it was probably just another visual disturbance to her, but man, was it super creepy, and it will forever stick with me. I am and have been a paramedic for about 10 years. My entire career has been spent in emergency medicine, responding to 911 calls and providing advanced life support for life-threatening illness and injuries. The calls we respond to range from inappropriate use of an ambulance to minutes away from death, and oftentimes it's already too late. If you've read my other stories here, then you know the background. But in 2014, I moved to another city a couple of hours away from home to work. The city was smallish, less than 100,000 people, but the ambulance serviced the entire county where the city resides. At the time, there was a significant oil boom in the area, so thousands of people flooded the city and county to work in the oil fields nearby. This caused the city to get a little rougher, as you had people from all over the country moving there to work. and that many people in a small place increased the cost of living, and we saw a large increase in violent crimes as well as traumatic injuries. We worked 24-hour shifts, which weren't too bad. The days were usually somewhat busy, and at night the ambulance station had rooms with twin beds that allowed you to get some fairly decent sleep at night. Most of the calls that would classify as crazy, creepy, or scary always tend to come at night. The day that this story takes place was a little different than normal. Normally, I get an EMT basic partner, which means since I'm an advanced provider on the truck, I get all of the patients. But today, I had another paramedic partner because we were training in a new hire paramedic. It was her first day in field training orientation. This means that we generally let her take the calls and sit back and evaluate her performance to ensure that she is capable and doesn't kill anyone. This was her first job after graduation, so she was still pretty green. I could see that she was very nervous and trying very hard to do her best. So as per usual, the day was pretty busy, but as it began to wind down, I was getting ready to attempt to take a nap. I kick off my boots and lay down on the bed, on top of the covers. Easier to get up and going that way if a call comes in. I put my radio up to my head, full volume like always, so I can be sure to wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, midnight starts to roll around and I hear a call go out. Dispatch says, "Man who has been stabbed to death is not breathing." Luckily, it's not my call, and another ambulance responds, so I go back to bed, or at least try to. About 30 minutes later, another call goes out, and this time it is for me. Dispatch information: man with a knife wound on his hands. Police are on scene. I get my boots on, wake up the new girl and my partner, and walk out to the ambulance. The rest of the call was right smack dab in the middle of downtown. We responded non-emergent, as it was not a life-threatening injury. As we arrive on scene, there's probably 6 police cars on scene, all with their lights on. The area itself was through an alleyway and behind a building just off the main street. As we pull up, there are a number of officers, a couple of sheriff's deputies, and a detective all standing around this man with a rag on his hand. As I got closer, I could see that the man was bald, middle-aged, and had almost a homeless look to him. He also had a big dark spot in the middle of his forehead. One of the officers approached me to fill me in on what's going on before I talk to the guy and start to treat him. The officer tells me the man has a large laceration on the back of his hand that he received from a knife. At this point, I was still a bit groggy and didn't put 2 and 2 together. The officer says that the man said that he was attacked by another man and that he is probably going to need stitches. So, as it's not serious, I have my FTO approach first to begin her assessment and give me her treatment plan. I stay close behind her, and we both walk up to the man who is in handcuffs. As we approach, the dark spot on the guy's forehead is now clear. On the center of his forehead, stretching from his eyebrows, and what would have been his hairline, is the biggest swastika tattoo I've ever seen. My FTO begins to talk to the man as I stand back and observe. Something about the man's general composure and response chilled me. When we first walk up to the man, was muttering something under his breath. I couldn't tell what he was saying, but he was repeating it over and over. My FTO asked the police to uncuff him to see the cut on his hand more clearly. At this point, one of the other officers produced the knife he believed to be the weapon that caused the injury. The knife was in an evidence baggie, and it was covered in blood. It was nothing special. It just looked like a cheap plastic pocket knife, like you would buy at some cheesy gift shop. It was a folding knife with a black plastic handle, and a blade that was maybe 3 inches long, with a bit of serration towards the handle. The man showed us his hand. On the back, cutting right through another large swastika tattoo, was a laceration that went from the base of his pinky finger to the lower fleshy part of his thumb. It was quite wide also, approximately 3 centimeters. exposing the bones of his metacarpals as well as his tendons. The bleeding had mostly stopped with pressure from the towel he was holding on to. When my partner asked the man what had happened, the man then repeated to us what he had been repeatedly muttering to himself. "I killed him, man. He's dead, man. I had to have killed him. He's gotta be dead." At this point, I'm starting to put it together and understanding the larger picture. We get the man into the ambulance so that we can assess for any other injuries that may not be visible under his clothing. After a thorough search, we realize that there are no other injuries, so we begin to transport him to the hospital. My FTO bandaged the man's hand, and as we were driving, I start to ask questions to try and figure out the details. The man told me everything I wanted to know, and never lost that chilling vibe, staring distantly as he recounted what happened. The man told me that he's homeless and was wandering around when a friend offered him a ride. He says that he was leery of the man, but decided to get in anyway and accept the offer. The man said the friend began asking him if he ate it inwards. The man said that he didn't and that he wasn't racist. He tells me that this is when his friend became upset with him and tried to stab him with a pocket knife. The man said that he attempted to defend himself, managed to wrestle the knife away from his friend, and stabbed him back before jumping out of the car and running. So with this shocking telling of the tale, we continue to transport the man in silence. Also, as a ride note, an officer rode in the ambulance with us the whole way. After we dropped the man off at the ER, we all kind of sat there shocked, leaving the hospital. We returned to the station and tried to get some sleep. However, we were not destined for sleep this night. An hour later, we get another call for a body removal from downtown, less than 3 blocks away from our last call. We pull up to the area, which is in the middle of the street. The street itself is blocked off 100 feet on both sides by a fire truck and police officers. The fire truck was equipped with a double stack of 4 halogen lights, risen up on the ladder, shining down to illuminate the area. Walking up with the stretcher and body bag, the detective on scene tells us that they're done with the investigation, and they are ready for us to take the body to the medical examiner's office. At this point, we're still about 50 feet away from where the body lay, from where I can see the person laying in the middle of the street. We get closer and take a few minutes to examine the body. What I see, and putting together what I was told, is astonishing to say the least. The man, another middle-aged man, appears white, possibly Mexican, lays in the middle of the street on his back, with his arms spread eagle and his legs straight. There is a vehicle parked on the side of the road, with its driver door still open. I figured that must be the guy's vehicle. It was parked neatly, not haphazardly or incorrectly. The deceased man has streaks of blood coming from his nose and mouth, with several small puncture wounds on his face and cheeks. Looking at his torso, there are about a dozen more knife-shaped puncture wounds in this chest and abdomen. Most of the wounds were so jagged and barbaric looking, you could see adipose tissue pushing out of them. There wasn't much of a blood puddle under the man, but a very large trail of blood ran from the man to the side of the street where the curb is. The blood then continues its flow another 10 feet along the curb before spilling into a storm drain. With that much blood, the man was exsanguinated and bled out there in the middle of the street. We packaged the man into the body bag and transported him to the ME's office. When we got back to the station, my charge medic told me the officer that rode with the first patient requested that we fill out a report on what we heard the man say. Thankfully, the rest of the shift was uneventful. Fast forward to a couple of years ago, I received a call from the state's attorney. He asked if I remembered the call, to which I informed him I do. He told me that this person is going to trial for murder, is pleading not guilty, and he would like to go over my statement with me as I would be a key witness and require my testimony in court. We went over my statement and then we talked about it a bit. Then he told me he would be in touch and wished me a good day. A few days later, he calls me up again and informs me that the man changed his plea to self-defense and that I was needed in court in a week. Literally, one day before the trial, he calls me up again. He tells me this time the man changed his plea to guilty and that I was no longer needed. I don't know what happened after that. I never really looked into it. It's just another brick in the wall, so to speak. A story filed away in my brain, probably never to be forgotten. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed. This happened a few years ago. I did some work experience at a funeral home, and on one of the mornings, myself and another member of our team had to go to a mental health facility. The building was very old looking when we arrived through its gates, and when we went inside, it seemed massive. It sounded like our voices were an echo. We were there to pick up an item from someone recently deceased, and were taken to a room to wait for the person in charge. It was pretty silent for a while, but then a woman appeared at the office door, opened it, came inside quickly, and then smashed the door closed again as quickly as possible. She suddenly turned to us and explained that a patient had become violent and was running around outside in the corridors. This alone was scary enough for me, but then within seconds the patient came to the door and looked through the window. She banged on the door, screaming something that I couldn't understand. A male nurse then appeared and took her away to her room as quickly as she had appeared. We then sorted out what we came for with the woman in charge, and then proceeded to get up to leave. We started to walk down the corridor towards the exit, but I started to hear a noise in one of the open rooms. I looked inside, and it was dark apart from a man watching TV on his own. The light from the TV was the only way that I was able to make out the outline of the man. He started mumbling something really quietly, but then suddenly out of nowhere became really loud and started shouting. He was shouting something along the lines of, "Help me now," just over and over again. I was terrified and could not get to the exit quickly enough. I never had to go back there again, and I'm glad that I didn't. At the beginning of August, I overdosed on my sedatives. I was rushed to the hospital and stayed in the psychiatric section for 2 weeks until I was moved to another psych ward. There were many units, each had its own building, and mine was next to alcoholics, drug addicts, and some people who were there because of violating the law. Since I was in an open section of my unit, I was allowed to walk around the hospital area. Then, like after a week of being there, I started going to the cafeteria area to buy cigarettes and cocoa. Ever since then, one of the dudes from the alcoholics section started to hit on me, basically saying some nasty stuff, asking how old I was, etc. It was bearable at times because my roommate always called him out. But then, when I was there already for some time, he started making really creepy comments. Firstly, he asked if I was taken, to which I replied that I am, and then it started, making comments about how I broke his heart, then how he cannot stop thinking about me. Once I was discharged, I was so relieved that I wouldn't ever meet him again, but I also sometimes visited my friends there, and when he noticed me waiting near the cafeteria, he always came up to me, trying to touch me, asking where I live, that he'll find out where I live and that he's going to mess with me, how I broke his heart because I'm taken, and how I'm not only breaking his heart, which is bleeding, but also it breaking his spirit, because he can't stop thinking about me, and how every single night he once again thinks about me. One time he even tried to kiss me. This all happened in one of the many times that I visited my friends. I don't know if it could be considered stalking or just a creepy, disgusting behavior, but because of him, I stopped visiting my friends and have been even more scared to go anywhere by myself.
Exchange students sometimes have the worst. I was an exchange student from Malaysia and was placed in Missouri in 2006. They were a family of 4, a son and a daughter, and they lived somewhere around Webster Groves. They looked nice, warm and welcoming, but it was all a facade, for they were trying to gain my trust. Coming from a country where all your neighbors are practicing a million different religions would kind of desensitize you, or make you very aware. I was the latter. The first week was fine, but sometimes I would wake up a little bit early and find them gathered in the kitchen in a circle, around the kitchen table, mumbling and whispering. They'd stop as soon as I entered. It was very disconcerting, but I brushed it off thinking that it was just an American quirk. During the second and third week it became worse. The boy wouldn't touch me because I'm born from sin, his words not mine, and the girl was afraid of me because I spoke to the father whilst looking him in the eye. I started prodding her for answers whenever little things that I did, which are normal by the way, like reading before bed, talking directly to the parents, and eating a sandwich, would elicit small gasps and hyperventilation. She told me that I have residues of the wicked and that I'm going to hell. She told me about a cleanse and a daily prayer wash. I've seen them singing the same hymns over and over again, reciting the same verses in different tones, and it really freaked me out. I wasn't stupid. I realized I was in a cult when they took me to church. I was made to sit in the front, and the pastor was conducting the service specifically for me. I realized it when I looked around and saw that everyone was looking at me. I felt like I was in a horror movie. Wide-eyed, silent stares. Men and women were separated. People wore different colored ribbons on their wrists, and the children looked haunted or just plain frightened. Nobody spoke to me or even came close to me. The men never looked me in the eye, and the women whispered and shunned me. I went there twice. School was on break, so I had to stay in with them. Many weird things happened, but none was as bad as waking up in the middle of the night to find the mother sitting next to my bed, reciting verses from the Bible in the dark. As soon as I'm awake, she'd stop and silently walk away. The family began treating me very badly after that. I was punished for being out of line. No dinner, locked in until morning, no sweet drinks. I had to cover up with long-sleeve tops, long pants, a skirt, etc. I think I lasted because I was curious. They probably thought that since I was from Southeast Asia, I must be quite gullible and naive. They tried brainwashing me about how sinful I was, how lost I was, how the world is going to end and I'll be dragged to hell unless I accept their teachings. I was there for a month before our chapter coordinator came by for a visit. I told her everything, outside of the house naturally, and I left with her immediately. We came back with a group of people from the exchange organization about an hour later, and found them in the midst of burning the things of the sinful non-believer. Thankfully, my passport and other relevant documentation was untouched. I never found out what kind of cult they were. I was raised in cult teachings in an isolated homeschool environment, and then my family moved to the cult later. Brainwashing was there. It wasn't obviously rote in the same thing every time, as the pastor was very charismatic and convincing, but it actually was. We sang about only 20 songs, mostly hymns over the course of the time that I was there. It was run and controlled by a single pastor. There was a board, but there was no accountability. It was kind of a joke. Only the most supportive, i.e. the people who considered him always right, were elected to the board. It was very abusive and controlling. Coffee was unspiritual. Missing meetings gained you a phone call from a board member telling you that you were breaking fellowship. Everything was about the pastor. I mean, literally. Sin was thinking negative thoughts about the group and the pastor. He set himself up as the wisest man on earth. For the girls, they had it worse. He would convince each one that they had a problem, i.e., idolatry, and he would proceed to abuse them. The cult was less than 30 people. As for why he's not in jail, settlements. My experience was awful. I had some serious depersonalization, and the effects on me are awful. Living in fear, anxiety, intense emotional pain, constant flashbacks. It's really bad. My parents are still in it, and relationships with them are probably impossible. Talking about anything will get me verbal abuse. Child abuse is really bad. I left this last year, so I'm still processing a lot. I want to try to be concise and still give a proper breakdown of my time growing up in a cult. I'm going to start by breaking down the ideology. The second coming of Christ. They believe the second coming is and was alive. He was a Korean man who went by the name of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. He was given the mission by Jesus in a vision when he was 16 years old on a mountaintop, and it is his purpose to create an example of the ideal family, so all may shape their families in its likeness and create an ideal world. Restoration of the fall. Jesus forgives your sins, but what about restoring humanity to what it was before the fall, by paying spiritual indemnities and cleansing humanity of those sins in the first place? Their idea of indemnity is almost like paying karma forward. You can put yourself through misery to either pay for past mistakes of humanity or to ensure that good things will happen in the future. You can pay indemnity by 1. Living in a van for years and years on one of their task forces, fundraising by selling candles or wind chimes, sometimes more than 14 hours a day. 2. Getting an arranged marriage after abstaining from absolutely any contact with the opposite sex all of your life, by the Reverend himself, or now your parents, thereby overcoming the temptation of the fall by denying your desires and obeying the church completely. Actually, this is the most important aspect to the church, that you get matched and blessed their word for marriage. It is the only thing that will eventually restore humanity. 3. Converting other members. 4. Doing hundreds or thousands of bows to a picture of Reverend Moon every night for about X amount of days. 5. Taking cold showers every day for X days. 6. Fasting. You can drink water for a provincial number of days, either 3, 7, 21, or 40. Note, you must do a 7-day fast before you get married. 7. Giving money offerings to the church. The church also started charging for ancestor liberation in the last couple of decades. Just like old school Catholics, you can pay to have your dear old granddad hoisted out of the pits of hell. Since the church is Korean, they have deep resentment towards the Japanese, and ancestor liberation can be thousands of dollars per person liberated. For Americans, I think it was little over 100, I think. 8. Beat yourself to repetitive chants on an approved spirit cleansing event. 9. Or basically denying yourself of any human comfort or need for some time. Some do sleep deprivation conditions. There's a lot else, but I can't keep going. Growing up in the church. There are countless strange rituals in the church. Like on your birthday, you and your whole family has to wake up at 5 a.m., go to the altar of Reverend Moon, say a prayer and offer food. When the ritual is almost over, the birthday kid usually has to take the food and offer some to each of the family members, and you always leave some on the altar. There are countless stories told to the second generation. Children born from marriages approved by Reverend Moon. We were supposed to have been born as purely as Jesus, without original sin. Of members who left the church and immediately got hit by a bus, or became prostitutes and died from ODing, or unalived themselves out of guilt. Koreans. Korea in the church is seen as the New Jerusalem, Koreans being the new chosen people. Every leader in the church is a Korean, despite the religion's heavy unification of world cultures and religions overtones. Koreans often were the only match to other Koreans. None of Moon's kids were allowed to marry anyone other than a Korean. Japanese members have always been in the church's cash cow, guilting them into paying more in tithing and overcharging them for everything. Americans got their fair share of that too. The church often comes up with a new ceremony, like a holy wine ceremony, where drinking this new blessed wine, usually juice, will heal you of all of your sins. That, of course, you have to pay to get into. Sometimes they just make a big plea for extra money, like their total life offering, which was something like if you paid the church $16,000, you would never have to pay them for anything again, which was a lie. Some members took out second mortgages on their houses to pay these offerings. My wrists are seriously hurting from typing this much, so I'll leave some space for questions. I haven't even made a dent in the beliefs, rituals, or culture of the church yet. Update. I will say, in response to people in this thread who ask how someone could fall for this, and how people could stay in for so long, cults like this never approach it like, hey, a Korean guy is the Messiah. You want to join? They take you through steps, almost like Scientology, but not so clearly defined. The Unification Church was going around in America in the 70s preaching a true love and family values, stuff many people, especially people with Christian backgrounds, can get behind. The church does have heavy Christian influence, so much of the language is the same, but they'll start discussing these things with you, like the evils of the world. If Jesus restored the world, then why would there need to be a second coming? We should prepare ourselves for the next Messiah. A Messiah is exactly what we need. How else can we right the wrongs of this world? Once you get them going on that, you just pump them up with all of the same religious feel-good stuff. God is our Father. God is watching out for you. He wants the best for you. God hurts when you don't do what's right. And eventually, God becomes some kind of emotionally sensitive dude that you have to coddle and take care of. Then, once your members are pumped, they're living in vans, they're trying to recruit other people. That's when you start with the deeper stuff. You know the Messiah is here. The tension has been building to this moment for literally years. The members are overjoyed and can't wait to do anything that this guy says so that they can be like Jesus' first disciples. No one thinks they're a victim. They think they're literally saving the world. It appealed to a lot of people who were raised Christian, but were dissatisfied with the contradictions or shortcomings of their parents' religions. Anyways, sorry for the block of text. I'm done. For now. I'm surprised that there aren't more former Children of God / the Family International babies posting on this thread. I was born and raised in the Children of God / the Family International, and I'm convinced that it is and was one of the most detrimental cults out there because of the way that their doctrines were weaved into every tiny area of people's lives. Everything was dictated by leadership and controlled by peer pressure. It was a communal cult. Hive mentality was rampant. The type of food you ate, the way you dressed, who you lived with, the education you received, the movies you watched, the music you listened to, who you married, everything was controlled. There was absolutely no real free will allowed, and very minimal contact with the outside world happened, except if you were asking people for money, or trying to convert them to Christianity / the cult. I left when I was in my early 20s, and it's only been a few years since then, so I'm still trying to unlearn a lot of things. I decided to go to college and get an education, and I'm so miserable because basic things like how to study for an exam, or how to interact with your professor, are completely foreign concepts to me. I didn't find out till college that I'm pretty good at science and math, subjects that were highly discouraged in the group, or if taught at all, were either very simplistic, math only went up to basic algebra if you were lucky, or taught with such a religious/creationist spin that it's unrecognizable as science. Someone actually posted excerpts from the biology textbook that I had in high school here on Reddit a while ago, and everyone was commenting, these are all lies and not real science. And I'm all, well, crap. I like to imagine that if I'd had regular schooling when I was younger, maybe I could have been an engineer or an astronaut or something awesome. People are probably going to counter with that statement with, it's never too late to try. Platitude. And I'd just say, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Forget dating. I have more knowledge and experience under my belt than most people my age, and I don't have a clue what normal dating looks like. Passionate hugging is synonymous with intimacy, and that's synonymous with control. I am terrified of getting into a relationship because I know that it would be so ridiculously easy for someone to abuse their power over me. When you're raised to always say yes, you have no idea what a struggle it is to say no. When people find out about this cult, the thing that usually gets focused on the most is the sexual aspect of it. It was literally that kind of cult. But for me, the worst part is just having no frame of reference for connecting with other people outside the group. I can forget the bad things that happen and just get on with my life. But it's difficult knowing how to make new friends and build a life outside the FI. I just don't get most of what people talk about. I've only got a few years of movies, music, pop culture history in my brain, and I can't really relate to how other people react to things. I didn't have any of those normal experiences in high school like dating, going to prom, etc. My best friends are former TFI people because I can't seem to make real friends out here in the great wide jungle of a world. I wonder how I'll ever be able to get close to people when they will never be able to comprehend the experiences I've gone through. And at the same time, I can't relate to their experiences either. Real life things that most people take for granted, like graduating college, buying a house, having a successful job, etc., seem like fairy tales to me because nobody in my life growing up did those things. I don't have anybody who can give me advice on how to accomplish those normal life tasks because nobody I grew up with or our parents did any of those things. I feel pretty lost. I'm still picking pieces of this cult out of my identity, and it's exhausting. Edit. I just wanted to add a random artifact from my upbringing. I went to see the Hunger Games Catching Fire recently, and I broke down crying in the middle of it because I had a sudden realization that I grew up believing that the sort of apocalyptic, depressing scenario played out in the Hunger Games was an inevitable outcome in my future. Not the actual Hunger Games, obviously, but the extreme government control, oppression of the people, dire social circumstances, etc. It made me feel very alone in that moment, setting with the knowledge that I was viewing that very thing in my childhood nightmares, and knowing that nobody around me could possibly comprehend the reasons for my tears. I was raised in a cult. Both of my parents were members of the Children of God, nowadays called the Family International. We traveled all over Europe from city to city and performed music on the streets and passed out leaflets to convert people. I have many brothers and sisters, mostly from different dads, as the philosophy of the sect was kind of rooted in the free love hippie movement. There are some pretty serious and I think conclusive accusations of child abuse within the sect. But thankfully, my parents didn't do that. My stepdad, however, physically and verbally abused us, as corporal punishment was very encouraged. He never got caught, although we frequently showed overt signs of abuse. But since we weren't ever in one place for more than a couple of days, well, you get the picture. We were, of course, all homeschooled too, which I hated, since that was also a constant source of abuse. My stepdad taught me timetables by asking me repeatedly, "What's X times Y?" And if I'd get the result wrong, I'd get slapped on the fingers with a cooking spoon, as many times as the result was. Thankfully, my parents got out of the sect by the time that I was about 13 years old. My stepdad didn't give up his habits though, which continued until I was old enough to fight back. Settling into regular school was very difficult, as I was constantly and heavily bullied for wearing secondhand clothes, not speaking German very well, and just being completely different. After a couple of years though, I went from worst in the class to best, and being kind of accepted. Nowadays, I still have some lingering issues, which I'm not sure if they'll ever be fixable. One of them is trust issues, which has also prevented me so far from seeking therapy. It's all a very long time ago too, and I've pretty much made my peace with all of it already. I think my parents got out of the sect before it got really crazy. I was born and raised in a cult, and considered myself a member up until I left my parents' home at the age of 18. The group that I was associated with is not well known, but the effects on the members are tragic and undeniable. We were literally brainwashed. We had weekly services with a set program: 3 hymns, prayer, sermonette, hymn, announcements, main message, hymn, and prayer. It never altered from that layout. As well, the messages that we would hear were often videotaped sermons from maybe 5 main people at headquarters. The topics were extremely narrow: prophecy / the end is coming, self-improvement / all of you suck and you should hate yourselves, setting ourselves apart / don't talk to worldly people, they will taint you. There were many ways in which we were indirectly encouraged to harm ourselves. Many people looked down upon modern medicine and felt that using it was a way of turning away from God, slapping him in the face, making it clear that he wasn't needed. I personally knew people who died for their faith, waiting for God to heal them. On the other hand, when any of the main leaders fell ill, they were immediately rushed off to receive medical care. They controlled our diet. We pretty much were kosher, though they denied all influence or association from / with the Jews. There were annual days of fasting, and whenever the leadership would scare up enough drama within the members, they would declare a church-wide fast, so we could all get closer to God and resolve our issues. We fasted when the church's income was said to be dropping. We fasted when leaders were ill. We fasted when people died. We had our own personal fasts just for the heck of it, or when we felt especially guilty and out of touch with God. Parents were encouraged to get their children involved as young as possible. My parents tell me that I started observing the annual fast when I was 3 years old. I remember one year when my brother was 2 or 3. At one point during the day, he just broke down sobbing because he was so thirsty. Oh yeah, we abstained from food and drink. We got obscenely dehydrated every time. Looking back, I just don't understand how a parent can behave that way. They were so negative. I can't even describe it. We spent so much time and energy frantically thinking that we can't think about the opposite sex, that it was all we thought about. It was evil, dirty, wrong, and it would hurt if we weren't married. I literally built up so much fear over it that when I finally did, as an unmarried adult, that I had developed a pain condition. The cause is often psychological, in my case being so afraid of it hurting that it hurt, which further fed into my fear. There was actually an entire message once where one of the leaders took on the subject, "Are we a cult?" And he actually went through a checklist for us. His conclusion was that we were a cult, but that it was a good thing. We should be proud. Only not. Pride is a sin. We should be pleased. You had to be baptized before a minister would marry you. You couldn't be baptized and marry someone else who wasn't. You couldn't marry outside the church. Some ministers wouldn't baptize you if they thought your only incentive was to get married. There were rampant cases of abuse from the leadership, but we were always too fearful to report it. Always taught that it must have, in some way, been our fault. Traditional gender roles were enforced, i.e., women stay home, pop out babies, cook and clean. Men were to work and support the home. Having children, and lots of them, was strongly encouraged. Be fruitful and multiply and all that stuff. Adoption was frowned upon, even for those who were unable to have their own children. So many families were living in poverty because there were just too many children to take care of. God forbade that any of them have a medical condition that required constant treatment. We were robbed on a regular basis. They called it tithing. Not only did we give 10% of our entire income, but we were also to a set second 10% aside to be used at a 7-day religious convention of sorts every year. And on every third year, we would give an additional 10% to the church. Imagine losing 20% of your income every year and 30% every third year. Imagine being poor to begin with. Imagine being told that you are poor because you have been literally stealing from God by not diligently paying your tithes. I could go on forever. There is so much. I was into drugs and trouble when I was a teenager, and as a last-ditch effort, my parents shipped me off to a fundamentalist Christian treatment center a couple of states away when I was 17. While I did actually end up turning my life around as a result of the whole thing, it sort of ended up being an out-of-the-frying-pan and into-the-fire experience, in that once I'd completed the program, which was over a year long, I ended up moving in with a guy who worked there and becoming involved in a church youth group that, unbeknownst to me, of course, was a cult in its initial embryonic stages. It's a long story, but the guy that I moved in with was renting from this guy who was a heavy metal drummer who'd gotten saved and become something of a self-proclaimed prophet within the local charismatic Christian scene, and acquired the inevitable cult following that comes along with something like that. I got sucked into his social circle because I was young, insecure, and naive, and because I'd just gotten done spending 15 months steeped in a culture of biblical literalism and charismatic fervor after a few years of doing as many drugs as I could get my hands on. Take note, drugs tend to have a detrimental effect on the developing mind. One of the girls in the youth group that hung around our place got her school to invite this guy to an assembly program. He brought some musician friends of his, played a show, and afterwards talked to the auditorium full of students about his experiences growing up poor and getting sucked into the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing. Afterward, the school invited him to come back and do the same thing the following year. Long story short, this guy was already kind of a megalomaniac and an ego-driven butthole, and being in a stage in front of all of those kids turned into his new favorite drug. It's hard to explain the process by which I and all of my friends at the time were sort of mentally seduced into devoting our entire lives to helping this guy build an empire of heavy metal high school assembly programs. But within a year, we were all raising money doing car washes, grocery baggings, and soon manning tables of merch that just straight up soliciting donations to funnel straight into this guy's pockets. Ostensibly, it was all going to fund these high school programs that we were responsible for booking as many of as possible, because the programs were to be free to the schools, but he was actually charging the schools for the Lyceum productions under the table. This is actually really hard to talk about. At the same time, there was a heavy Christian aspect to the whole thing. This guy thought that he had the direct connection to God himself, and there were literally these spontaneous meetings that he would have us all come to at his house, where he would just talk and talk for hours about what God was doing and how we were all called to be part of it. How some would answer the call, while others would choose the world and our own lives instead. I mean, it was some really messed up stuff, and I bought it all, hook, line, and sinker, even though it never felt right. I allowed myself to be convinced that my reservations were my flesh and the devil, and that the very voice of reason itself was a temptation that God was calling me away from. This went on for a while. The first time I had a falling out with this guy, it was while he was cutting me a check for work that I had done for him. He spontaneously and irrationally attacked me out of the clear blue sky, shoving me up against a wall and swearing a blue streak in my face, all while threatening over and over to break my nose off of my face. I talked him down, walked away, and didn't come back for a year. I was sick in the head though, and I eventually decided that I needed to come back to the Lord. And of course, the way to do that was to track this guy and his team of minions down and give them hundreds of dollars. Suddenly, we were best friends again. The culture of fraud and manipulation had gotten even deeper and weirder while I'd been away. There was now quite a bit of money being raised, not just by soliciting donations at public events, but through high-level investors as well. And everybody was doing the fundraising thing full-time and just stockpiling guns. The leader and his wife would routinely disappear for weeks at a time, and I came to find out that what they were doing was going to Florida and Hawaii a lot. Because, dangling that carrot is a lot of work. What I'm describing is really a pretty incomplete picture of the whole thing, because I'm really rushing through the story. Shortly after coming back to the group, I realized that I couldn't stand to live like that anymore, and I moved away, back to the state where I grew up, and started my own youth outreach program. But literally the day I moved away, this guy called me and started working on me to get me to come back into the fold. After 7 months, I folded. No pun intended. Sorry, that was terrible. And came back when he offered me some ridiculous amount of money to run the church that he'd started, while him and his ministry team were on the road, where they spent most of their time in those days. Again, to abbreviate things, I will just say that when I moved back, I found myself in circumstances severely different than what he described. And the money, to put it bluntly, never happened. He just swindled me again. Thoroughly disillusioned, I left again, this time for good, and never went back. After about a year, I relapsed under the mental, whatever the heck you call it, that happens to your mind after 5 years of what I just described, and spent the better part of a decade just working at a coffee shop and getting as drunk and stoned as I could afford to be every night. Something I didn't bring up, though, was that when I first got out of treatment as a teenager and got involved with that youth group, I'd started seeing a girl, and after a year we'd gotten married. She'd been with me the whole time throughout this experience, and after leaving that group for good and spending years and years drunk off my butt, she finally convinced me to get some help, which I did. I went into treatment again and got cleaned up, and then went to college and earned an AAS, and I actually just got my first job in the field this week. Well, 99% sure, just waiting on a phone call here. So the story does have sort of a happy ending. Well, the best part of it is that within the past couple of years, literally every one of my friends from back in the day that were involved with this guy finally walked out on him and blew the whistle on the whole fraud thing. So it looks like he's probably up the creek. A local news media outlet has been following the story for the last couple of years now, but I don't think that I'm supposed to post a link to any of that, since it would reveal personal information and stuff. But yeah, the whole thing was just a huge nightmare. It's very difficult for me to talk about this, but maybe it's time. Note, I'm 27 now, and this all happened when I was 18 and 19 years old. I wasn't raised in church. My grandparents grew up with very religious parents, and didn't want to force anything on us. That being said, in high school, I got very curious about God, religion, etc. I started dating a guy when I was in the 9th grade who took me to church with him. He was a Southern Baptist, so I kept going. We broke up, but that's important because that was my first experience with church. I just wanted to do the right thing. That isn't what this story is about. It's just a little bit of background. Fast forward to my senior year. I started dating a guy in my grade. He was always popular and pretty mysterious. Everyone knew that he was religious, but didn't know what kind. They knew because his mom would attend our choir concerts, always wearing long skirts, no jewelry or makeup, and had her hair in a bun. His best friend didn't even know what church he went to, but told me that they didn't have a TV and weren't allowed to watch movies. I was very nervous to ask him what church he went to, even though we were dating, and I figured after 3 months I should know. I asked him a few times to go with me to the Baptist church, but he always declined. Finally, I got up the courage. I asked him what church he went to, and he only replied with, "You should see for yourself." I was excited. I got to be a part of it and his life. He invited me to his church. I went out and bought a long skirt and threw my hair up. I figured I should be respectful and dress like his mother. He picked me up that following Wednesday evening and drove me to the meeting. It was at a Holiday Inn conference room. Everyone was very old except for me, my boyfriend, his younger brother, and 2 toddlers. The meeting, that's what they called it, was run by 2 very elderly women from Ireland. Pretty sure it was Ireland. I could barely understand them, but the Bibles they used were normal Bibles, so I didn't feel too uncomfortable. They had a hymnal that just said hymns on the front. Everyone sang a cappella. There were never instruments. It was a very strange evening, but because they used a typical Bible, I figured it was fine. I eventually stopped attending the Baptist church that I was part of and went strictly to my boyfriend's meetings. Wednesdays were held at the Holiday Inn, and Sundays were held in various friends' houses. Every member was called a friend. The meetings weren't huge, maybe 10 to 20 people. Each fall and spring, though, they held conventions. They would be on someone's farm and would be every friend in the state, and sometimes a few surrounding states. Those were very, very big. We would stay in quarters and listen to people speak from the Bible. You also had a chance to stand up and read a verse that meant something to you. This all happened very slowly and over the course of 2 years or so. I must have been obsessed with just trying to do the right thing and follow Jesus because I didn't notice that I was being brainwashed. I ended up living with him. I have no idea to this day how that transition ever happened, or if my parents ever wondered where I was. My parents were in the middle of a messy divorce, and honestly probably didn't notice that I was gone. My boyfriend's mom didn't believe in using hospitals or doctors and took a holistic approach to her family's and my health. She had me on different vitamins every day of the week. I was already very skinny, but over time, I lost even more weight. I probably got down to about 80 or 90 pounds. She also gave me iodine drops under my tongue every day. This all led to me being severely underweight, and I had stopped sleeping almost completely. I think the doctors said that it was all the vitamin B12 in my system. While in a hazy state of mind, I ended up getting baptized in a lake at one of the conventions. Shortly thereafter, when we went home, I started having panic attacks. Everything from this time is such a blur to me. Such a blur. I eventually had one big panic attack that threw me over the edge. I had a complete mental breakdown. I remember a few things very vividly. I tried to read the Bible to calm down, and I couldn't read anymore. Everything was just shapes and blobs. This led to more crying. My dad remarried 2 weeks after the divorce, and married a woman named Nikki. I was convinced that they were both Satan because of this. I tried to jump off of a very high hill near my house that I was staying at. I would have at the very least broken many bones if not died. I thought I was already dead and was convinced that their house was a coffin, and they were burying me outside and my soul was just overhearing it all. I guess they realized that something was wrong and probably didn't want to be liable because they found my dad's number and told him to come get me. I fought going and cried and screamed, but my dad took me back to his house. I didn't sleep that night again and thought that his house was the Twin Towers, and I was stuck inside as they were falling down. I started seeing small rainbows everywhere. My brain was totally screwed up, you guys. The next day, my dad and stepmom took me to a behavioral health hospital. I remember that it was the day that Steve Irwin died because my dad told me in the waiting room, and I thought for sure that he murdered Steve Irwin, and that's how he knew that he was dead. But it was on the news in the waiting room. Either way, I stayed in an acute wing of the hospital for 2 weeks. They took my vitals several times a day and night. I had to go to group therapy sessions and drink inshore all day until I was finally up to a healthy weight. That man and his family really messed me up. I hope that I never see them again. It's almost 10 years later, and I still have nightmares about them. I had one last night, actually. They're mostly just present in the dream. I had the courage to finally try and Google the name of their cult. It took some digging, but they're called 2x2s. Sorry that this was so long. So much happened to me. This is just all I can remember. When I was in my early teens, my parents had this midlife crisis. They were always religious, but they encountered this group that took it to a whole other level. Certain facets of their faith were somewhat neglected, and their marriage wasn't very stable at this time, so they grasped onto this and took us along for the ride. It all started out with a summer camp, something innocent sounding enough. There were about 35 other boys going to it from all over the country. I would later realize this summer camp wasn't really about swimming, playing games and sports, going on day trips to places like Niagara Falls or Washington, D.C. It was the first stage of their recruitment to join. Most of the children there were from larger families that were intimately familiar with the group. A lot of their older or younger brothers were attending the camp. Most of them had gone for years because the purpose of the program was to draw in boys to their boarding school. In fact, the camp took place at the boarding school campus. After the summer program was over, my brother wanted to go there for high school instead of local public school. I had really no desire to go to the public school after the absolutely horribly 8th grade year that I had at the middle school next door. So that, coupled with the pressure of my parents and brother, had me going to the boarding school that September. Things started off decently. There wasn't much pressure, but it was a very religious school. Prayers several times a day. There was the option to go to church every morning, and instruction was completely from their unique Catholic perspective in every way. I would attend this school for 3 years, 2 on, 1 off, and my graduate year. The school really served as the second stage to their organizational recruitment. Not everyone who attended joined or was expected to join, but those who showed enough fervor or interest were groomed to becoming full-time members. When I was 16, I knew full well that I wasn't ever going to join the group, but my brother did. I'm not sure if my brother just never had much luck with girls, but he decided to forgo all of that for the cause and joined right after he completed high school. For the most part, I never really realized how far out this organization was until years later, when I had a crisis in my own religious faith and became a non-believer and saw how they treated the many people who left the group over time. Most, if not all, who leave the group don't lose their faith, but there is a lot of ostracizing. While in the school, we did a lot of things with the rest of the group, including protesting campaigns for things that we didn't fully understand. attended some of their Saturday meetings at their headquarters, events, conferences, marches, etc. Their methods were not extreme, but they fostered a severe us versus the world mentality. Rock music was satanic. Anyone who didn't embrace our version of belief and morals was a monster and horrible person. Everything was seen in black and white, and they couldn't comprehend how somebody could disagree on one thing with them, yet agree in many other things. At their meetings, they did a lot of patting themselves on the back by talking of their campaigns and the supposed success of them, how they were going to bring the world back to order, which according to them meant their version of Catholicism. Most of them didn't even like the Pope at the time because he wasn't fire and brimstone enough. Speaking of that, a lesser talked about subject publicly, but strongly believed and discussed privately, was that the world was going to enter this period of death, destruction, and end times that would last many years. Even they prepared for it in some ways by building a sort of bomb shelter in one of the buildings. This would then be followed by a 1,000-year reign of Mary, in which they would lead the world back to religion, and it would be happy times and glory to be had for all. My brother even bought into this stuff a lot when he was younger, mocking me for my interest in technology, because it isn't going to do you any good when the nukes fall and there is no electricity. That was probably just a harmless tease on his part, but it always irritated me that he actually thought living like a hermit was the best, most productive use of our lives, or that foregoing technology was wise, because you might have to live without it at some point. As it is, my parents still like the group. I see my brother once, maybe twice a year, and I don't really communicate with anyone there anymore. For years, though, my brother didn't want to visit us. He was always terrible about planning it and acted like it was unimportant. It did bother my parents that he had separated himself from us to such an extent, but now that they are more religious than ever, they see it as a good thing that he is doing there. My mom almost got involved with a cult when I was little. She met this elderly couple who was a part of a church and would come over every Thursday and Friday to say prayer, talk about God, and read the Bible with my mom. I thought it was nice because my mom is a big Christian, so I thought that it was nice that she finally had someone to talk to. But then things started getting odd. They started getting more aggressive, so to say. My mom told me one day that the man in the couple was feeling something was not right in our household. He never said what he meant until a week later. He said my dad and I were not right with God and were too worldly, and that my mom should leave us. She didn't really let this get to her though, mainly because I think she was lonely. They then started asking for money, or a seed. We were super broke at the time, but my mom still gave them somewhere between $5 to $10 a week. But then it got really weird. I finally met them one day because I was stuck at home from school due to being sick. My mom suggested that I meet them, and I did. They started doing that thing where one person will be praying really loudly and telling the devil off, while the other one was behind me. Next thing you know, she's poking my forehead. I didn't know what she was doing, so I asked her to please stop. She kept going until my mom made her stop. The lady said that I am too worldly and that my time will be soon. Okay. Here's how I know that they were a cult. Remember how I said that they suggested that my mom leave? They tried to make her leave one day, saying that she could live with them and that they have a big house with their church on the property and a few other members stay there too. My mom obviously said no, but they were not having it. They basically tried to mentally force my mom into going. She said it worked a little, but she knew what was right. She called the police, and the police made them get off the property while they screamed, yelling, "Have fun burning in hell," and other like terms. 2 years pass, and I'm watching the news with my mom, when wouldn't you know it, the couple were on the news. They were charged with attempted kidnapping of another family's 2 to 3 kids. Yeah, they were definitely in a cult.